Instead, I swear secretly. Always, this sort of man keeps up the pretense of highly distinguished and remarkable mental processes, whereas, have not I, in my own composition, the whole diapason of emotional fool? Is not the suppression of these notes my perpetual efforts, my undying despair? And then, am I to be accused of poverty? But to his story. She said quite abruptly, I am not happy, and I told her, I knew that the instant I saw you. Then she began to talk to me very quietly, very frankly, about everything. It was only afterwards I began to feel just what it meant, her talking to me like that. I cannot listen to this. Don't you understand, I cried, we are in Utopia. She may be bound unhappily upon earth, and you may be bound, but not here. Here I think it will be different. Here the laws that control all these things will be humane and just, so that all you said and did over there does not signify here. He looks up for a moment at my face, and then carelessly at my new wonderful world. Yes, he says, without interest, with something of the tone of an abstracted elder speaking to a child, I dare say it will be all very fine here. And he lapses, thwarted from his confidences, into musing. There is something almost dignified in his withdrawal into himself. For a moment I entertain an illusion that really I am unworthy to hear the impalpable inconclusiveness of what he said to her and of what she said to him. I am snubbed, but I am also amazed to find myself snubbed. I become breathless with indignation. We walk along side by side, but now profoundly estranged. I regard the facade of the utopian public offices of Lucerne. I had meant to call his attention to some of the architectural features of these. With a changed eye, with all the spirit gone out of my vision, I wish I had never brought this introspective carcass, this mental ingrate, with me. I incline to fatalistic submission. I suppose I had no power to leave him behind. I wonder. The old utopists never had to encumber themselves with this sort of man. Chapter 6, Section 2. How would things be different in the modern utopia? After all, it is time we face the riddle of the problems of marriage and motherhood. The modern utopia is not to be a sound and happy world state, but it is going to be one progressing from good to better. But as Malthus, footnote, Essay on the Principles of Population, demonstrated for all time, a state whose population continues to increase in obedience to unchecked instinct can progress only from bad to worse. From the view of human comfort and happiness, the increase of population that occurs at each advance in human security is the greatest evil of life. The way of nature is for every species to increase nearly to its possible maximum of numbers, and then to improve through the pressure of that maximum against its limiting conditions by the crushing and killing of all the feebler individuals. The way of nature has also been the way of humanity so far, and except when a temporary alleviation is obtained through an expansion of the general stock of sustenance by invention or discovery, the amount of starvation and of the physical misery of privation of the world must vary almost exactly with the excess of the actual birth rate over that required to sustain population at a number compatible with the universal contentment. Neither has nature evolved, nor has man so far put into operation any device by which paying this price of progress, this misery of a multitude of starved and unsuccessful lives can be evaded. A mere indiscriminating restriction of the birth rate, an end practically attained in the homely, old-fashioned civilization of China by female infanticide, involves not only the cessation of distresses but stagnation, and the minor good of a sort of comfort and social stability is won at too great a sacrifice. Progress depends essentially on competitive selection, and that we may not escape. But it is a conceivable and possible thing that this margin of futile struggling, pain and discomfort and death might be reduced to nearly nothing without checking physical and mental evolution, with indeed an acceleration of physical and mental evolution, by preventing the birth of those who would, in the unrestricted interplay of natural forces, be born to suffer and fail. The method of nature, red in tooth and claw, is to degrade, thwart, torture, and kill the weakest and least adapted members of every species in existence in each new generation, and so keep the specific average rising. The ideal of a scientific civilization is to prevent those weaklings from being born. There is no other way of evading nature's punishment of sorrow. The struggle for life among the beasts and uncivilized men means misery and death for the inferior individuals, misery and death in order that they may not increase and multiply. In the civilized state, it is now clearly possible to make the conditions of life tolerable for every living creature, provided the inferiors can be prevented from increasing and multiplying. But this latter condition must be respected. Instead of competing to escape death and wretchedness, we may compete to give birth, and we may heap every sort of consolation prize upon the losers in that competition. The modern state tends to qualify inheritance, to insist upon education and nurture for children, to come in more and more in the interests of the future between father and child. It is taking over the responsibility of the general welfare of the children more and more, and as it does so, its right to decide which children it will shelter becomes more and more reasonable. How far will such conditions be prescribed? How far can they be prescribed in a modern utopia? Let us set aside at once all nonsense of the sort one hears in certain quarters about the human stud farm. Footnote: see Mankind in the Making, Chapter 2. State breeding of the population was a reasonable proposal for Plato to make, in view of the biological knowledge of his time and the purely tentative nature of his metaphysics, but from anyone in the days after Darwin, it is preposterous. Yet we have it given to us as the most brilliant of modern discoveries by a certain school of sociological writers, who seem totally unable to grasp the modification of meaning species and individual have undergone in the last 50 years. They do not seem capable of the suspicion that the boundaries of species have vanished, and that individuality now carries with it the quality of the unique. To them, individuals are still defective copies of a Platonic ideal of the species, and the purpose of breeding no more than an approximation to that perfection. Individuality is indeed a negligible difference to them, an impertinence, and the whole flow of modern biological ideas has washed over them in vain. But to the modern thinker, individuality is the insignificant fact of life, and the idea of the state, which is necessarily concerned with the average and general, selecting individualities in order to pair them and improve the race, an absurdity. It is like fixing a crane on the plain in order to raise the hilltops. In the initiative of the individual above the average lies the reality of the future, which the state, presenting the average, may subserve but cannot control. And the natural center of the emotional life, the cardinal will, the supreme and significant expression of individuality should lie in the selection of a partner for procreation. But compulsory pairing is one thing, and the maintenance of general limiting conditions is another, and one well within the scope of state activity. The state is justified in saying, before you may add children to the community for the community to educate and in part to support, you must be above a certain minimum of personal efficiency, and this you must show by holding a position of solvency and independence in the world. You must be above a certain age, and a certain minimum of physical development, and free of any transmissible disease. You must not be a criminal unless you have expiated your offense. Failing these simple qualifications, if you and some persons conspire and add to the population of the state, we will, for the sake of humanity, take over the innocent victim of your passions, but we shall insist that you are under a debt to the state of a peculiarly urgent sort, and one you will certainly pay, even if it is necessary to use restraint to get the payment out of you. It is a debt that has, in the last resort, your liberty as a security, and moreover, if this thing happens a second time, or if it is a disease or imbecility you have multiplied, we will take an absolutely effectual guarantee that neither you nor your partner offend again in this matter. Harsh, you say, and poor humanity. You have the gentler alternative to study in your terrestrial slums and asylums. It may be urged that to permit conspicuously inferior people to have 1 or 2 children in this way would be to fail to attain the desired end, but indeed this is not so. A suitably qualified permission, as every statesman knows, may produce the social effects without producing the irksome pressure of an absolute prohibition. Amidst bright and comfortable circumstances, and with an easy and practicable alternative, People will exercise foresight and self-restraint to escape even the possibilities of hardship and discomfort, and free life in Utopia is to be well worth this trouble even for inferior people. The growing comfort, self-respect, and intelligence of the English is shown, for example, in the fall in the proportion of illegitimate births from 2.2 per 1,000 in 1846 to 50 to 1.2 per 1,000 in 1890 to 1900. And this without any positive preventive laws whatever. This most desirable result is pretty certain not the consequence of any great exaltation of our moral tone, but simply of a rising standard of comfort and a livelier sense of consequences and responsibilities. If so marked a change is possible in response to such progress as England has achieved in the past 50 years, if discreet restraint can be so effectual as this, it seems reasonable to suppose that in the ampler knowledge and the cleaner, franker atmosphere of our utopian planet, the birth of a child to diseased or inferior parents and contrary to the sanctions of the state will be the rarest of disasters. And the death of a child too, that most tragic event, Utopia will rarely know. Children are not born to die in childhood, but in our world at present, through the defects of our medical science and nursing methods, through defects in our organization, through poverty and carelessness, and through the birth of children that never ought to have been born, 1 out of every 5 children born dies within 5 years. It may be the reader has witnessed this most distressful of all human tragedies. It is sheer waste of suffering. There is no reason why 99 out of every 100 children born should not live to a ripe age. Accordingly, in any modern utopia, it must be insisted they will. Chapter 6, Section 3. All former utopias have, by modern standards, erred on the side of overregulation in these matters. The amount of state interference with the marriage and the birth of the citizens of a modern utopia will be much less than in any terrestrial state. Here, just as in relation to property and enterprise, the law will regulate only in order to secure the utmost freedom and initiative. Up to the beginning of this chapter, our utopian speculations, like many acts of parliament, have ignored the difference of sex. He, indeed, is to be read as he and she, in all that goes before, but we may now come to the sexual aspects of the modern ideal of a constitution of society in which, for all purposes of the individual, women are to be as free as men. This will certainly be realized in the modern utopia, if it can be realized at all, not only for woman's sake, but for man's. But women may be free in theory and not in practice, and as long as they suffer from their economic inferiority, from the inability to produce as much value as a man for the same amount of work, and there can be no doubt of this inferiority, so long will their legal and technical equality be a mockery. It is a fact that almost every point in which a woman differs from a man is an economic disadvantage to her. Her incapacity for great stresses of exertion, her frequent liability to slight illnesses, her weaker initiative, her inferior invention and resourcefulness, her relative incapacity for organization and combination, and the possibilities of emotional complications whenever she is in economic dependence on men. So long as women are compared economically with men and boys, they will be inferior in precisely the measure in which they differ from men. All that constitutes this difference they are supposed not to trade upon except in one way, and that is by winning or luring a man to marry, selling themselves in an almost irrevocable bargain, and then following and sharing his fortunes for better or worse. But do not let the proposition in this first crudity alarm you. Suppose the modern utopia equalizes things between the sexes in the only possible way, by insisting that motherhood is a service to the state and a legitimate claim to a living, and that since the state is to exercise the right of forbidding or sanctioning motherhood, a woman who is or is becoming a mother is as much entitled to wages above the minimum wage, to support, to freedom, and to respect and dignity as a policeman, a solicitor general, a king, a bishop in the state church, a government professor, or anyone else the state sustains. Suppose the state secures to every woman who is, under legitimate sanctions, becoming or likely to become a mother, that is to say, who is duly married, a certain wage from her husband to secure her against the need of toil and anxiety. Suppose it pays her a certain gratuity upon the birth of a child, and continues to pay at regular intervals sums sufficient to keep her and her child in independent freedom, so long as the child keeps up to the minimum standard of health and physical and mental development. Suppose it pays more upon the child when it rises markedly above certain minimum qualifications, physical or mental, and in fact does its best to make thoroughly efficient motherhood a profession worth following, and suppose in correlation with this it forbids the industrial employment of married women and of mothers who have children needing care unless they are in position to employ qualified, efficient substitutes to take care of their offspring, what differences from terrestrial conditions will ensue? This extent of intervention will at least abolish 2 or 3 salient hardships and evils of the civilized life. It will abolish the hardship of the majority of widows, who on earth are poor and encumbered exactly in proportion as they have discharged the chief distinctive duty of a woman, and miserable just in proportion as their standard of life and education is high. It will abolish the hardships of those who do not now marry on account of poverty, or who do not dare have children. The fear that often turns a woman from a beautiful to a mercenary marriage will vanish from life. In Utopia, a career of wholesome motherhood would be, under such conditions as I have suggested, the normal and remunerative calling for a woman, and a capable woman who has born, bred, and begun the education of 8 or 9 well-built, intelligent, and successful sons and daughters would be an extremely prosperous woman, quite irrespective of the economic fortunes of the man she has married. She would need to be an exceptional woman, and she would need to have chosen a man at least a little above the average as her partner in life, but his death or misbehavior or misfortunes would not ruin her. Now, such an arrangement is merely the completed induction from the starting propositions that make some measures of education free and compulsory for every child in the state. If you prevent people making profit out of their children, and every civilized state, even that compendium of old-fashioned individualism, the United States of America, is now disposed to admit the necessity of that prohibition, and if you provide for the aged instead of leaving them to their children's sense of duty, the practical inducements to parentage, except among very wealthy people, are greatly reduced. The sentimental factor in the case rarely leads to more than a solitary child, or at most 2 to a marriage, and with a high and rising standard of comfort and circumspection, it is unlikely that the birth rate will ever rise very greatly again. The Utopians will hold that if you keep the children from profitable employment for the sake of the future, then if you want any but the exceptionally rich, secure, pious, unselfish, or reckless to bear children freely, you must be prepared to throw the cost of their maintenance upon the general community. In short, Utopia will hold that sound childbearing and rearing is a service done not to a particular man but to a whole community, and all its legal arrangements for motherhood will be based on that conception. Chapter 6, Section 4. And after these preliminaries, we must proceed to ask, first, what will be the Utopian marriage law, and then what sort of customs and opinions are likely to be superadded to that law. The trend of our reasoning has brought us to the conclusion that the Utopian state will feel justified in intervening between men and women on 2 accounts. First, on account of paternity, and secondly, on account of the clash of freedoms that may otherwise arise. The Utopian state will effectually interfere with and prescribe conditions for all sorts of contract, and for this sort of contract in particular, it will be in agreement with almost every earthly state, in defining in the completest fashion what things a man or woman may be bound to do, and what they cannot be bound to do. From the point of view of a statesman, marriage is the union of a man and a woman in a manner so intimate as to involve the probability of offspring, and it is of primary importance to the state, first in order to secure good births, and secondly, good home conditions, that these unions should not be free, nor promiscuous, nor practically universal throughout the adult population. Prolific marriage must be a profitable privilege. It must occur only under certain obvious conditions. The contracting parties must be in health and condition, free from specific transmissible taints, above a certain minimum age, and sufficiently intelligent and energetic to have acquired a minimum education. The man at least must be in receipt of a net income above the minimum wage, after any outstanding charges against him have been paid. All this much it is surely reasonable to insist upon before the state becomes responsible for the prospective children. The age at which men and women may contract to marry is difficult to determine, but if we are, as far as possible, to put women on an equality with men, if we are able to insist upon a universally educated population, and if we are seeking to reduce the infantile death rate to zero, it must be much higher than it is in any terrestrial state. The woman should be at least 1 in 20, and the man 26 or 27. One imagines the parties to a projected marriage first obtaining licenses which will testify that these conditions are satisfied. From the point of view of the theoretical utopian state, these licenses are the feature of primary importance. Then, no doubt, that universal register at Paris would come into play. As a matter of justice, there must be no deception between the two people, and the state will ensure that in certain broad essentials this is so. They would have to communicate their joint intention to a public office after their personal licenses were granted, and each would be supplied with a copy of the index card of the projected mate, on which would be recorded his or her age, previous marriages, legally important diseases, offspring, domiciles, public appointments, criminal convictions, registered assignments of property, and so forth. Possibly it might be advisable to have a little ceremony for each party, for each in the absence of the other, in which this record could be read over in the presence of witnesses, together with some prescribed form of address of counsel in the matter. There would then be a reasonable interval for consideration and withdrawal on the part of either spouse. In the event of the two people persisting in their resolution, they would, after this minimum interval, signify as much to the local official, and the necessary entry would be made in the registers. These formalities would be quite independent of any religious ceremonial the contracting parties might choose, for with religious belief and procedure the modern state has no concern. So much for the preliminary conditions of matrimony. For those men and women who choose to ignore these conditions and to achieve any sort of union they liked, the state would have no concern, unless offspring were born illegitimately. In that case, as we have already suggested, it would only be reasonable to make the parents chargeable with every duty, with maintenance, education, and so forth, that in the normal course of things would fall to the state. It would be necessary to impose a life insurance payment upon these parents, and to exact effectual guarantees against every possible evasion of the responsibility they had incurred. But the further control of private morality, beyond the protection of the immature from corruption and evil example, will be of no concern to the state. When a child comes in, the future of the species comes in, and the state comes in as the guardian of interests wider than the individual's. But the adult's private life is the entirely private life into which the state may not intrude. Now, what would be the nature of the utopian contract of matrimony? From the first of the 2 points of view named above, that of parentage, it is obvious that one unavoidable condition will be the chastity of the wife. Her infidelity, being demonstrated, must at once terminate the marriage and release both her husband and the state from any liability for the support of her illegitimate offspring. That, at any rate, is beyond controversy. A marriage contract that does not involve that is a triumph of metaphysics over common sense. It will be obvious that under utopian conditions, it is the state that will suffer injury by a wife's misconduct, and that a husband who condones anything of the sort will participate in her offense. A woman, therefore, who is divorced on this account will be divorced as a public offender, and not in the key of a personal quarrel, not as one who has inflicted a private and personal wrong. This too lies within the primary implications of marriage. Beyond that, what conditions should a marriage contract in Utopia involve? A reciprocal restraint on the part of the husband is clearly of no importance whatever, so far as the first end of matrimony goes, the protection of the community from inferior births. It is no wrong to the state, but it does carry with it a variable amount of emotional offense to the wife. It may wound her pride and cause her violent perturbations of jealousy. It may lead to her neglect, her solitude and unhappiness, and it may even work her to her physical injury. There should be an implication that it is not to occur. She has bound herself to the man for the good of the state, and clearly it is reasonable that she should look to the state for relief if it does occur. The extent of the offense given her is the exact measure of her injury. If she does not mind, nobody minds, and if her self-respect does not suffer, nothing whatever is lost to the world, and so it should rest with her to establish his misconduct and, if she thinks fit, to terminate the marriage. A failure on either side to perform the elementary duties of companionship, desertion, for example, should obviously give the other mate the right to relief, and clearly the development of any disqualifying habit, drunkenness or drug taking, or the like, or any serious crime or acts of violence should give grounds for a final release. Moreover, the modern utopian state intervenes between the sexes only because of the coming generation, and for it to sustain restrictions upon conduct in a continually fruitless marriage is obviously to lapse into purely moral intervention. It seems reasonable, therefore, to set a term to a marriage that remains childless, to let it expire at the end of 3 or 4 or 5 unfruitful years, but with no restriction upon the right of the husband and wife to marry each other again. These are the fairly easy primaries of this question. We now come to the more difficult issues of the matter. The first of these is the question of the economic relationships of husband and wife, having regard to the fact that even in Utopia, women, at least until they become mothers, are likely to be on the average poorer than men. The second is the question of the duration of a marriage, but the two interlock and are, perhaps, best treated together in one common section. And they both ramify in the most complicated manner into the consideration of the general morale of the community. Chapter 6, Section 5. This question of marriage is the most complicated and difficult in the whole range of utopian problems, but it is happily not the most urgent necessity that it should be absolutely solved. The urgent and necessary problem is the ruler. With rulers rightly contrived and a provisional defective marriage law, a utopia may be conceived as existing and studying to perfect itself. But without rulers, a utopia is impossible, though the theory of its matrimony be complete. And the difficulty in this question is not simply the difficulty of a complicated chess problem, for example, in which the whole tangle of considerations does at least lie in one plane, but a series of problems upon different levels and containing incommensurable factors. It is very easy to repeat our initial propositions, to recall that we are on another planet, and that all the customs and traditions of the earth are set aside, but the faintest realization of that demands a feat of psychological insight. We have all grown up into an invincible mold of suggestion about sexual things. We regard this with approval, that with horror, and this again with contempt, very largely because the thing has always been put to us in this light or that. The more emancipated we think ourselves, the more subtle are our bonds. The disentanglement of what is inherent in these feelings from what is acquired is an extraordinary complex undertaking. Probably all men and women have a more or less powerful disposition to jealousy, and what exactly they will be jealous about and what exactly they will suffer seems part of the superposed factor. Probably all men and women are capable of ideal emotions and wishes beyond merely physical desires, but the shape these take are almost entirely a reaction to external images. And you really cannot strip the external off. You cannot get your stark natural man jealous, but not jealous about anything in particular, imaginative without any imaginings, proud at large. Emotional dispositions can no more exist without form than a man without air. Only a very observant man who had lived all over the planet Earth in all sorts of social strata, with every race and tongue, and who was endowed with great imaginative insight, could hope to understand the possibilities and the limitations of human plasticity in this matter, and say what any men and any women would be induced to do willingly, and just exactly what no man and no woman could stand, provided one had the training of them. Though very young men will tell you readily enough, the proceedings of other races and other ages does not seem to carry conviction. What our ancestors did, or what the Greeks or Egyptians did, though it is the direct physical cause of the modern young man or the modern young lady, is apt to impress these remarkable consequences merely as an arrangement of quaint, comical, and repulsive proceedings. But there emerges to the modern inquirer certain ideals and desiderata, that at least some go away towards completing and expanding the crude primaries of a utopian marriage law set out in Section 4. The sound birth being assured, does there exist any valid reason for the persistence of the utopian marriage union? There are two lines of reasoning that go to establish longer duration for marriage. The first of these rests upon the general necessity for a home and for individual attention in the case of children. Children are the results of a choice between individuals. They grow well, as a rule, only in relation to sympathetic and kindred individualities, and no wholesale character ignoring method of dealing with them has ever had a shadow of the success of the individualized home. Neither Plato nor Socrates, who repudiated the home, seems ever to have had anything to do with anything younger than a young man. Procreation is only the beginning of parentage, and even where the mother is not the direct nurse and teacher of her child, even where she delegates these duties, her supervision is, in the common case, essential to its welfare. Moreover, though the utopian state will pay the mother, and the mother only, for the being and welfare of her legitimate children, there will be a clear advantage in fostering the natural disposition of the father to associate his child's welfare with his individual egotism, and to dispense some of his energies and earnings in supplementing the common provision of the state. It is an absurd disregard of a natural economy to leave the innate philoprogenitiveness of either sex uncultivated. Unless the parents continue in close relationship, if each is passing through a series of marriages, the dangers of a conflict of rights and of the frittering away of emotions become very grave. The family will lose homogeneity, and its individuals will have for the mother varied and perhaps incompatible emotional associations. The balance of social advantage is certainly on the side of much more permanent unions, on the side of an arrangement that, subject to ample provisions for a formal divorce without disgrace in cases of incompatibility, would bind, or at least enforce ideals that would tend to bind, a man and woman together for the whole term of her maternal activity, until, that is, the last born of her children was no longer in need of her help. The second system of considerations arises out of the artificiality of woman's position. It is a less conclusive series than the first, and it opens a number of interesting side vistas. A great deal of nonsense is talked about the natural equality or inferiority of women to men, but it is only the same quality that can be measured by degrees and ranged in ascending and descending series, and the things that are essentially feminine are different qualitatively from and incommensurable with the distinctly masculine things. The relationship is in the region of ideals and conventions, and a state is perfectly free to determine that men and women shall come to intercourse on a footing of conventional equality, or with either the man or woman treated as the predominating individual. Aristotle's criticism of Plato in this matter, his insistence upon the natural inferiority of slaves and women, is just the sort of confusion between inherent and imposed qualities that was his most characteristic weakness. The spirit of the European people, of almost all the peoples now in the ascendant, is towards a convention of equality. The spirit of the Mahometan world is towards the intensification of a convention that the man alone is a citizen and that the woman is very largely his property. There can be no doubt that the latter of these two convenient fictions is the more primitive way of regarding this relationship. It is quite unfruitful to argue between these ideals as if there were a demonstrable conclusion. The adoption of either is an arbitrary act, and we shall simply follow our age and time if we display a certain bias for the former. If one looks closely into the various practical expansions of these ideas, we find their inherent falsity works itself out in a very natural way, so soon as reality is touched. Those who insist upon equality work in effect for assimilation, for a similar treatment of the sexes. Plato's women of the governing class, for example, were to strip for gymnastics like men, to bear arms and go to war, and follow most of the masculine occupations of their class. They were to have the same education and to be assimilated to men at every doubtful point. The Aristotelian attitude, on the other hand, insists upon specialization. The men are to rule and fight and toil. The women are to support motherhood in a state of natural inferiority. The trend of evolutionary forces through long centuries of human development has been on the whole in this second direction, has been towards differentiation. Footnote, see Havelock Ellis's Man and Woman. An adult white woman differs far more from a white man than a negress or pygmy woman from her equivalent male. The education, the mental disposition of a white or Asiatic woman reeks of sex. Her modesty, her decorum is not to ignore sex, but to refine and put a point to it. Her costume is clamorous with the distinctive elements of her form. The white woman in the materially prosperous nations is more of a sexual specialist than her sister of the poor and austere peoples, of the prosperous classes more so than the peasant woman. The contemporary woman of fashion who sets the tone of Occidental intercourse is a stimulant rather than a companion for a man. Too commonly, she is an unwholesome stimulant, turning a man from wisdom to appearance, from beauty to beautiful pleasures, from form to color, from persistent aims to belief and stirring triumphs, arrayed in what she distinctly calls dress. Scented, adorned, displayed, she achieves by artifice a sexual differentiation profounder than that of any other vertebrated animal. She outshines the peacock's excess above his mate. One must probe among the domestic secrets of the insects and crustacea to find her living parallel. And it is a question by no means easy and yet of the utmost importance to determine how far the wide and widening differences between the human sexes is inherent and inevitable, and how far it is an accident of social development that may be converted and reduced under a different social regime. Are we going to recognize and accentuate this difference and to arrange our utopian organization to play upon it? Are we going to have two primary classes of human being, harmonizing in deed and reacting, but following essentially different lives? Or are we going to minimize this difference in every possible way? The former alternative leads either to a romantic organization of society in which men will live and fight and die for wonderful, beautiful, exaggerated creatures, or it leads to the harem. It would probably lead through one phase to the other. Women would be enigmas and mysteries and maternal dignitaries that one would approach in a state of emotional excitement and seclude piously when serious work was at hand. A girl would blossom from the totally negligible to the mystically desirable at adolescence, and boys would be removed from their mother's educational influence at as an early age as possible. Whenever men and women met together, the men would be in a state of inflamed competition towards one another, and the women likewise, and the intercourse of ideas would be in suspense. Under the latter alternative, the sexual relation would be subordinated to friendship and companionship. Boys and girls would be co-educated, very largely under maternal direction, and women disarmed of their distinctive barbaric adornments, the feathers, beads, lace, and trimmings that enhance their clamorous claim to a directly personal attention would mingle, according to their quality, in the counsels and intellectual development of men. Such women would be fit to educate boys even up to adolescence. It is obvious that a marriage law embodying a decision between these two sets of ideas would be very different according to the alternative adopted. In the former case, a man would be expected to earn and maintain in an adequate manner the dear delight that had favored him. He would tell her beautiful lies about her wonderful moral effect upon him and keep her sedulously from all responsibility and knowledge. And since there is an undeniably greater imaginative appeal to men in the first bloom of a woman's youth, she would have a distinct claim upon his energies for the rest of her life. In the latter case, a man would no more pay for and support his wife than she would do so for him. They would be two friends, differing in kind, no doubt, but differing reciprocally, who had linked themselves in a matrimonial relationship. Our utopian marriage, so far as we have discussed it, is indeterminate between these alternatives. We have laid it down as a general principle that the private morals of an adult citizen are no concern for the state, but that involves a decision to disregard certain types of bargain. A sanely contrived state will refuse to sustain bargains wherein there is no plausibly fair exchange, and if private morality is really to be outside the scope of the state, then the affections and endearments most certainly must not be regarded as negotiable commodities. The state, therefore, will absolutely ignore the distribution of these favors unless children, or at least the possibility of children, is involved. It follows that it will refuse to recognize any debts or transfers of property that are based on such considerations. It will be only consistent, therefore, to refuse recognition in the marriage contract to any financial obligation between husband and wife, or any settlements qualifying that contract, except when they are in the nature of accessory provision for the prospective children. Footnote: unqualified gifts for love by solvent people will, of course, be quite possible and permissible. Unsalaried services and the like, provided the standard of life is maintained, and the joint income of the couple between whom the services hold does not sink below twice the minimum wage. So far, the utopian state will throw its weight upon the side of those who advocate the independence of women and their conventional equality with men. But to any further definition of the marriage relation, the world state of Utopia will not commit itself. The wide range of relationships that are left possible within and without the marriage code are entirely a matter for the individual choice and imagination. Whether a man treat his wife in private as a goddess to be propitiated, as a mystery to be adored, as an agreeable auxiliary, as a particularly intimate friend, or as the wholesome mother of his children is entirely a matter for their private intercourse. Whether he keep her in oriental idleness or active cooperation, or leave her to live her independent life, rests with the couple alone, and all the possible friendship and intimacies outside marriage also lie quite beyond the organization of the modern state. Religious teaching and literature may affect these, customs may arise, certain types of relationship may involve social isolation. The justice of the statesman is blind to such things. It may be urged that according to Atkinson's illuminating analysis, footnote, see Lang and Atkinson's Social Origins and Primal Law, the control of lovemaking was the very origin of the human community. In Utopia, nevertheless, lovemaking is no concern of the states beyond the province that the protection of children covers. Footnote, it cannot be made too clear that though the control of morality is outside the law, the state must maintain a general decorum, a systematic suppression of powerful and moving examples, and of incitations and temptations of the young and inexperienced, and to that extent it will, of course, in a sense, exercise a control over morals. But this will only be part of a wider law to safeguard the tender mind. For example, lying advertisements and the like, when they lean towards adolescent interests, will encounter a specially disagreeable disposition in the law over and above the treatment of their general dishonesty. Change of function is one of the ruling facts in life. The sac that was in our remotest ancestors a swimming bladder is now a lung, and the state, which was once perhaps no more than the jealous and tyrannous will of the strongest male in the herd, the instrument of justice and equality. The state intervenes now only where there is want of harmony between individuals who exist or who may presently come into existence. Chapter 6, Section 6. It must be reiterated that our reasoning still leaves utopian marriage an institution with wide possibilities of variation. We have tried to give effect to the ideal of a virtual equality, an equality of spirit between men and women, and in doing so we have overridden the accepted opinion of the great majority of mankind. Probably the first writer to do as much was Plato. His argument in support of this innovation upon natural human feeling was thin enough, a mere analogy to illustrate the spirit of his propositions. It was his creative instinct that determined him. In the atmosphere of such speculations as this, Plato looms very large indeed, and in view of what we owe to him, it seems reasonable that we should hesitate before dismissing as a thing prohibited and evil a type of marriage that he almost made the central feature in the organization of the ruling class, at least of his ideal state. He was persuaded that the narrow monogamic family is apt to become illiberal and antisocial, to withdraw the imagination and energies of the citizens from the services of the community as a whole, and the Roman Catholic Church has so far endorsed and substantiated his opinion as to forbid family relations to its priests and significant servants. He conceived of a poet devotion to the public idea, a devotion of which the mind of Aristotle, as his criticisms of Plato show, was incapable, as a substitute for the warm and tender but illiberal emotions of the home. But while the Church made the alternative to family ties celibacy, footnote, the warm imagination of Campanella, that quaint Calabrian monastic, fired by Pluto, reversed this aspect of the Church. And participation in an organization, Plato was far more in accordance with modern ideas in perceiving the disadvantage that would result from precluding the nobler types of character from offspring. He saw a way to achieve progeny, therefore, without the narrow concentration of the sympathies about the home, and he found it in a multiple marriage in which every member of the governing class was considered to be married to all the others. But the detailed operation of this system he put tentatively and very obscurely. His suggestions have the experimental inconsistency of an inquiring man. He left many things altogether open, and it is unfair to him to adopt Aristotle's forensic method and deal with his discussion as though it was a fully worked out project. It is clear that Plato intended every member of his governing class to be so changed at birth as to leave paternity untraceable, Mothers were not to know their children, nor children their parents, but there is nothing to forbid the supposition that he intended these people to select and adhere to congenial mates within the great family. Aristotle's assertion that the Platonic Republic left no scope for the virtue of continence shows that he had jumped to just the same conclusions a contemporary London errand boy, hovering a little shamefacedly over Jowett in a public library, might be expected to reach. Aristotle obscures Plato's intention, it may be accidentally, but speaking of his marriage institution as a community of wives. When reading Plato, he could not or would not escape reading in his own conception of the natural ascendancy of men, his idea of property in women and children. But as Plato intended women to be conventionally equal to men, this phrase belies him altogether. Communities of husbands and wives would be truer to his proposal. Aristotle condemns Plato as roundly as any commercial room would condemn him today, and in much the same spirit. He asserts rather than proves that such a grouping is against the nature of man. He wanted to have women property just as he wanted to have slaves property. He did not care to ask why, and it distressed his conception of convenience extremely to imagine any other arrangement. It is no doubt true that the natural instinct of either sex is exclusive of participators in intimacy during a period of intimacy, but it was probably Aristotle who gave Plato an offensive interpretation in this matter. No one would freely submit to such a condition of affairs as multiple marriage carried out, in the spirit of the Aristotelian interpretation, to an obscene completeness. But that is all the more reason why the modern Utopia should not refuse a grouped marriage to 3 or more freely consenting persons. There is no sense in prohibiting institutions which no sane people could ever want to abuse. It is claimed, though the full facts are difficult to ascertain, that a group marriage of over 200 persons was successfully organized by John Humphrey Noyes at Oneida Creek. Footnote: see John H. Noyes' History of American Socialisms and his writings generally. The bare facts of this and the other American experiments are given, together with more recent matter, by Morris Hilcourt in the History of Socialism in the United States. It is fairly certain in the latter case that there was no promiscuity, and that the members mated for variable periods and often for life within the group. The documents are reasonably clear upon that point. This Oneida community was, in fact, a league of 200 persons to regard their children as common. Choice and preference were not abolished in the community, though in some cases they were set aside, just as they are by many parents under our present conditions. There seems to have been a premature attempt at stirpiculture, at what Mr. Francis Galton now calls eugenics, in the mating of the members, and there was also a limitation of offspring. Beyond these points, the inner secrets of the community do not appear to be very profound. Its atmosphere was almost commonplace. It was made up of ordinary people. There is no doubt that it had a career of exceptional success throughout the whole lifetime of its founder, and it broke down with the advent of a new generation, with the onset of theological differences and the loss of its guiding intelligence. The Anglo-Saxon spirit, it has been said by one of the ablest children of the experiment, is too individualistic for communism. It is possible to regard the temporary success of this complex family as a strange accident, as the wonderful exploit of what was certainly a very exceptional man. Its final disintegration into frankly monogamic couples, it is still a prosperous business association, may be taken as an experimental verification of Aristotle's common sense psychology, and was probably merely the public acknowledgement of conditions already practically established. Out of respect for Plato, we cannot ignore this possibility of multiple marriage altogether in our utopian theorizing, but even if we leave this possibility open, we are still bound to regard it as a thing so likely to be rare as not to come at all under our direct observation during our utopian journeyings. But in one sense, of course, in the sense that the state guarantees care and support for all properly born children, our entire utopia is to be regarded as a comprehensive marriage group. Footnote: the Thelema of Rabelais, with its principle of fais ce que voudras within the limits of order, is probably intended to suggest a Platonic complex marriage after the fashion of our interpretation. It must be remembered that a modern utopia must differ from the utopias of any preceding age in being worldwide. It is not, therefore, to be the development of any special race or type of culture, as Plato's development of Athenian Spartan blend, or more Tudor England. The modern utopia is to be before all things synthetic. Politically and socially, as linguistically, we must suppose it is a synthesis. Politically, it will be a synthesis of once widely different forms of government. Socially and morally, a synthesis of a great variety of domestic traditions and ethical habits. Into the modern utopia there must have entered the mental tendencies and origins that give our own world the polygamy of Zulus and Utah, the polyandry of Tibet, the latitudes of experiment permitted in the United States, and the divorceless wedlock of Kumta. The tendency of all synthetic processes in matters of law and custom is to reduce and simplify the compulsory canon, to admit alternatives and freedoms. What were laws before became traditions of feeling and style, and in no matter will this be more apparent than in questions affecting the relations of the sexes. Chapter 7. A Few Utopian Impressions. Section 1. But now we are in a better position to describe the houses and ways of the utopian townships about the Lake of Lucerne, and to glance a little more neatly at the people who pass. You figure us as curiously settled down in Utopia, as working for a low wage at wood carving until the authorities at the Central Registry in Paris can solve the perplexing problem we have set them. We stay in an inn looking out upon the lake and go to and fro for 5 hours' work a day, with a curious effect of having been born utopians. The rest of our time is our own. Our inn is one of those inns and lodging houses which have a minimum tariff, inns which are partly regulated and, in the default of private enterprise, maintained and controlled by the world state throughout the entire world. It is one of several such establishments in Lucerne. It possesses many hundreds of practically self-cleaning little bedrooms, equipped very much after the fashion of the rooms we occupied in the similar but much smaller inn at Hospital, differing only a little in the decoration. There's the same dressing room recess with its bath, the same graceful proportion and the succinct simplicity of its furniture. This particular inn is a quadrangle after the fashion of an Oxford college. It is perhaps 40 feet high, and with about 5 stories of bedrooms above its lower apartments. The windows of the rooms look either outward or inward to the quadrangle, and the doors give upon artificially lit passages with staircases passing up and down. These passages are carpeted with a sort of court carpet, but are otherwise bare. The lower story is occupied by the equivalent of a London club, kitchens and other offices, dining room, writing room, smoking and assembly rooms, a barber's shop and a library. A colonnade with seats runs about the quadrangle, and in the middle of a grass plot. In the center of this, a bronze figure, a sleeping child, reposes above a little basin and fountain, in which water lilies are growing. The place has been designed by an architect happily free from the hampering traditions of Greek temple building and of Roman and Italian palaces. It is simple, unaffected, gracious. The material is some artificial stone with a dull surface and something of the tint of yellow ivory. The color is a little irregular, and a partial confession of girders and pillars breaks this front of tender color with lines and moldings of greenish gray that blend with the tones of the leaden gutters and rain pipes from the little red roof. At one point only does any explicit effort towards artistic effect appear, and that is in the great arched gateway opposite my window. 2 or 3 abundant yellow roses climb over the face of the building, and when I look out of my window in the early morning, for the usual utopian working day commences within an hour of sunrise, I see Pilatus above his outlook, rosy in the morning sky. This quadrangle type of building is the prevalent element in utopian Lucerne, and one may go from end to end of town along corridors and covered colonnades without emerging by a gateway into the open roads at all. Small shops are found in these colonnades, but the larger stores are usually housed in buildings specially adapted to their needs. The majority of the residential edifices are far finer and more substantial than our own modest shelter, though we gather from such chance glimpses as we get of their arrangements that the labor-saving ideal runs through every grade of this servantless world, and what we should consider a complete house in earthly England is hardly known here. The autonomy of the household has been reduced far below terrestrial conditions by hotels and clubs and all sorts of cooperative expedients. People who do not live in hotels seem usually to live in clubs. The fairly prosperous utopian belongs, in most cases, to one or two residential clubs of congenial men and women. These clubs usually possess, in addition to furnished bedrooms, more or less elaborate suites of apartments, and if a man prefers it, one of these latter can be taken and furnished according to his personal taste. A pleasant boudoir, a private library and study, a private garden plot are among the commonest of such luxuries. Devices to secure roof gardens, loggias, verandas, and such like open-air privacies to the more sumptuous of these apartments give interest and variety to utopian architecture. There are sometimes little cooking corners in these flats, as one would call them on Earth, but the ordinary utopian would no more think of a special private kitchen for his dinners than he would think of a private flour mill or dairy farm. Business, private work, and professional practice go on sometimes in the house apartments, but often in special offices in the great warren of the business quarter. A common garden, an infant school, playrooms, and a playing garden for children are universal features of the club quadrangles. 2 or 3 main roads with their tramways, their cyclist paths, and swift traffic paths will converge on the urban center, where the public offices will stand in a group close to the 2 or 3 theaters and the larger shops, and hither, too, in the case of Lucerne, the head of the swift railway to Paris in England and Scotland, and to the Rhineland and Germany will run. And as one walks out from the town center, one will come to that mingling of homesteads and open country which will be the common condition of all the more habitable parts of the globe. Here and there, no doubt, will stand quite solitary homesteads that will nevertheless be lit and warmed by cables from the Central Force workstation, that will share the common water supply, will have their perfected telephonic connection with the rest of the world, with doctor, shop, and so forth, and may even have a pneumatic tube for books and parcels to the nearest post office. But the solitary homestead, as a permanent residence, will be something of a luxury, the resort of rather wealthy garden lovers, and most people with a bias for retirement will probably get as much residential solitude as they care for in the hire of a holiday chalet in the forest, by remote lagoons or high up the mountainside. The solitary house may indeed prove to be very rare indeed in Utopia. The same forces, the same facilitation of communications that will diffuse the towns will tend to little concentrations of the agricultural population over the countryside. The field workers will probably take their food with them to their work during the day, and for the convenience of an interesting dinner and of civilized intercourse after the working day is over, they will most probably live in a college quadrangle with a common room and club. I doubt if there will be any agricultural laborers drawing wages in Utopia. I am inclined to imagine farming done by tenant associations, by little democratic, unlimited liability companies working under elected managers, and paying not a fixed rent, but a share of the produce of the state. Such companies could reconstruct annually to weed out indolent members. Footnotes, schemes for the Cooperative Association of Producers will be found in Dr. Hertzka's Freeland. A minimum standard of efficiency in farming would be ensured by fixing a minimum beneath which the rent must not fall, and perhaps by inspection. The general laws respecting the standard of life would, of course, apply to such associations. This type of cooperation presents itself to me as socially the best arrangement for productive agriculture and horticulture, but such enterprises as stock breeding, seed farming, and the stocking and loan of agricultural implements are probably, and agricultural research and experiments certainly, best handled directly by large companies or the municipality or the state. But I should do little to investigate this question. These are presented as quite incidental impressions. You must suppose that for the most part our walks and observations keep us with the more urban quarters of Lucerne. For a number of beautifully printed placards at the street corners, adorned with caricatures of considerable pungency, we discover an odd little election is in progress. This is the selection upon strictly democratic lines, with a suffrage that includes every permanent resident in the Lucerne ward over the age of 15, of the ugliest local building. The old little urban and local governing bodies, we find, have long since been superseded by great provincial municipalities for all the more serious administrative purposes, but they still survive to discharge a number of curious minor functions, and not the least among these is this sort of aesthetic ostracism, Every year, every minor local governing body pulls down a building selected by local plebiscite, and the greater government pays a slight compensation to the owner and resumes possession of the land it occupies. The idea would strike us as first as simply whimsical, but in practice it appears to work as a cheap and practical device for the aesthetic education of builders, engineers, businessmen, opulent persons, and the general body of the public. But when we come to consider its application to our own world, we should perceive it was the most utopian thing we had so far encountered. Chapter 7, Section 2. The factory that employs us is something very different from the ordinary earthly model. Our business is to finish making little wooden toys, bears, cattlemen, and the like for children. The things are made in the rough by machinery, and then finished by hand because the work of unskillful but interested men, and it really is an extremely amusing employment, is found to give a personality and interest to these objects no machine can ever attain. We carvers, who are the riffraff of Utopia, work in a long shed together, nominally by time. We must keep at the job for the length of the spell, but we are expected to finish a certain number of toys for each spell of work. The rules of the game as between employer and employed in this particular industry hang on the wall behind us. They are drawn up by a conference of the Common Council of Wages Workers with the employers, a common council which has resulted in Utopia from a synthesis of the old trades unions, and which has become a constitutional power. But any man who has skill or humor is presently making his own bargain with our employer more or less above that datum line. Our employer is a quiet, blue-eyed man with a humorous smile. He dresses wholly in an indigo blue, that later we come to consider a sort of voluntary uniform for utopian artists. As he walks about the workshop stopping to laugh at this production or praise that, one is reminded inevitably of an art school. Every now and then he carves a little himself or makes a sketch or departs to the machinery to order some change in the rough shapes it is turning out. Our work is by no means confined to animals. After a time I am told to specialize in a comical little Roman-nosed pony, but several of the better paid carvers work up caricature images of eminent utopians. Over these our employer is most disposed to meditate, and from them he darts off most frequently to improve the type. It is high summer, and our shed lies open at either end. On one hand is a steep mountain, side down where there comes, now bridging a chasm, now a mere straight groove across a meadow, now hidden among green branches, the waterslide that brings our trees from the purple forest overhead. Above us, but nearly hidden, hums the machine shed, but we see a corner of the tank into which, with a mighty splash, the pine trees are delivered. Every now and then, bringing with him a gust of resinous smell, a white-clad machinist will come in with a basket full of crude, unwrought little images, and will turn them out upon a table from which we carvers select them. Whenever I think of Utopia, that faint and fluctuating smell of resin returns to me, and whenever I smell resin comes the memory of the open end of the shed looking out upon the lake, the blue-green lake, the boats mirrored in the water, and far and high beyond floats the atmospheric fairyland of the mountains of Glarus, 20 miles away. The cessation of the second and the last spell of work comes about midday, and then we walk home, through this beautiful intricacy of a town, to our cheap hotel beside the lake. We should go our way with a curious contentment, for all that we were earning scarcely more than the minimum wage. We should have, of course, our uneasiness about the final decisions of that universal eye which has turned upon us. We should have those ridiculous sham numbers on our consciences, but that general restlessness, that brooding stress that pursues the weekly worker on earth, that aching anxiety that drives him so often to stupid betting, stupid drinking, and violent and mean offenses will have vanished out of mortal experience. Chapter 7, Section 3. I should find myself contrasting my position with my preconceptions about a utopian visit. I had always imagined myself as standing outside the general machinery of the state, in the distinguished visitors' gallery, as it were, and getting the new world in a series of comprehensive perspective views. But this utopia, for all the sweeping floats of generalization I do my best to maintain, is swallowing me up. I find myself going between my work and the room in which I sleep and the place in which I dine, very much as I went to and fro in that real world into which I fell 45 years ago. I find about me mountains and horizons that limit my view, institutions that vanish also without an explanation, beyond the limit of sight, and a great complexity of things I do not understand, and about which, to tell the truth, I do not formulate acute curiosities. People, very unrepresentative people just as casual as people in the real world, come into personal relations with us, and little threads of private and immediate interest spin themselves rapidly into a thickening gray veil across the general view. I lose the comprehensive interrogation of my first arrival. I find myself interested in the grain of the wood I work, in birds among the tree branches, and little irrelevant things, and it is only now and then that I get fairly back to the mood that takes all Utopia for its picture. We spend our first surplus of utopian money in the reorganization of our wardrobes upon more utopian lines. We develop acquaintance with several of our fellow workers and of those who share our table at the inn. We pass insensibly into acquaintanceships and the beginning of friendships. The world Utopia, I say, seems for a time to be swallowing me up. At the thought of detail, it looms too big for me. The question of government, of its sustaining ideas, of race and the wider future, hang like the arch of a sky over these daily incidents, very great indeed, but very remote. These people about me are everyday people not so very far from the minimum wage, accustomed much as the everyday people of Earth are accustomed to take their world as they find it. Such inquiries as I attempt are pretty obviously a bore to them, pass outside their range as completely as utopian speculation on Earth outranges a stevedore, or a member of parliament, or a working plumber. Even the little things of daily life interest them in a different way. So I get on with my facts and reasoning rather slowly. I find myself looking among the pleasant multitudes of the streets for types that promise congenial conversation. My sense of loneliness is increased during this interlude by the better social success of the botanist. I find him presently falling into conversation with two women who are accustomed to sit at a table near our own. They wear the loose, colored robes of soft material that are the usual wear of common adult utopian women. They are both dark and sallow, and they affect amber and crimson in their garments. Their faces strike me as a little unintelligent, and there is a faint touch of middle-aged coquetry in their bearing that I do not like. Yet on Earth we should consider them women of exceptional refinement, but the botanist evidently sees in this direction scope for the feelings that have wilted a little under my inattention, and he begins that petty intercourse of a word, of a slight civility, of vague inquiries and comparisons that lead at last to associations and confidences. Such superficial confidences, that is to say, as he finds satisfactory. This throws me back upon my private observations. The general effect of a utopian population is vigor. Everyone one meets seems to be not only in good health, but in training. One rarely meets fat people, bald people, or bent and gray. People who would be obese or bent and obviously aged on Earth are here in good repair, and as a consequence, the whole effect of a crowd is livelier and more invigorating than on Earth. The dress is varied and graceful. That of the women reminds one most of the Italian 15th century. They have an abundance of soft and beautifully colored stuffs, and the clothes, even of the poorest, fit admirably. Their hair is very simply but very carefully and beautifully dressed, and except in very sunny weather they do not wear hats or bonnets. There is a little difference in deportment between one class and another. They are all graceful and bear themselves with quiet dignity, and among a group of them a European woman of fashion in her lace and feathers, her hat and metal ornaments, her mixed accumulations of trimmings, would look like a barbarian trickled out with the miscellaneous plunder of a museum. Boys and girls wear much the same sort of costume, brown leather shoes, then a sort of combination of hose and close-fitting trousers that reaches from toe to waist, and over this a beltless jacket fitting very well, or a belted tunic. Many slender women wear the same sort of costume. We should see them in it very often in such places as Lucerne, as they returned from expeditions in the mountains. The older men would wear long robes very frequently, but the greater proportion of the men would go in variations of much the same costumes as the children. There would certainly be hooded cloaks and umbrellas for rainy weather, high boots for mud and snow, and cloaks and coats and furry robes for the winter. There would be no doubt a freer use of color than terrestrial Europe sees in these days, but the costume of the women at least would be soberer and more practical, and in harmony with our discussion in the previous chapter, less differentiated than the men's. But these, of course, are generalizations. These are the mere translation of the social facts that we have hypothecated into the language of costume. There will be a great variety of costume and no compulsions. The doubles of people who are naturally foppish on Earth will be foppish in Utopia, and people who have no natural taste on Earth will have inartistic equivalents. Everyone will not be quiet in tone or harmonious or beautiful. Occasionally, as I go through the streets to my work, I shall turn around to glance again at some robe shot with gold embroidery, some slashing of the sleeves, some eccentricity of cut, or some discord or untidiness. But these will be but transient flashes in a general flow of harmonious graciousness. Dress will have scarcely any of that effect of disorderly conflict, of self-assertion qualified by the fear of ridicule, that it has in the crudely competitive civilizations of Earth. I shall have the seeker's attitude of mind during these few days at Lucerne. I shall become a student of faces. I shall be, as it were, looking for someone. I shall see heavy faces, dull faces, faces with an uncongenial animation, alien faces, and among these some with an immediate quality of appeal. I should see desirable men approaching me, and I should think, now, if I were to speak to you, many of these latter, I should note, wore the same clothing as the men who spoke to us at Wasson. I should begin to think of it as a sort of uniform. Then I should see grave-faced girls, girls of that budding age when their bearing becomes delusively wise, and the old deception of my youth will recur to me. Could you and I but talk together? I should think women will pass me lightly, women with open and inviting faces, but they will not attract me. And there will come beautiful women, women with that touch of claustral preoccupation which forbids the thought of any near approach. They are private and secret, and I may not enter, I know, into their thoughts. I go as often as I can to the seat by the end of the old Kapellbrücke and watch the people passing over. I shall find a quality of dissatisfaction throughout all these days. I shall come to see this period more and more distinctly as a pause, as a waiting interlude, and the idea of an encounter with my double, which came at first as if it were a witticism, as something verbal and surprising, begins to take substance. The idea grows in my mind that after all this is the someone I am seeking, this utopian self of mine. I had at first an idea of a grotesque encounter, as of something happening in a looking-glass, but presently it dawns on me that my utopian self must be a very different person from me. His training will be different, his mental content different, but between us there will be a strange link of essential identity, a sympathy and understanding. I find the thing rising suddenly to a preponderance in my mind. I find the interest of details dwindling to the vanishing point. That I have come to Utopia is the lesser thing now, the greater is that I have come to meet myself. I spend hours trying to imagine the encounter, inventing little dialogues. I go alone to the bureau to find if any news has come to hand from the great index at Paris, but I am told to wait another 24 hours. I cease absolutely to be interested in anything else, except so far as it leads towards intercourse with this being who is to be at once so strangely alien and so totally mine. Chapter 7, Section 4. Wrapped up in these preoccupations as I am, it will certainly be the botanist who will notice the comparative absence of animals about us. He will put it in the form of a temperature objection to the utopian planet. He is a professed lover of dogs, and there are none. We have seen no horses, and only 1 or 2 mules on the day of our arrival, and there seems not a cat in the world. I bring my mind round to his suggestion. This follows, I say. It is only reluctantly that I allow myself to be drawn from my secret musings into a discussion of utopian pets. I try to explain that a phase in the world's development is inevitable when a systematic worldwide attempt will be made to destroy forever a great number of contagious and infectious diseases, and that this will involve, for a time at any rate, a stringent suppression of the free movement of familiar animals. Utopian houses, streets, and drains will be planned and built to make rats, mice, and such like house parasites impossible. The race of cats and dogs, providing, as it does, living fastnesses to which such diseases as plague, influenza, catarrhs, and the like can retreat to sally forth again, must pass for a time out of freedom, and the filth made by horses and the other brutes of the highway vanish from the face of the earth. These things make an old story to me, and perhaps explicitness suffers through my brevity. My botanist fails altogether to grasp what the disappearance of diseases means. His mind has no imaginative organ of that compass. As I talk, his mind rests on one fixed image, This presents what the botanist would probably call a dear old doggy, which the botanist would make believe did not possess any sensible odor, and it has faithful brown eyes and understands everything you say. The botanist would make believe it understood him mystically, and I figure his long white hand, which seems to me in my more jaundiced moments to exist entirely for picking things and holding a lens, patting its head while the brute looked things unspeakable. The botanist shakes his head after my explanation and says quietly, "I do not like your Utopia if there are to be no dogs." Perhaps that makes me a little malicious. Indeed, I do not hate dogs, but I care 10,000 times more for a man than for all the brutes on the earth. And I can see what the botanist I think cannot, that a life spent in the delightful atmosphere of many pet animals may have too dear a price. I find myself back again at the comparison of the botanist and myself. There is a profound difference in our imaginations, and I wonder whether it is the consequence of innate character or of training, and whether he is really the human type or I. I am not altogether without imagination, but what imagination I have has the most insistent disposition to square itself with every fact in the universe. It hypothesizes very boldly, but on the other hand, it will not gravely make believe. Now the botanist's imagination is always busy with the most impossible make-believe. That is the way with all children I know. But it seems to me one ought to pass out of it. It isn't as though the world was an untidy nursery. It is a place of splendors indescribable for all who will lift its veils. It may be he is essentially different from me, but I am much more inclined to think he is simply more childish. Always it is make-believe. He believes that horses are beautiful creatures, for example, dogs are beautiful creatures, and that some women are inexpressibly lovely, and he makes believe that this is always so. Never a word of criticism of horse or dog or woman, never a word of criticism of his impeccable friends. Then there's his botany. He believes that all the vegetable kingdom is mystically perfect and exemplary, that the flowers smell deliciously and are exquisitely beautiful, that Drosera does not hurt flies very much, and that onions do not smell. Most of the universe does not interest this nature lover at all. But I know, and I am querulously incapable of understanding, why everyone else does not know, that a horse is beautiful in one way and quite ugly in another, that everything has this shot silk quality, and is all the finer for that. When people talk of a horse as an ugly animal, I think of its beautiful moments, but when I hear a flow of indiscriminate praise of its beauty, I think of such an aspect as one gets, for example, from a dog cart, the fiddle-shaped back and the distressing blade of the neck, the narrow clumsy place between the ears, and the ugly glimpse of cheek. There is, indeed, no beauty whatever save the transitory thing that comes and comes again. All beauty is really the beauty of expression, is really kinetic and momentary. That is true even of those triumphs of static endeavor achieved by Greece. The Greek temple, for example, is a barn with a face that at a certain angle of vision and in a certain light has a great calm beauty. But where are we drifting? Of all such things I hold are cases of more or less, and of the right moment and the right aspect, even the things I most esteem. There is no perfection, there is no enduring treasure. This pet dog's beautiful affection, I say, or this other's sensuous or imaginative delight, is no doubt good, but it can be put aside if it is incompatible with some other and wider good. You cannot focus all good things together. All right action and all wise action is surely sound judgment and courageous abandonment in the matter of such incompatibilities. If I cannot imagine thoughts and feelings in a dog's brain that cannot possibly be there, at least I can imagine things in the future of men that might be there had we the will to demand them. I don't like this Utopia, the botanist repeats. You don't understand about dogs. To me, they're human beings, and more. There used to be such a jolly old dog at my aunt's at Frognal when I was a boy. But I do not heed his anecdote. Something of the nature of conscience has suddenly jerked back the memory of that beer I drank at Hospital and puts an accusing finger on the memory. I never had a pet animal, I confess, though I have been fairly popular with kittens, but with regard to a certain petting of myself? Perhaps I was premature about that beer. I have had no pet animals, but I perceive if the modern Utopia is going to demand the sacrifice of the love of animals, which is, in its way, a very fine thing indeed, so much the more readily may it demand the sacrifice of many other indulgences, some of which are not even fine in the lowest degree. It is curious, this haunting insistence upon sacrifice and discipline. It is slowly becoming my dominant thought that the sort of people whose will this utopia embodies must be people a little heedless of small pleasures. You cannot focus all good things at the same time. That is my chief discovery in these meditations at Lucerne. Much of the rest of this utopia I had in a sort of way anticipated, but not this. I wonder if I shall see my utopian self for long and be able to talk to him freely. We lie in the petal-strewn grass under some Judas trees beside the lake shore, as I meander among these thoughts, and each of us, disregardful of his companion, follows his own associations. Very remarkable, I say, discovering that the botanist has come to an end with his story of that frognal dog. You'd wonder how he knew, he says. You would. I nibble a green blade. Do you realize quite, I ask, that within a week we shall face our utopian selves and measure something of what we might have been? The botanist's face clouds. He rolls over, sits up abruptly, and puts his lean hands about his knees. I don't like to think about it, he says. What is the good of reckoning? Might have beens. Chapter 7, Section 5. It is pleasant to think of one's puzzling the organized wisdom of so superior a planet as this utopia, this moral monster state my Frankenstein of reasoning has made. And to that pitch we have come. When we are next in the presence of our Lucerne official, he has the bearing of a man who faces a mystification beyond his powers, an incredible disarrangement of the order of nature. Here, for the first time in the records of utopian science, are two cases, not simply one but two, and these in each other's company, of duplicated thumb marks. This, coupled with a cock and bull story of an instantaneous transfer from some planet unknown to utopian astronomy, that he and all his world exist only upon a hypothesis that would explain every one of these difficulties absolutely, is scarcely likely to occur to this obviously unphilosophic mind. The official eye is more eloquent than the official lips and asks almost urgently, "What in this immeasurable universe have you managed to do to your thumbs, and why?" But he is only a very inferior sort of official indeed, a mere clerk of the post, and he has all the guarded reserve of your thoroughly unoriginal man. You are not the two persons I ascertained you were, he says, with the note of one resigned to communion with unreason, because you, he indicates me, are evidently at your residence in London. I smile. That gentleman, he points a pen at the botanist in a manner that is intended to dismiss any smile once for all, will be in London next week. He will be returning next Friday from a special mission to investigate the fungoid parasites that have been attacking the cinchona trees in Ceylon. The botanist blesses his heart. Consequently, the official sighs at the burthen of such nonsense, you will have to go and consult with the people you ought to be. I betray a faint amusement. You will have to end by believing in our planet, I say. He waggles the negation with his head. He would intimate his position as too responsible a one for jesting, and both of us in our several ways enjoy the pleasure we poor humans have in meeting with intellectual inferiority. The Standing Committee of Identification, he says, with an eye on a memorandum, has remitted your case to the research professor of anthropology in the University of London, and they want you to go there, if you will, and talk to him. What else can we do, says the botanist. There's no positive compulsion, he remarks, but your work here will probably cease. Here, he pushed the neat slips of paper towards us, are your tickets for London, and a small but sufficient supply of money. He indicates 2 piles of coins and paper on either hand of him, for a day or so there. He proceeds in the same dry manner to inform us we are invited to call at our earliest convenience upon our doubles, and upon the professor who is to investigate our case. And then he pulls down the corners of his mouth in a wry, deprecatory smile, eyes us obliquely under a crumpled brow, shrugs his shoulders, and shows us the palm of his hands. On earth, when there is nationality, this would have been a Frenchman, the inferior sort of Frenchman, the sort whose only happiness is in the routine security of government employment. Chapter 7, Section 6. London will be the first utopian city center we shall see. We shall find ourselves there with not a little amazement. It will be our first experience of the swift, long-distance travel of Utopia, and I have an idea, I know not why, that we should make the journey by night. Perhaps I think so because the idea of long-distance travel is surely a restful translation less suitable for the active hours. We shall dine and gossip and drink coffee at the pretty little tables under the lantern-lit trees. We shall visit the theater and decide to sup in the train, and so come at last to the station. There we shall find pleasant rooms with seats and books, luggage all neatly elsewhere, and doors that we shall imagine give upon a platform. Our cloaks and hats and such like outdoor impedimenta will be taken in the hall and neatly labeled for London. We shall exchange our shoes for slippers there, and we shall sit down like men in a club. An officious little bell will presently call our attention to a label, London, on the doorway, and an excellent phonograph will enforce that notice with infinite civility. The doors will open and we shall walk through into an equally comfortable gallery. "Where's the train for London?" we shall ask a uniformed fellow Utopian. "This is the train for London," he will say. There will be a shutting of doors, and the botanist and I, trying not to feel too childish, will walk exploring through the capacious train. The resemblance to a club will strike us both. A good club, the botanist will correct me. When one travels beyond a certain speed, there is nothing but fatigue in looking out of a window, and this corridor train, twice the width of its poor terrestrial brother, will have no need of that distraction. The simple device of abandoning any but a few windows, and those set high, gives the wall space of the long corridors to books. The middle part of the train is indeed a comfortable library, with abundant armchairs and couches, each with its green-shaded light and soft carpets upon the soundproof floor. Further on will be a newsroom, with a noiseless but busy tape at one corner, printing off messages from the wires by the wayside, and further still, rooms for gossip and smoking, a billiard room, and the dining car. Behind we shall come to bedrooms, bathrooms, the hairdresser, and so forth. "When shall we start?" I asked presently, as we return, rather like bashful yokels, to the library, and the old gentleman reading the Arabian Nights in the armchair in the corner glances up at me with a sudden curiosity. The botanist touches my arm and nods towards a pretty little lead-paned window, through which we see a village sleeping under cloudy moonlight go flashing by. Then a skylit lake, and then a string of swaying lights gone with the leap of a camera shutter. 200 miles an hour. We resort to a dignified Chinese steward and secure our berths. It is perhaps terrestrial of us that we do not think of reading the utopian literature that lines the middle part of the train. I find a bed of the simple utopian pattern and lie for a time thinking, quite tranquilly, of this marvelous adventure. I wonder why it is that to lie securely in bed with the light out seems ever the same place, wherever in space one may chance to be. And asleep, there is no space for us at all. I become drowsy and incoherent and metaphysical. The faint and fluctuating drone of the wheels below the car, re-echoed by the flying track, is more perceptible now, but it is not unpleasantly loud. Merely a faint tinting of the quiet. No sea crossing breaks our journey. There is nothing to prevent a channel tunnel in that other planet, and I wake in London. The train has been in London some time when I awake, for these marvelous utopians have discovered that it is not necessary to bundle out passengers from a train in the small hours, simply because they have arrived. A utopian train is just a peculiar kind of hotel corridor that flies about the earth while one sleeps. Chapter 7, Section 7. How will a great city of Utopia strike us? To answer that question, well, one must needs be artist and engineer, and I am neither. Moreover, one must employ words and phrases that do not exist, for this world does not dream of the things that may be done with thought and steel when the engineer is sufficiently educated to be an artist, and the artistic intelligence has been quickened to the accomplishment of an engineer. How can one write of these things for a generation which rather admires that inconvenient and gawky muddle of ironwork and Flemish architecture, the London Tower Bridge? When before this, temerarious anticipators have written of the mighty buildings that might someday be, the illustrator has blended with the poor ineffectual splutter of the author's words, his powerful suggestion that it amounted supply to something bulbous, florid, and fluent in the vein of the onion, and l'art nouveau. But here it may be the illustrator will not intervene. Art has scarcely begun in the world. There have been a few forerunners, and that is all. Leonardo, Michelangelo, how they would have exulted in the liberties of steel. There are no more pathetic documents in the archives of art than Leonardo's memoranda. In these, one sees him again and again, reaching out, as it were, with empty, desirous hands, towards the unborn possibilities of the engineer. And Dürer, too, was a modern, with the same turn towards creative invention. In our times, these men would have wanted to make viaducts, to bridge wild and inaccessible places, to cut and straddle great railways athwart the mountain masses of the world. You can see time after time in Dürer's work, as you can see in the imaginary architectural landscape of the Pompeian walls, the dream of structures, lighter and bolder than stone or brick can yield. These utopian town buildings will be the realization of such dreams. Here will be one of the great meeting places of mankind. Here, I speak of utopian London, will be the traditional center of one of the great races and the commonality of the world state, and here will be its social and intellectual exchange. There will be a mighty university there, with thousands of professors and tens of thousands of advanced students, and here great journals of thought and speculation, mature and splendid books of philosophy and science, and a glorious fabric of literature will be woven and shaped, and with a teeming leisureliness put forth. Here will be stupendous libraries and a mighty organization of museums. About these centers will cluster a great swarm of people, and close at hand will be another center, for I, who am an Englishman, must needs stipulate that Westminster shall still be a seat of world empire. One of several seats, if you will, where the ruling council of the world assembles. Then the arts will cluster round this city, as gold gathers about wisdom, and here Englishmen will weave into wonderful prose and beautiful rhythms and subtly atmospheric forms the intricate, austere, and courageous imagination of our race. One will come into this place as one comes into a noble mansion. They will have flung great arches and domes of glass above the wider spaces of the town. The slender beauty of the perfect metalwork far overhead will be softened to a fairy-like unsubstantiality by the mild London air. It will be the London air we know, clear of filth and all impurity, the same air that gives our October days their unspeakable clarity, and makes every London twilight mysteriously beautiful. We shall go along avenues of architecture, and that will be emancipated from the last memories of the squat temple boxes of the Greek, the buxom curvatures of Rome. The Goth in us will have taken to steel and countless new materials as kindly as once we took to stone. The gay and swiftly moving platforms of the public ways will go past on either hand, carrying sporadic groups of people, and very speedily we shall find ourselves in a sort of central space, rich with palms and flowering bushes and statuary. We shall look along an avenue of trees, down a wide gorge between the cliffs of crowded hotels, the hotels that are still glowing with internal lights, to where the shining morning river streams dawn lit out to sea. Great multitudes of people will pass softly to and fro in this central space, beautiful girls and youths going to the university classes that are held in the stately palaces about us, grave and capable men and women going about to their business, children meandering along to their schools, holiday makers, lovers, setting out upon 100 quests. And here we shall ask for the two we more particularly speak. A graceful little telephone kiosk will put us within reach of them, and with a queer sense of unreality I shall find myself talking to my utopian twin. He has heard of me, he wants to see me, and he gives me clear directions how to come to him. I wonder if my own voice sounds like that. Yes, I say. Then I will come as soon as we have been to our hotel. We indulge in no eloquence upon this remarkable occasion, yet I feel an unusual emotional stir. I tremble greatly, and the telephonic mouthpiece rattles as I replace it. And thence, the botanist and I walk on to the apartments that have been set aside for us, and into which the poor little rolls of the property that has accumulated about us in Utopia, our earthly raiment, and a change of linen and the like, have already been delivered. As we go, I find I have little to say to my companion until presently I am struck by a transitory wonder that he should have so little to say to me. I can still hardly realize, I say, that I'm going to see myself as I might have been. No, he says, and relapses at once into his own preoccupation. For a moment, my wonder as to what he should be thinking about brings me near to a double self-forgetfulness. I realize we are at the entrance of our hotel before I can formulate any further remark. This is the place, I say. Chapter 8. My Utopian Self. Section 1. It falls to few of us to interview our better selves. My utopian self is, of course, my better self, according to my best endeavors, and I must confess myself fully alive to the difficulties of the situation. When I came to this utopia, I had no thought of any such intimate self-examination. The whole fabric of that other universe sways for a moment as I come into his room, into his clear and ordered workroom. I am trembling. A figure rather taller than myself stands against the light. He comes towards me, and I, as I advance to meet him, stumble against a chair. Then, still without a word, we are clasping hands. I stand now so that the light falls upon him and I can see his face better. He is a little taller than I, younger looking and sounder looking. He has missed an illness or so, and there is no scar over his eye. His training has been subtly finer than mine. He has made himself a better face than mine. These things I might have counted upon. I can fancy he winces with a twinge of sympathetic understanding at my manifest inferiority. Indeed, I come, trailing clouds of earthly confusion and weakness. I bear upon me all the defects of my world. He wears, I see, that white tunic with the purple band that I have already begun to consider the proper utopian clothing for grave men, and his face is clean-shaven. We forget to speak at first in the intensity of our mutual inspection. When at last I do gain my voice, it is to say something quite different from the fine, significant openings of my premeditated dialogues. You have a pleasant room, I remark, and look about a little disconcerted because there is no fireplace for me to put my back against, or hearthrug to stand upon. He pushes me a chair, into which I plump, and we hang over an immensity of conversational possibilities. I say, I plunge, what do you think of me? You don't think I'm an imposter? Not now that I have seen you, no. Am I so like you? Like me and your story, exactly. You haven't any doubt left, I ask. Not in the least, since I saw you enter. You come from the other world beyond Sirius, twin to this, eh? And you don't want to know how I got here? I've ceased even to wonder how I got here, he says, with a laugh that echoes mine. He leans back in his chair, and I in mine, and the absurd parody of our attitude strikes us both. Well, we say simultaneously and laugh together. I will confess this meeting is more difficult than I anticipated. Chapter 8, Section 2. Our conversation at that first encounter would do very little to develop the modern utopia in my mind. Inevitably, it would be personal and emotional. He would tell me how he stood in this world and how I stood in mine. I should have to tell him things. I should have to explain things. No, the conversation would contribute nothing to a modern utopia, and so I leave it out. Chapter 8, Section 3. But I should go back to my botanist in a state of emotional relaxation. At first, I should not heed the fact that he, too, had been in some manner stirred. I have seen him, I should say, needlessly, and seemed to be on the verge of telling the untellable. Then I should fade off into, it's the strangest thing. He would interrupt me with his own preoccupation. You know, he would say, I've seen someone. I should pause and look at him. She's in this world, he says. Who's in this world? Mary. I have not heard her name before, but I understand, of course, at once. I saw her, he explains. Saw her? I'm certain it was her, certain. She was far away, across those gardens near here, and before I had recovered from my amazement, she was gone. But it was Mary. He takes my arm. You know, I did not understand this, he says. I did not really understand when you said utopia, you meant I was to meet her in happiness. I didn't. It works out at that. You haven't met her yet. I shall. It makes everything different. To tell you the truth, I've rather hated this utopia of yours at times. You mustn't mind my saying it, but there's something of the Gradgrind. Probably I should swear at that. What, he says. Nothing. But you spoke? I was purring. I'm a Gradgrind. It's quite right. Anything you can say about Herbert Spencer, vivisectors, materialistic science, or atheists applies without correction to me. Beg me away. But now you think of a modern utopia. Was the lady looking well? It was her real self, yes, not the broken woman I met in the real world. And as though she was pining for you? He looks puzzled. Look there, I say. He looks. We are standing high above the ground in the loggia into which our apartments open, and I point across the soft haze of the public gardens to a tall white mass of university buildings that rises with a free and fearless gesture, to lift saluting pinnacles against the clear evening sky. Don't you think that rather more beautiful than, say, our National Gallery? He looks at it critically. There's a lot of metal in it, he objects. What? I purred. But anyhow, whatever you can't see in that, you can, I suppose, see that it is different from anything in your world. It lacks the kindly humanity of a red brick Queen Anne villa residence, with its gables and bulges and bow windows, and its stained glass fanlight, and so forth. It lacks the self-complacent unreasonableness of board-of-works classicism. There's something in its proportions, as though someone with brains had taken a lot of care to get it out quite right. Someone who not only knew what metal can do, but what a university ought to be. Somebody who had found the Gothic spirit enchanted, petrified, in a cathedral, and had set it free. But what has this, he asked, to do with her? Very much, I say. This is not the same world. If she is here, she will be younger in spirit and wiser. She will be in many ways more refined. No one, he begins with a note of indignation. No, she couldn't be. I was wrong there. But she will be different. Grant that at any rate. When you go forward to speak to her, she may not remember. Very many things you remember. Things that happened at Frognall. Dear romantic walks through the Sunday summer evenings, practically you two alone. You in your adolescent silk hat and your nice gentlemanly gloves. Perhaps that did not happen here, and she may have other memories of things that down there haven't happened. You noted her costume. She wasn't by any chance one of the samurai? He answers with a note of satisfaction. No, she wore a womanly dress of grayish green. Probably under the lesser rule. I don't know what you mean by the lesser rule. She wasn't one of the samurai. And after all, you know, I keep on reminding you, and you keep on losing touch with the fact that this world contains your double. He pales and his countenance is disturbed. Thank heaven, I've touched him at last. This world contains your double, but conceivably, everything may be different here. The whole romantic story may have run a different course, and was as it was in our world, by the accidents of custom and proximity. Adolescence is a defenseless plastic period. You are a man to form great affections, noble great affections. You might have met anyone almost at that season and formed the same attachment. For a time he is perplexed and troubled by this suggestion. No, he says a little doubtfully. No, it was herself. Then emphatically, no. Chapter 8, Section 4. For a time we say no more, and I fall musing about my strange encounter with my utopian double. I think of the confessions I have just made to him, the strange admissions both to him and myself. I have stirred up the stagnations of my own emotional life, the pride that has slumbered, the hopes and disappointments that have not troubled me for years. There are things that happened to me in my adolescence that no discipline of reason will ever bring to a just proportion for me. The first humiliations I was made to suffer, the waste of all the fine, irrecoverable loyalties and passions of my youth. The dull base cast of my little personal tragicomedy I have ostensibly forgiven. I have for the most part forgotten, and yet when I recall them I hate each actor still. Whenever it comes into my mind, I do my best to prevent it. There it is, and these detestable people blot out the stars for me. I have told all that story to my double, and he has listened with understanding eyes. But for a little while those squalid memories will not sink back into the deeps. We lean side by side over our balcony, lost in such egotistical absorptions, quite heedless of the great palace of noble dreams to which our first enterprise has brought us. Chapter 8, Section 5. I can understand the botanist this afternoon. For once we are in the same key. My own mental temper has gone for the day, and I know what it means to be untempered. Here is a world, and a glorious world, and it is for me to take hold of it, to have to do with it, here and now, and behold, I can only think that I am burnt and scarred, and there rankles that wretched piece of business, the mean, unimaginative triumph of my antagonist. I wonder how many men have any real freedom of mind, are in truth unhampered by such associations, to whom all that is great and noble in life does not, at times at least, if not always, seem secondary to obscure rivalries and considerations, to the petty hates that are like germs in the blood, to the lust for self-assertion, to dwarfish pride, to affections they gave in pledge even before they were men. The botanist beside me dreams, I know, of vindications for that woman. All this world before us and its order and liberty are no more than a painted scene before which he is to meet her at last, freed from that scoundrel. He expects that scoundrel really to be present and, as it were, writhing under their feet. I wonder if that man was a scoundrel. He has gone wrong on earth, no doubt, has failed and degenerated, but was it sent him wrong? Was his failure inherent, or did some net of cross purposes tangle about his feet? Suppose he is not a failure in Utopia. I wonder that this has never entered the botanist's head. He, with his vaguer mind, can overlook, spite of my ruthless reminders, all that would mar his vague anticipations. That, too, if I suggested it, he would overcome and disregard. He has the most amazing power of resistance to uncongenial ideas, amazing that is to me. He hates the idea of meeting his double, and consequently so soon as I cease to speak of that, with scarcely an effort of his will, it fades again from his mind. Down below in the gardens 2 children pursue one another, and one, near caught, screams aloud and rouses me from my reverie. I follow their little butterfly antics until they vanish beyond a thicket of flowering rhododendra, and then my eyes go back to the great facade of the university buildings. But I am in no mood to criticize architecture. Why should a modern utopia insist upon slipping out of the hands of its creator and becoming the background of a personal drama, of such a silly little drama? The botanist will not see utopia in any other way. He tests it entirely by its reaction upon the individual persons and things he knows. He dislikes it because he suspects it of wanting to lethal chamber his aunt's dear old doggy, and now he is reconciled to it because a certain Mary looks much younger and better here than she did on earth. And here I am, near fallen into the same way of dealing. We agreed to purge this state and all the people in it of traditions, associations, bias, laws, and artificial entanglements and begin anew. But we have no power to liberate ourselves, our past, even its accidents above all, and ourselves are one. Chapter 9. The Samurai. Section 1. Neither my utopian double nor I love emotion sufficiently to cultivate it, and my feelings are in a state of seemly subordination when we meet again. He is now in possession of some clear, general ideas about my own world, and I can broach almost at once the thoughts that have been growing and accumulating since my arrival in this planet of my dreams. We find our interest in a humanized statecraft makes us, in spite of our vast difference in training and habits, curiously akin. I put it to him that I came to Utopia with but a very vague idea of the method of government, biased perhaps a little in favor of certain electoral devices, but for the rest indeterminate, and that I have come to perceive more and more clearly that the large intricacy of utopian organization demands more powerful and efficient method of control than electoral methods can give. I have come to distinguish among the varied costumes and the innumerable types of personality Utopia presents. Certain men and women of a distinctive costume and bearing, and I know now that these people constitute an order, the samurai, the voluntary nobility, which is essential in the scheme of the utopian state. I know that this order is open to every physically and mentally healthy adult in the utopian state who will observe its prescribed austere rule of living. That much of the responsible work of the state is reserved for it, and I am inclined now, on the first onset of realization, to regard it as far more significant than it really is in the utopian scheme, as being indeed in itself and completely the utopian scheme. My predominant curiosity concerns the organization of this order. As it has developed in my mind, it has reminded me more and more closely of that strange class of guardians which constitutes the essential substance of Plato's Republic, and it is with an implicit reference to Plato's profound intuitions that I and my double discuss this question. To clarify our comparison, he tells me something of the history of Utopia, and incidentally it becomes necessary to make a correction in the assumptions upon which I have based my enterprise. We are assuming a world identical in every respect with the real planet Earth, except for the profoundest differences in the mental content of life. This implies a different literature, a different philosophy, and a different history. And so soon as I come to talk to him, I find that though it remains unavoidable that we should assume the correspondence of the two populations, man for man, unless we should face unthinkable complications, we must assume also that a great succession of persons of extraordinary character and mental gifts, who on earth died in childhood or at birth, or who never learnt to read, or who lived and died amidst savage or brutalizing surroundings that gave their gifts no scope, did in Utopia encounter happier chances, and take up the development and application of social theory. From the time of the first utopists in a steady onward progress down to the present hour. Footnote. One might assume as an alternative to this that amidst the 4/5 of the Greek literature now lost to the world, there perished, neglected, some books of elementary significance, some earlier novum organum, that in Utopia survived to achieve the profoundest consequences. The differences of condition, therefore, had widened with each successive year. Jesus Christ had been born into a liberal and progressive Roman Empire that spread from the Arctic Ocean to the Bight of Benin, and was to know no decline and fall, and Mahomet, instead of embodying the dense prejudices of Arab ignorance, opened his eyes upon an intellectual horizon already nearly as wide as the world. And through this empire the flow of thought, the flow of intention, poured always more abundantly. There were wars, but they were conclusive wars that established new and more permanent relations, that swept aside obstructions and abolished centers of decay. There were prejudices tempered to an ordered criticism, and hatreds that merged at last in tolerant reactions. It was several hundred years ago that the great organization of the samurai came into its present form, and it was this organization's widely sustained activities that had shaped and established the world state in Utopia. This organization of the samurai was a quite deliberate invention. It arose in the course of social and political troubles and complications, analogous to those of our own time on Earth, and was indeed the last of a number of political and religious experiments dating back to the first dawn of philosophical statecraft in Greece. That hasty despair of specialization for government that gave our poor world individualism, democratic liberalism, and anarchism, and that curious disregard of the fund of enthusiasm and self-sacrifice in men, which is the fundamental weakness of worldly economics, do not appear in the history of utopian thought. All that history is pervaded with the recognition of the fact that self-seeking is no more the whole of human life than the satisfaction of hunger, that it is an essential of a man's existence, no doubt, and that under stress of evil circumstances it may as entirely obsess him as would the food hunt during famine, but that life may pass beyond to an illimitable world of emotions and effort. Every sane person consists of possibilities beyond the unavoidable needs, is capable of disinterested feeling, even if it amounts only to enthusiasm for a sport or an industrial employment well done, for an art or for a locality or class. In our world now, as in the utopian past, this impersonal energy of a man goes out into religious emotion and work, into patriot effort, into artistic enthusiasms, into games and amateur employments, and an enormous proportion of the whole world's fund of effort wastes itself in religious and political misunderstandings and conflicts, and in unsatisfying amusements and unproductive occupations. In a modern utopia there will indeed be no perfection. In utopia there must also be friction, conflicts, and wastes, but the waste will be enormously less than in our world, and the coordination of activities this relatively smaller waste will measure will be the achieved end for which the order of the samurai was first devised. Inevitably, such an order must have first arisen among a clash of social forces and political systems as a revolutionary organization. It must have set before itself the attainment of some such utopian ideal as this modern utopia does, in the key of mortal imperfection, realize. At first, it may have directed itself to research and discussion, to the elaboration of its ideal, to the discussion of a plan of campaign, but at some stage it must have assumed a more militant organization and have prevailed against and assimilated the pre-existing political organizations, and to all intents and purposes have become this present synthesized world state. Traces of that militancy would, therefore, pervade it still, and a campaigning quality, no longer against specific disorders, but against universal human weaknesses and the inanimate forces that trouble man, still remain as its essential quality. Something of this kind, I should tell my double, had arisen in our thoughts. I jerk my head back to indicate an infinitely distant planet. Just before I came upon these explorations, the idea had reached me, for example, of something to be called a new republic, which was to be in fact an organization for revolutions something after the fashion of your samurai, as I understand them. Only most of the organization and the rule of life still remained to be invented. All sorts of people were thinking of something in that way about the time of my coming. The idea, as it reached me, was pretty crude in several respects. It ignored the high possibility of a synthesis of languages in the future. It came from a literary man who only wrote in English, and as I read him, he was a little vague in his proposals. It was to be a purely English-speaking movement, and his ideas were colored too much by the peculiar opportunism of his time. He seemed to have more than half an eye for a prince or a millionaire of genius. He seemed looking here and there for support in the structural elements of a party. Still, the idea of a comprehensive movement of disillusioned and illuminated men behind the shams and patriotisms, the spites and personalities of the ostensible world was there. I added some particulars. Our movement had something of that spirit in the beginning, said my utopian double. But while your men seem to be thinking disconnectedly and upon a very narrow and fragmentary basis of accumulated conclusions, ours had a fairly comprehensive science of human association, and a very careful analysis of the failures of proceedings beginnings to draw upon. After all, your world must be as full as ours was of the wreckage and decay of previous attempts, churches, aristocracies, orders, cults. Only at present we seem to have lost heart altogether, and now there are no new religions, no new orders, no new cults, no beginnings anymore. But that's only a resting place, perhaps. You were saying, oh, let that distressful planet alone for a time. Tell me how you manage in Utopia. Chapter 9, Section 2. The social theorists of Utopia, my double explained, did not base their schemes upon the classification of men into labor and capital, the landed interest, the liquor trade, and the like. They esteemed these as accidental categories, indefinitely amenable to statesmanship, and they looked for some practical and real classification upon which to base organization. Footnote: in that they seem to have profited by a more searching criticism of early social and political speculations than our earth has yet undertaken. The social speculations of the Greeks, for example, had just the same primary defect as the economic speculations of the 18th century. They began with the assumption that the general conditions of the prevalent state of affairs were permanent. But on the other hand, the assumption that men are unclassifiable because practically homogeneous, which underlies modern democratic methods and all the fallacies of our equal justice, is more alien to the utopian mind. Throughout Utopia, there is, of course, no other than provisional classifications, since every being is regarded as finally unique, but for political and social purposes, things have long rested upon a classification of temperaments, which attends mainly to differences in the range and quality and character of the individual imagination. This utopian classification was a rough one, but it served its purpose to determine the broad lines of political organization. It was so far unscientific that many individuals fall between or within 2 or even 3 of its classes, but that was met by giving the correlated organization a compensatory looseness of play. 4 main classes of mind were distinguished, called respectively the poetic, the kinetic, the dull, and the base. The former 2 are supposed to constitute the living tissue of the state. The latter are the fulcra and resistances, the bone and cover of its body. They are not hereditary classes, nor is there any attempt to develop any class by special breeding, simply because the intricate interplay of heredity is untraceable and incalculable. They are classes to which people drift of their own accord. Education is uniform until differentiation becomes unmistakable, and each man and woman must establish his position with regard to the lines of this abstract classification by his own quality, choice, and development. The poetic or creative class of mental individuality embraces a wide range of types, but they agree in possessing imaginations that range beyond the known and accepted, and that involve the desire to bring the discoveries made in such excursions into knowledge and recognition. The scope and direction of the imaginative excursion may vary very greatly. It may be the invention of something new or the discovery of something hitherto unperceived. When the invention or discovery is primarily beauty, then we have the artistic type of poetic mind. When it is not so, then we have the true scientific man. The range of discovery may be narrowed, as it is in the art of Whistler or the science of a cytologist, or it may embrace a wide extent of relevance until at last both artist and scientific inquirer merge in the universal reverence of the true philosopher. To the accumulated activities of the poetic type, reacted upon by circumstance, are due almost all the forms assumed by human thought and feeling. All religious ideas, all ideas of what is good or beautiful, entered life through the poetic inspirations of man. Except for processes of decay, the forms of the human future must come also through men of this same type. And it is a primary essential to our modern idea of a abundant secular progress that these activities should be unhampered and stimulated. The kinetic class consists of types, various of course, and merging insensibly along the boundary into the less representative constituents of the poetic group, but distinguished by a more restricted range of imagination. Their imaginations do not range beyond the known, experienced, and accepted, though within these limits they may imagine as vividly or more vividly than members of the former group. They are often very clever and capable people, but they do not do, and they do not desire to do, new things. The more vigorous individuals of this class are the most teachable people in the world, and they are generally more moral and more trustworthy than the poetic types. They live, while the poetics are always something of experimentalists with life. The characteristics of either of these two classes may be associated with a good or bad physique, with excessive or defective energy, with exceptional keenness of the senses in some determinate direction or such like bent, and the kinetic type, just as the poetic type, may display an imagination of restricted or of the most universal range. But a fairly energetic kinetic is probably the nearest thing to that ideal our earthly anthropologists have in mind when they speak of the normal human being. The very definition of the poetic class involves a certain abnormality. The Utopians distinguish two extremes of this kinetic class according to the quality of their imaginative preferences, the Dan and Beersheba, as it were, of this division. At one end is the mainly intellectual, unoriginal type, which, with energy of personality, makes an admirable judge or administrator, and without it, an uninventive, laborious, common mathematician, or common scholar, or common scientific man. While at the other end is the mainly emotional, unoriginal man, the type to which, at a low level of personal energy, my botanist inclines. The second type includes, amidst its energetic forms, great actors and popular politicians and preachers. Between these extremes is a long and wide region of varieties, into which one would put most of the people who form the reputable workmen, the men of substance, the trustworthy men and women, the pillars of society on earth. Below these two classes, in the utopian scheme of things and merging insensibly into them, come the dull. The dull are persons of altogether inadequate imagination, the people who never seem to learn thoroughly or hear distinctly or think clearly. I believe if everyone is to be carefully educated, they would be considerably in the minority of the world, but it is quite possible that will not be the reader's opinion. It is clearly a matter of an arbitrary line. They are the stupid people, the incompetent people, the formal, imitative people, the people who, in any properly organized state, should, as a class, gravitate towards and below the minimum wage that qualifies for marriage. The laws of heredity are far too mysterious for such offsprings as they do produce to be excluded from a fair chance in the world, but for themselves they count neither for work nor direction in the state. Finally, with a bold disregard of the logicians' classificatory rules, these utopian statesmen who devised the world state hewed out in theory a class of the base. The base may indeed be either poetic, kinetic, or dull, though most commonly they are the last, and their definition concerns not so much the quality of their imagination as a certain bias in it, that to a statesman makes it a more matter for special attention. The base have a narrower and more persistent egoistic reference than the common run of humanity. They may boast, but they have no frankness. They have relatively great powers of concealment, and they are capable of, and sometimes have an aptitude and inclination towards, cruelty. In the queer phrasing of earthly psychology, with its clumsy avoidance of analysis, they have no moral sense. They count as an antagonism to the state organization. Obviously, this is the rudest of classifications, and no utopian has ever supposed it to be a classification for individual application. A classification so precise that one can say this man is poetic and that man is base. In actual experience, these qualities mingle and vary in every possible way. It is not a classification for truth, but a classification to an end. Taking humanity as a multitude of unique individuals in mass, one may, for practical purposes, deal with it far more conveniently by disregarding its uniqueness and its mixed cases altogether, and supposing it to be an assembly of poetic, kinetic, dull, and base people. In many respects, it behaves as if it were that, the state dealing as it does with only non-individualized affairs, and not only justified in disregarding, but is bound to disregard a man's special distinction, and to provide him for the strength of his prevalent aspect as being on the whole poetic, kinetic, or whatnot. In a world of hasty judgments and carping criticism, it cannot be repeated too often that the fundamental ideas of a modern utopia imply everywhere and in everything margins and elasticities, a certain universal compensatory looseness of play. Chapter 9, Section 3. Now, these utopian statesmen who founded the world state put the problem of social organization in the following fashion: to contrive a revolutionary movement that shall absorb all existing governments and fuse them with itself, and that must be rapidly progressive and adaptable, and yet coherent, persistent, powerful, and efficient. The problem of combining progress with political stability had never been accomplished in Utopia before that time, any more than it has been accomplished on Earth. Just as on Earth, utopian history was a succession of powers rising and falling in an alternation of efficient conservative with unstable liberal states. Just as on Earth, so in Utopia, the kinetic type of men had displayed a more or less unintentional antagonism to the poetic. The general life history of a state had been the same on either planet. First, through poetic activities, the idea of a community has developed, and the state has shaped itself. Poetic men have arisen first in this department of national life, and then that, and have given place to kinetic men of a high type. For it seems to be in their nature that poetic men should be mutually repulsive, and not succeed and develop one another consecutively. And a period of expansion and vigor has set in. The general poetic activity has declined with the development of an efficient and settled social and political organization. The statesman has given way to the politician who has incorporated the wisdom of the statesman with his own energy, the original genius in arts, letters, science, and every department of activity to the cultivated and scholarly man. The kinetic man of wide range, who has assimilated his poetic predecessor, succeeds with far more readiness than his poetic contemporary in almost every human activity. The latter is by his very nature undisciplined and experimental, and is positively hampered by precedence and good order. With this substitution of the efficient for the creative type, the state ceases to grow, first in this department of activity and then in that, and so long as its conditions remain the same, it remains orderly and efficient. But it has lost its power of initiative and change. Its power of adaptation is gone, and with that secular change of conditions, which is the law of life, stresses must arise within and without, and bring at last, either through revolution or through defeat, the release of fresh poetic power. The process, of course, is not in its entirety simple. It may be masked by the fact that one department of activity may be in its poetic stage, while another is in a phase of realization. In the United States of America, for example, during the 19th century, there was a great poetic activity in industrial organization, and none whatever in political philosophy. But a careful analysis of the history of any period will show the rhythm almost invariably present, and the initial problem before the utopian philosopher, therefore, was whether this was an inevitable alternation, whether human progress was necessarily a series of developments, collapses, and fresh beginnings after an interval of disorder, unrest, and often great unhappiness, or whether it was possible to maintain a secure, happy, and progressive state beside an unbroken flow of poetic activity. Clearly, they decided upon the second alternative. If indeed I am listening to my utopian self, then they not only decided the problem could be solved, but they solved it. He tells me how they solved it. Modern utopia differs from all the older utopias in its recognition of the need of poetic activities. One sees this new consideration creeping into thought for the first time in the phrasing of Comte's insistence that spiritual must precede political reconstruction, and in his admission of the necessity of recurrent books and poems about utopias, and at first this recognition appears to admit only an added complication to a problem already unmanageably complex. Comte's separation of the activities of a state into the spiritual and material does, to a certain extent, anticipate the opposition of poetic and kinetic, but the intimate texture of his mind was dull and hard. The conception slipped from him again, and his suppression of literary activities, and his imposition of a rule of life upon the poetic types, who are least able to sustain it, mark how deeply he went under. To a large extent, he followed the older utopists in assuming that the philosophical and constructive problem could be done once and for all, and he worked the results out simply under an organized kinetic government. But what seems to be merely an addition to the difficulty may in the end turn out to be a simplification, just as the introduction of a fresh term to an intricate, irreducible mathematical expression will at times bring it to unity. Now, philosophers after my utopian pattern who find the ultimate significance in life in individuality, novelty, and the undefined would not only regard the poetic element as the most important in human society, but would perceive quite clearly the impossibility of its organization. This indeed is simply the application to the moral and intellectual fabric of the principles already applied in discussing the state control of reproduction in chapter the 6th, section 2. But just as in the case of births, it was possible for the state to frame limiting conditions within which individuality plays more freely than in the void, so the founders of this modern utopia believe it possible to define conditions under which every individual born with poetic gifts should be enabled and encouraged, to give them a full development in art, philosophy, invention, or discovery. Certain general conditions presented themselves as obviously reasonable, to give every citizen as good an education as he or she could acquire. For example, to so frame it that the directed educational process would never at any period occupy the whole available time of the learner, but would provide throughout a marginal free leisure with opportunities for developing idiosyncrasies, and to ensure by the expedient of a minimum wage for a specified amount of work, that leisure and opportunity did not cease throughout life. But in addition to thus making poetic activities universally possible, the founders of this modern utopia sought to supply incentives, which was an altogether more difficult research, a problem in its nature irresolvably complex, and admitting of no systematic solution. But my double told me of a great variety of devices by which poetic men and women were given honor and enlarged freedoms, so soon as they produced an earnest of their quality, and he explained to me how great an ambition they might entertain. There were great systems of laboratories attached to every municipal force station at which research can be conducted under the most favorable conditions, and every mine, and indeed almost every great industrial establishment, was saddled under its lease with similar obligations. So much for poetic ability in research and physical science. The world state tried the claims of every living contributor to any materially valuable invention, and paid or charged a royalty on its use that went partly to him personally, and partly to the research institution that had produced him. In the matter of literature and the philosophical and sociological sciences, every higher educational establishment carried its studentships, its fellowships, its occasional lectureships, and to produce a poem, a novel, a speculative work of force or merit was to become the object of a generous competition between rival universities. In Utopia, any author has the option either of publishing his works through the public bookseller as a private speculation, or, if he is of sufficient merit, of accepting a university endowment and conceding his copyright to the university press. All sorts of grants in the hands of committees of the most varied constitution supplemented these academic resources and ensured that no possible contributor to the wide flow of the utopian mind slipped into neglect. Apart from those who engaged mainly in teaching and administration, my double told me that the worldwide house of Salomon, footnote, the New Atlantis, thus created sustained over 1 million men. For all the rarity of large fortunes, therefore, no original man with the desire and capacity for material or mental experiments went long without resources and the stimulus of attention, criticism, and rivalry. And finally, said my double, our rules ensure a considerable understanding of the importance of poetic activities in the majority of the samurai, in whose hands, as a class, all the real power of the world resides. Ah, said I, and now we come to the thing that interests me most, for it is quite clear in my mind that these samurai form the real body of the state. All this time that I have spent going to and fro in this planet, it has been growing upon me that this order of men and women, wearing such a uniform as you wear, and with faces strengthened by discipline and touched with devotion, is the utopian reality. But that for them, the whole fabric of these fair appearances would crumble and tarnish, shrink and shrivel, until at last, back I should be amidst the grime and disorders of the life of earth. Tell me about these samurai who remind me of Plato's guardians, who look like Knights Templars, who bear a name that recalls the swordsmen of Japan, and whose uniform you yourself are wearing. What are they? Are they an hereditary caste, a specially educated order, an elected class? For certainly this world turns upon them as a door upon its hinges. Chapter 9, Section 4. I follow the common rule as many men do, said my double, answering my allusion to his uniform almost apologetically, but my own work is, in its nature, poetic. There is much dissatisfaction with our isolation of criminals upon islands, and I am analyzing the psychology of prison officials and criminals in general with a view to some better scheme. I'm supposed to be ingenious with expedients in this direction. Typically, the samurai are engaged in administrative work. Practically, the whole of the responsible rule of the world is in their hands. All our head teachers and disciplinary heads of colleges, our judges, barristers, employers of labor beyond a certain limit, practicing medical men, legislators, must be samurai. And all the executive committees and so forth that play so large a part in our affairs are drawn by lot exclusively from them. The order is not hereditary. We know just enough of biology and of uncertainties of inheritance to know how silly that would be. It does not require an early consecration or novitiate or ceremonies and initiations of that sort. The samurai are, in fact, volunteers. Any intelligent adult in a reasonably healthy and efficient state may, at any age after 5 and 20, become one of the samurai and take a hand in the universal control, provided he follows the rule. Precisely, provided he follows the rule. I have heard the phrase, voluntary nobility. That was the idea of our founders. They made a noble and privileged order, open to the whole world. No one could complain of an unjust exclusion, for the only thing that could exclude you from the order was unwillingness or inability to follow the rule. But the rule might easily have been made exclusive of special lineages and races. That wasn't their intention. The rule was planned to exclude the dull, to be unattractive to the base, and to direct and coordinate all sound citizens of good intent. And it has succeeded? As well as anything finite can, life is still imperfect, still a thick felt of dissatisfaction and perplexing problems, but most certainly the quality of all its problems has been raised, and there has been no war, no grinding poverty, not half the disease, and an enormous increase of the order, beauty, and resources of life since the samurai, who began as a private aggressive cult, won their way to the rule of the world. I would like to have that history, I said. I expect there was fighting. He nodded. But first, tell me about the rule. The rule aims to exclude the dull and base altogether, to discipline the impulses and emotions, to develop a moral habit and sustain a man in periods of stress, fatigue, and temptation, to produce the maximum cooperation of all men of good intent, and in fact to keep all the samurai in a state of moral and bodily health and efficiency. It does as much of this as well as it can, but, of course, like all general propositions, it does not do it in any case with absolute precision. On the whole, it is so good that most men who, like myself, are doing poetic work, and who would just be as well off without obedience, find a satisfaction in adhesion. At first, in the militant days, it was a trifle hard and uncompromising. It had rather too strong an appeal to the moral prig and harshly righteous man, but it has undergone and still undergoes revision and expansion, and every year it becomes a little better adapted to the need of a general rule of life that all men may try to follow. We have now a whole literature, with many very fine things in it written about the rule. He glanced at a little book on his desk, took it up as if to show it to me, and then put it down again. The rule consists of 3 parts. There is the list of things that qualify, the list of things that must not be done, and the list of things that must be done. Qualification exacts a little exertion, as evidence of good faith, and it is designed to weed out the dull, and many of the base. Our schooling period ends now about 14, and a small number of boys and girls, about 3%, are set aside then as unteachable, as in fact nearly idiotic. The rest go on to a college or upper school. All your population? With that exception. Free. Of course, and they pass out of college at 18. There are several different college courses, but one or other must be followed, and a satisfactory examination passed at the end. Perhaps 10% fail. And the rule requires that the candidate for the samurai must have passed. But a very good man is sometimes an idle schoolboy. We admit that, and so anyone who has failed to pass the college leaving examination may at any time in later life sit for it again, and again, and again. Certain, carefully specified things excuse it altogether. That makes it fair, but aren't there people who cannot pass examinations? People of nervous instability? But they may be of people of great, though irregular, poetic gifts. Exactly. That is quite possible, but we don't want that sort of people among our samurai. Passing an examination is a proof of a certain steadiness of purpose, a certain self-control and submission. of a certain ordinariness, exactly what is wanted. Of course, those others can follow other careers. Yes, that's what we want them to do, and besides these two educational qualifications, there are two others of a similar kind of more debatable value. One is practically not in operation now. Our founders put it that a candidate for the samurai must possess what they called a technique, and as it operated in the beginning, he had to hold the qualification for a doctor, for a lawyer, for a military officer, or an engineer or teacher, or have painted acceptable pictures or written a book, or something of the sort. He had, in fact, as people say, to be something, or to have done something. It was a regulation of vague intention even in the beginning, and it became Catholic to the pitch of absurdity. To play a violin skillfully has been accepted as sufficient for this qualification. There may have been a reason in the past for this provision. In those days, there were many daughters of prosperous parents and even some sons who did nothing whatever but idle uninterestedly in the world, and the organization might have suffered by their invasion, but that reason is gone now, and the requirement remains a merely ceremonial requirement. But on the other hand, another has developed. Our founders made a collection of several volumes which they called, collectively, the Book of the Samurai, a compilation of articles and extracts, poems and prose pieces, which were supposed to embody the idea of the order. It was to play the part for the samurai that the Bible did for the ancient Hebrews. To tell you the truth, the stuff was of very unequal merit. There was a lot of very second-rate rhetoric and some nearly namby-pamby verse. There was also included some very obscure verse and prose that had the trick of seeming wise. But for all such defects, much of the book, and from the very beginning, was splendid and inspiring matter. From that time to this, the Book of the Samurai has been under revision. Much has been added, much rejected, and some deliberately rewritten. Now, there is hardly anything in it that is not beautiful and perfect in form. The whole range of noble emotions finds expressions there, and all the guiding ideas of our modern state. We have recently admitted some terse criticism of its contents by a man named Henley. Old Henley, a man who died a long time ago. I knew that man on Earth, and he was in Utopia too. He was a great red-faced man with fiery hair, a noisy, intolerant maker of enemies with a tender heart, and he was one of the samurai? He defied the rules. He was a great man with wine. He wrote like wine. In our world, he wrote wine, red wine, with the light shining through. He was on the committee that revised our canon. For revising and bracing of our canon is work for poetic as well as kinetic men. You knew him in your world. I wish I had, but I have seen him. On Earth he wrote a thing. It would run, "Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be from my unconquerable soul." We have that here. All good earthly things are in Utopia also. We put that in the canon almost as soon as he died, said my double. Chapter 9, Section 5. We have now a double canon, a very first, fine canon, and a second canon of work by living men and work of inferior quality, and a satisfactory knowledge of both of these is the fourth intellectual qualification for the samurai. It must keep a sort of uniformity in your tone of thought. The canon pervades our whole world. As a matter of fact, very much of it is read and learnt in the schools. Next to the intellectual qualification comes the physical. The man must be in sound health, free from certain foul, avoidable, and demoralizing diseases, and in good training. We reject men who are fat or thin or flabby, or whose nerves are shaky. We refer them back to training, and finally the man or woman must be fully adult. 21, but you said 25. The age has varied. At first it was 25 or over, then the minimum age became 25 for men and 21 for women. Now there is a feeling that it ought to be raised. We don't want to take advantage of mere boy and girl emotions. Men of my way of thinking, at any rate, don't. We want to get our samurai with experiences, with a settled, mature conviction. Our hygiene and regimen are rapidly pushing back old age and death, and keeping men hale and hearty to 80 and more. There's no need to hurry the young. Let them have their chance of wine, love, and song. Let them feel the bite of full-bodied desire, and know what devils they have to reckon with. But there is a certain fine sort of youth that knows the desirability of the better things at 19. They may keep the rule at any time, without its privileges, but a man who breaks the rule after his adult adhesion of 5 and 20 is no more in the samurai forever, but that age he is free to break it and repent. And now, what is forbidden? We forbid a good deal. Many small pleasures do no great harm, but we think it well to forbid them, nonetheless, so that we can weed out the self-indulgent. We think that a constant resistance to little seductions is good for a man's quality. At any rate, it shows that a man is prepared to pay something for his honor and privileges. We prescribe a regimen of food, forbid tobacco, wine, or any alcoholic drink, all narcotic drugs. Meat? In all the round world of Utopia, there is no meat. There used to be, but now we cannot stand the thought of slaughterhouses, and in a population that is all educated, and at about the same level of physical refinement, it is practically impossible to find anyone who will hew a dead ox or pig. We never settled the hygienic question of meat eating at all. This other aspect decided us. I can still remember as a boy the rejoicings over the closing of the last slaughterhouse. You eat fish. It isn't a matter of logic. In our barbaric past, horrible flayed carcasses of brutes dripping blood were hung for sale in the public streets. He shrugged his shoulders. They do that still in London, in my world, I said. He looked again at my laxer, coarser face and did not say whatever thought had passed across his mind. Originally, the samurai were forbidden usury, that is to say, the lending of money at fixed rates of interest. They are still under that interdiction, but since our commercial code practically prevents usury altogether, and our law will not recognize contracts for interest upon private accommodation loans to unprosperous borrowers, it is now scarcely necessary. The ideas of a man growing richer by mere inaction and at the expense of an impoverishing debtor is profoundly distasteful to utopian ideas, and our state insists pretty effectually now upon the participation of the lender in the borrower's risks. This, however, is only one part of a series of limitations of the same character. It is felt that to buy simply in order to sell again brings out many unsocial human qualities. It makes a man seek to enhance profits and falsify values, and so the samurai are forbidden to buy, to sell, on their own account or for any employer save the state, unless some process of manufacture changes the nature of the commodity. A mere change in bulk or packing does not suffice, and they are forbidden salesmanship and all its arts. Consequently, they cannot be hotel keepers or hotel proprietors or hotel shareholders and a doctor. All practicing doctors must be samurai, cannot sell drugs except as a public servant of the municipality or the state. That, of course, runs counter to all our current terrestrial ideas, I said. We are obsessed by the power of money. These rules will work it out as a vow of moderate poverty, and if your samurai are an order of poor men, they need not be. Samurai who have invented, organized, and developed new industries have become rich men, and many men who have grown rich by brilliant and original trading have subsequently become samurai. But these are exceptional cases. The bulk of your money-making business must be confined to men who are not samurai. You must have a class of rich, powerful outsiders. Have we? I don't see the evidences of them. As a matter of fact, we have such people. There are rich traders, men who have made discoveries in the economy of distribution, or who have called attention by intelligent, truthful advertisement to the possibilities of neglected commodities, for example. But aren't they a power? Why should they be? Wealth is power. I had to explain that phrase. He protested. Wealth, he said, is no sort of power at all unless you make it one. If it is so in your world, it is so by inadvertency. Wealth is a state-made thing, a convention, the most artificial of powers. You can, by subtle statesmanship, contrive what it shall buy and what it shall not. In your world, it would seem you have made leisure, movement, any sort of freedom, life itself, purchasable. The more fools you. A poor working man with you is a man in discomfort and fear. No wonder your rich have power. But here, a reasonable leisure, a decent life, is to be had by every man on easier terms than by selling himself to the rich. And rich as men are here, there is no private fortune to the whole world that is more than a little thing beside the wealth of the state. The samurai control the state and the wealth of the state, and by their vows they may not avail themselves of any of the coarser pleasures wealth can still buy. Where, then, is the power of your wealthy man? But then, where is the incentive? Oh, a man gets things for himself with wealth, no end of things, but little or no power over his fellows unless they are exceptionally weak or self-indulgent persons. I reflected, what else may not the samurai do? Acting, singing, or reciting are forbidden them, though they may lecture authoritatively or debate. But professional mimicry is not only held to be undignified in a man or woman, but to weaken and corrupt the soul. The mind becomes foolishly dependent on applause, over-skillful in producing tawdry and momentary illusions of excellence. It is our experience that actors and actresses as a class are loud, ignoble, and insincere. If they have not such flamboyant qualities, then they are tepid and ineffectual players. Nor may the samurai do personal services, except in the matter of medicine or surgery. They may not be barbers, for example, nor inn waiters, nor boot cleaners, but nowadays we have scarcely any barbers or boot cleaners. Men do these things for themselves. Nor may a man under the rule be any man's servant, pledged to do whatever he is told. He may neither be a servant nor keep one. He must shave and dress and serve himself, carry his own food from the helper's place to the table, redd his sleeping room, and leave it clean. That is all easy enough in a world as ordered as yours. I suppose no samurai may bet? Absolutely not. He may insure his life and his old age for the better equipment of his children, or for certain other specified ends, but that is all his dealings with chance. And he is also forbidden to play games in public or to watch them being played. Certain dangerous and hardy sports and exercises are prescribed for him, but not competitive sports between man and man or side and side. That lesson was learnt long ago before the coming of the samurai. Gentlemen of honor, according to the old standards, rode horses, raced chariots, fought and played competitive games of the skill, and the dull, cowardly, and base came in thousands to admire and howl and bet. The gentleman of honor degenerated fast enough into a sort of athletic prostitute, with all the defects, all the vanity, trickery, and self-assertion of the common actor, and with even less intelligence. Our founders made no peace with this organization of public sports. They did not spend their lives to secure for all men and women on the earth freedom, health, and leisure, in order that they might waste lives in such folly. We have those abuses, I said, but some of our earthly games have a fine side. There's a game called cricket. It is a fine, generous game. Our boys play that, and men too, but it is thought rather puerile to give very much time to it. Men should have graver interests. It was undignified and unpleasant for the samurai to play conspicuously ill, and impossible for them to play so constantly as to keep hand and eye in training against the man who was fool enough and cheap enough to become an expert. Cricket, tennis, fives, billiards, you will find clubs and a class of men to play all these things in Utopia, but not the samurai. And they must play their games as games, not as displays. The price of a privacy for playing cricket, so that they could charge for admission, would be overwhelmingly high. Negroes are often very clever at cricket. For a time, most of the samurai had their swordplay, but few do those exercises now. And until about 50 years ago, they went out for military training, a fortnight in every year, marching long distances, sleeping in the open, carrying provisions, and sham fighting over unfamiliar ground dotted with disappearing targets. There was a curious inability in our world to realize that war was really over for good and all. And now, I said, haven't we got very nearly to the end of your prohibitions? You have forbidden alcohol, drugs, smoking, betting, and usury, games, trade, servants, but isn't there a vow of chastity? That is a rule for your earthly orders? Yes, except, if I remember it rightly, for Plato's guardians. There is a rule of chastity here, but not of celibacy. We know quite clearly that civilization is an artificial arrangement, and that all the physical and emotional instincts of man are too strong, and his natural instinct of restraint too weak for him to live easily in the civilized state. Civilization has developed far more rapidly than man has modified. Under the unnatural perfection of security, liberty, and abundance, our civilization has attained. The normal, untrained human being is disposed to excess in almost every direction. He tends to eat too much and too elaborately, to drink too much, to become lazy faster than his work can be reduced, to waste his interest upon displays, and to make love too much and too elaborately. He gets out of training and concentrates upon egoistic or erotic broodings. The past history of our race is very largely a history of social collapses due to demoralization by indulgences, following security and abundance. In the time of our founders, the signs of a worldwide epoch of prosperity and relaxation were plentiful. Both sexes drifted towards sexual excesses, the men towards sentimental extravagances, imbecile devotions, and the complication and refinement of physical indulgences. The women towards those expansions and differentiations of feeling that find expression in music and costly and distinguished dress. Both sexes became unstable and promiscuous. The whole world seemed disposed to do exactly the same thing with its sexual interest as it had done with its appetite for food and drink, and make the most of it. He paused. Satiety came to help you, I said. Destruction may come before satiety. Our founders organized motives from all sorts of sources, but I think the chief force to give men self-control is pride. Pride may not be the noblest thing in the soul, but it is the best king there for all that. They look to it to keep a man clean and sound and sane. In this matter, as in all matters of natural desire, they held no appetite must be glutted, no appetite must have artificial whets, and also and equally that no appetite should be starved. A man must come from the table satisfied, but not replete. And in the matter of love, a straight and clean desire for a clean and straight fellow creature was our founders' ideal. They enjoined marriage between equals as the samurai's duty to the race, and they framed directions of the precisest sort to prevent that uxorious inseparableness, that connubiality which will reduce a couple of people to something jointly less than either. That canon is too long to tell you now. A man under the rule who loves a woman does not follow it, must either leave the samurai to marry her or induce her to accept what is called the woman's rule, which, while it accepts her from the severer qualifications and disciplines, brings her regimen of life into a working harmony with his. Suppose she breaks the rule afterwards? He must leave either her or the order. There is matter for a novel or so in that. There has been matter for hundreds. Is the woman's rule a sumptuary law as well as a regimen? I mean, may she dress as she pleases? Not a bit of it, said my double. Every woman who could command money used it, we found, to make underbred aggressions on other women. As men emerged to civilization, women seemed going back to savagery, to paint and feathers. But the samurai, both men and the women under the lesser rule also, have a particular dress. No difference is made between women under either the great or the lesser rule. You have seen the men's dress, always like this I wear. The women may wear the same, either with the hair cut short or plaited behind them, or they may have a high-waisted dress of very fine, soft woolen material, with their hair coiled up behind. I have seen it, I said. Indeed, nearly all the women had seemed to be wearing variants of that simple formula. It seems to me a very beautiful dress, the other I'm not used to, but I like it on girls and slender women. I had a thought and added, don't they sometimes, take a good deal of care dressing their hair? My double laughed in my eyes. They do, he said. And the rule? The rule is never fussy, said my double, still smiling. We don't want women to cease to be beautiful, and conscientiously beautiful if you like. He added, the more real beauty of form and face we have, the finer our world, but costly sexualized trappings. I should have thought, I said, a class of women who traded on their sex would have arisen. Women, I mean, who found an interest and an advantage in emphasizing their individual womanly beauty. There is no law to prevent it. Surely they would tend to counteract the severity of costume the rule dictates. There are such women, but for all that the rule sets the key of everyday dress. If a woman is possessed by the passion for gorgeous raiment, she usually satisfies it in her own private circle, or with rare occasional onslaughts upon the public eye. Her everyday mood and the disposition of most people is against being conspicuous abroad, and I should say that there are little liberties under the lesser rule, a discreet use of fine needlework and embroidery, a wider choice of materials. You have no changing fashions? None, for all that. Are not our dresses as beautiful as yours? Our women's dresses are not beautiful at all, I said, forced for a time towards the mysterious philosophy of dress. Beauty? That isn't their concern. Then what are they after? My dear men, what is all the world after? Chapter 9, Section 6. It should come to our third talk with a great curiosity to hear of the last portion of the rule, of the things that the samurai are obliged to do. There would be many precise directions regarding his health, and rules that would aim at once at health and that constant exercise of will that makes life good. Save in specified exceptional circumstances, the samurai must bathe in cold water, and the men must shave every day. They have the precisest directions in such matters. The body must be in health, the skin and muscles and nerves in perfect tone, or the samurai must go to the doctors of the order and give implicit obedience to the regimen prescribed. They must sleep alone at least 4 nights in 5, and they must eat with and talk to anyone in their fellowship who cares for their conversation for an hour at least, at the nearest clubhouse of the samurai once on 3 chosen days in every week. Moreover, they must read aloud from the book of the samurai for at least 10 minutes every day. Every month, they must buy and read faithfully through at least one book that has been published during the last 5 years, and the only intervention with private choice in that matter is the prescription of a certain minimum of length for the monthly book or books. But the full rule of these minor compulsory matters is voluminous and detailed, and it abounds with alternatives. Its aim is rather to keep before the samurai, by a number of sample duties, as it were, the need of, and some of the chief methods towards, health of body and mind, rather than to provide a comprehensive rule, and to ensure the maintenance of a community of feeling and interests among the samurai through habit, intercourse, and a living contemporary literature. These minor obligations do not earmark more than an hour in the day, yet they serve to break down isolations of sympathy, all sorts of physical and intellectual sluggishness, and the development of unsocial preoccupations of many sorts. Women samurai who are married, my double told me, must bear children if they are to remain married as well in the order. Before the second period for terminating a childless marriage is exhausted. I failed to ask for the precise figures from my double at the time, but I think it is beyond doubt that it is from samurai mothers of the greater or lesser rule that a very large proportion of the future population of Utopia will be derived. There is one liberty accorded to women samurai which is refused to men, and that is to marry outside the rule. And women married to men not under the rule are also free to become samurai. Here too it will be manifest there is scope for novels and the drama of life. In practice, it seems that it is only men of great poetic distinction outside the rule or great commercial leaders who have wives under it. The tendency of such unions is either to bring the husband under the rule or take the wife out of it. There can be no doubt that these marriage limitations tend to make the samurai something of an hereditary class. But their children, as a rule, become samurai. But it is not an exclusive caste. Subject to the most reasonable qualifications, anyone who sees fit can enter it at any time, and so, unlike all other privileged castes the world has seen, it increases relatively to the total population and may indeed at last assimilate almost the whole population of the earth. Chapter 9, Section 7. So much my double told me readily. But now he came to the heart of all his explanations, to the will and motives at the center that made men and women ready to undergo discipline, to renounce the richness and elaboration of the sensuous life, to master emotions and control impulses, to keep in the key of effort while they had abundance about them to rouse and satisfy all desires, and his exposition was more difficult. He tried to make his religion clear to me. The leading principle of the Utopian religion is the repudiation of the doctrine of original sin. The Utopians hold that man, on the whole, is good. That is their cardinal belief. Man has pride and conscience, they hold, that you may refine by training as you refine his eye and ear. He has remorse and sorrow in his being, coming on the heels of all inconsequent enjoyments. How can one think of him as bad? He is religious. Religion is as natural to him as lust and anger, less intense, indeed, but coming with a wide-sweeping inevitableness as peace comes after all tumults and noises. And in Utopia they understand this, or at least the samurai do clearly. They accept religion as they accept thirst, as something inseparably in the mysterious rhythms of life. And just as thirst and pride and all desires may be perverted in an age of abundant opportunities, and men may be degraded and wasted by intemperance and drinking, by display or by ambition, so too the nobler complex of desires that constitutes religion may be turned to evil by the dull, the base, and the careless. Slovenly indulgence in religious inclinations, a failure to think hard and discriminate as fairly as possible in religious matters, is just as alien to the men under the rule as it would be to drink deeply because they were thirsty, eat until glutted, evade a bath because the day was chilly, or make love to any bright-eyed girl who chanced to look pretty in the dusk. Utopia, which is to have every type of character that one finds on earth, will have its temples and its priests, just as it will have its actresses and wine. But the samurai will be forbidden the religion of dramatically lit altars, organ music, and incense, as distinctly as they are forbidden the love of painted women, or the consolations of brandy. And to all the things that are less than religion, and that seek to comprehend it, to cosmogonies and philosophies, to creeds and formulae, to catechisms and easy explanations, the attitude of the samurai, the note of the book of samurai, will be distrust. These things, the samurai will say, are part of the indulgences that should come before a man submits himself to the rule. They are like the early gratifications of young men, experiences to establish renunciation. The samurai will have emerged above these things. The theology of the utopian rulers will be saturated with that same philosophy of uniqueness, that repudiation of anything beyond similarities and practical parallelisms that saturates all their institutions. They will have analyzed exhaustively those fallacies and assumptions that arise between the one and the many, that have troubled philosophy since philosophy began, just as they will have escaped that delusion unification of every species under its specific definition that has dominated earthly reasoning. So they will have escaped the delusive simplification of God that vitiates all terrestrial theology. They will hold God to be complex and of an endless variety of aspects, to be expressed by no universal formula nor approved in any uniform manner. Just as the language of Utopia will be a synthesis, even so will its God be. The aspect of God is different in the measure of every man's individuality, and the intimate thing of religion must, therefore, exist in human solitude, between man and God alone. Religion, in its quintessence, is a relation between God and man. It is perversion to make it a relation between man, and a man may no more reach God through a priest than love his wife through a priest. But just as a man in love may refine the interpretation of his feelings and borrow expression from the poems and music of poetic men, so an individual man may at his discretion read books of devotion and hear music that is in harmony with his inchoate feelings. Many of the samurai, therefore, will set themselves private regimens that will help their secret religious life, will pray habitually and read books of devotion, but with these things the rule of the order will have nothing to do. Clearly, the god of the samurai is a transcendental and mystical god, so far as the samurai have a purpose in common in maintaining the state, and the order and progress of the world, so far by their discipline and denial, by their public work and efforts, they worship God together. But the font of motives lies in the individual life. It lies in silent and deliberate reflections, and at this, the most striking of all the rules of the samurai aims. For 7 consecutive days in the year, at least, each man or woman under the rule must go right out of all the life of man into some wild and solitary place, must speak to no man or woman, and have no sort of intercourse with mankind. They must go bookless or weaponless, without pen or paper or money. Provisions must be taken for the period of the journey, a rug or sleeping sack, for they must sleep under the open sky, but no means of making a fire. They may study maps beforehand to guide them, showing any difficulties and dangers in the journey, but they may not carry such helps. They must not go by beaten ways or wherever they are inhabited houses, but into the bare, quiet places of the globe, the regions set apart for them. This discipline, my double said, was invented to secure a certain stoutness of heart and body in the members of the order, which otherwise might have lain open to many timorous, merely abstemious men and women. Many things have been suggested, swordplay and tests that verged on torture, climbing in giddy places and the like before this was chosen. Partly it is to ensure good training and sturdiness of body and mind, but partly also it is to draw their minds for a space from the insistent details of life, from the intricate arguments and the fretting effort to work, from personal quarrels and personal affections, and the things of the heated room. Out they must go, clean out of the world. Certain great areas are set apart for these yearly pilgrimages beyond the securities of the state. There are thousands of square miles of sandy desert in Africa and Asia set apart. Much of the Arctic and Antarctic circles, vast areas of mountain land and frozen marsh, secluded reserves of forest, and innumerable unfrequented lines upon the sea. Some are dangerous and laborious routes, some merely desolate, and there are even some sea journeys that one may take in the halcyon days as one drifts through a dream. Upon the seas, one must go in a little undecked sailing boat that may be rowed in a calm. All the other journeys one must do afoot, none aiding. There are, about all these desert regions and along most coasts, little offices at which the samurai says goodbye to the world of men, and at which they arrive after their minimum time of silence is overpassed. For the intervening days they must be alone with nature, necessity, and their own thoughts. It is good, I said. It is good, my double answered. We civilized men go back to the stark mother that so many of us would have forgotten were it not for this rule. And one thinks, only 2 weeks ago I did my journey for the year. I went with my gear by sea to Tromsø, and then inland to a starting place, and took my ice axe and rucksack, and said goodbye to the world. I crossed over 4 glaciers, I climbed 3 high mountain passes, and slept on moss in desolate valleys. I saw no human being for 7 days. Then I came down through pine woods to the head of a road that runs to the Baltic shore. Altogether, it was 13 days before I reported myself again, and had speech with fellow creatures. And the women do this? The women who are truly samurai, yes, equally with the men, unless the coming of children intervenes. I asked him how it seemed to him, and what he thought about during the journey. There's always a sense of effort for me, he said. When I leave the world at the outset of the journey, I turn back again and again and look at the little office as I go up my mountainside. The first day and night, I'm a little disposed to shirk the job. Every year it's the same. A little disposed, for example, to sling my pack from my back and sit down and go through its contents and make sure I've gotten all my equipment. There's no chance of anyone overtaking you? Two men mustn't start from the same office on the same route within 6 hours of each other. If they come within sight of each other, they must shun an encounter and make no sign unless life is in danger. All that is arranged beforehand. It would be, of course. Go on telling me of your journey. I dread the night. I dread discomfort and bad weather. I only begin to brace up after the second day. Don't you worry about losing your way. No, there are cairns and skylight signs. If it wasn't for that, of course, we should be worrying with maps the whole time, but I'm only sure of being a man after the second night, and sure of my power to go through. And then? Then one begins to get into it. The first 2 days, one is apt to have the events of one's journey, little incidents of travel, and thoughts of one's work and affairs, rising and fading and coming again, but then the perspectives begin. I don't sleep much at nights on these journeys. I lie awake and stare at the stars. About dawn, perhaps, and in the morning sunshine I sleep. The nights this last time were very short, never more than twilight, and I saw the glow of the sun always just over the edge of the world, but I had chosen the days of the new moon so that I could have a glimpse of the stars. Years ago I went from the Nile across the Libyan desert east, and then the stars. The stars, in the later days of that journey, brought me near weeping. You begin to feel alone on the third day when you find yourself out on some shining snowfield and nothing of mankind visible to the whole world save one landmark. One remote thin red triangle of iron, perhaps, in the saddle of the ridge against the sky. All this busy world that has done so much and so marvelously, and is still so little. You see it little, as it is, and far off. All day long you go and the night comes, and it might be another planet. Then, in the quiet waking hours, one thinks of oneself and the great external things, of space and eternity, and what one means by God. He mused, You think of death? Not of my own, but when I go among snows and desolations, and usually I take my pilgrimage in mountains or the north, I think very much of the night of this world, the time when our sun will be red and dull, and air and water will lie frozen together in a common snowfield, where now the forests of the tropics are steaming. I think very much of that, and whether it is indeed God's purpose that our kind should end, and the cities we have built, the books we have written, all that we have given substance and a form should lie dead beneath the snows. You don't believe that? No, but if it is not so, I went threading my way among gorges and precipices, with my poor brain dreaming of what the alternative should be, with my imagination straining and failing. Yet in those high airs and in such solitude, a kind of exaltation comes to men. I remember that one night I sat up and told the rascal stars very earnestly how they should not escape us in the end. He glanced at me for a moment as though he doubted I should understand. One becomes a personification up there, he said. One becomes the ambassador of mankind to the outer world. There's time to think over a lot of things. One puts oneself and one's ambitions in a new pair of scales. Then there are hours when one is just exploring the wilderness like a child. Sometimes perhaps one gets a glimpse from some precipice edge of the plains far away, and houses and roadways, and remembers that there is still a busy world of men, and at last one turns one's feet down some slope, some gorge that leads back. You come down, perhaps, into a pine forest and hear that queer clatter reindeer make, and then, it may be, see a herdsman very far away, watching you. You wear your pilgrim's badge, and he makes no sign of seeing you. You know, after these solitudes, I feel just the same queer disinclination to go back to the world of men that I feel when I have to leave it. I think of dusty roads and hot valleys, and being looked at by many people. I think of the trouble of working with colleagues and opponents. This last journey I outstayed my time, camping in the pine woods for 6 days. Then my thoughts came round to my proper work again. I got keen to go on with it, and so I came back into the world. You come back physically clean, as though you had your arteries and veins washed out, and your brain has been cleaned too. I shall stick to the mountains now until I am old, and then I shall sail a boat in Polynesia. That is what so many old men do. Only last year, one of the great leaders of the samurai, a white-haired man who followed the rule in spite of his 111 years, was found dead in his boat far away from any land, far to the south, lying like a child asleep. That's better than a tumbled bed, said I, and some boy of a doctor jabbing you with injections and distressful people hovering about you. Yes, said my double, in Utopia. We who are samurai die better than that, and that is how your great men die? It came to me suddenly as very strange that even as we sat and talked across deserted seas, on burning sands, through the still aisles of forests, and in all the high and lonely places of the world, beyond the margin where the ways and houses go, solitary men and women sailed alone or marched alone or clamored, quiet, resolute exiles. They stood alone amidst wildernesses of ice, on the precipitous banks of roaring torrents, in monstrous caverns, or steering a tossing boat in the little circle of the horizon amidst the tumbled, incessant sea. All in their several ways communing with the emptiness, the enigmatic spaces and silences, the winds and torrents and the soulless forces that lie about the lit and ordered life of men. I saw more clearly now something that I had seen dimly already, in the bearing and the faces of this utopian chivalry, a faint persistent tinge of detachment from the immediate heats and hurries, the little graces and delights, the tensions and stimulations of the daily world. It pleased me strangely to think of this steadfast yearly pilgrimage of solitude, and how near men might come then to the high distances of God. Chapter 9, Section 8. After that, I remember we fell talking of the discipline of the rule, of the courts that try breaches of it, and interpret doubtful cases. For though a man may resign with due notice and be free after a certain time to rejoin again, one deliberate breach may exclude a man forever, of the system of law that has grown about such trials, and of the triennial council that revises and alters the rule. From that we pass to the discussion of the general constitution of this world state. Practically all political power vests in the samurai. Not only are they the only administrators, lawyers, practicing doctors, and public officials of almost all kinds, but they are the only voters. Yet, by a curious exception, the Supreme Legislative Assembly must have 1/10, and may have 1/2 of its members outside the order, because, it is alleged, there is a sort of wisdom that comes of sin and laxness, which is necessary to the perfect ruling of life. My double quoted me a verse from the canon on this matter that my unfortunate verbal memory did not retain, but it was in the nature of a prayer to save the world of unfermented men. It would seem that Aristotle's idea of a rotation of rulers, an idea that crops up again in Harrington's Oceana, that first utopia of the sovereign people, a utopia that, through Danton's readings in English, played a disastrous part in the French Revolution, gets a little respect in Utopia. The tendency is to give a practically permanent tenure to good men. Every ruler and official, it is true, is put on his trial every 3 years before a jury drawn by lot, according to the range of his activities, either from the samurai or his municipal area, or from the general catalogue of the samurai. But the business of this jury is merely to decide whether to continue him in office or order a new election. In the majority of cases, the verdict is continuation. Even if it is not so, the official may still appear as a candidate before the second and separate jury which fills the vacant post. My double mentioned a few scattered details of the electoral methods, but as at that time I believed we were to have a number of further conversations, I did not exhaust my curiosities upon this subject. Indeed, I was more than a little preoccupied and inattentive. The religion of the samurai was after my heart, and had taken hold of me very strongly. But presently I fell questioning upon him the complications that arise in the modern utopia through the differences between the races of men, and found my attention returning. But the matter of that discussion I shall put apart into a separate chapter. In the end we came back to the particulars of this great rule of life that any man desiring of joining the samurai must follow. I remember now, about a third bout of talking, I walked back through the streets of utopian London to rejoin the botanist at our hotel. My double lived in an apartment in a great building, I should judge about where in our London the Tate Gallery squats, and, as the day was fine, I had no reason for hurry. I went not by the covered mechanical way, but on foot along the broad, tree-set terraces that follow the river on either side. It was afternoon, and the mellow Thames Valley sunlight, warm and gentle, lit a clean and gracious world. There were many people abroad, going to and fro, unhurrying but not aimless, and I watched them so attentively that, were you to ask me for the most elementary details of the buildings and terraces that lay back on either bank, or the pinnacles and towers and parapets that laced the sky, I could not tell you them, but of the people I could tell a great deal. No utopians wear black, and for all the frequency of the samurai uniform, along the London ways the general effect is of a gaily colored population. You never see anyone noticeably ragged or dirty. The police, who answer questions and keep order, and are quite distinct from the organization for the pursuit of criminals, see to that, and shabby people are very infrequent. People who want to save money for other purposes, or who do not bother much with their clothing, seem to wear costumes of rough woven cloth, dyed in unobtrusive brown or green, over fine woolen underclothing, and so achieve a decent comfort in its simplest form. Others outside the rule of the samurai range the spectrum for color, and have every variety of texture. The colors attained by the utopian dyers seem to me to be fuller and purer than the common range of stuffs on earth. And the subtle folding of the woolen materials witness that utopian Bradford is no whit behind her earthly sister. White is extraordinarily frequent. White woolen tunics and robes into which are woven bands of brilliant color abound. Often these ape the cut and purple edge that distinguishes the samurai. In utopian London, the air is as clear and less dusty than it is among high mountains. The roads are made of unbroken surfaces and not of friable earth. All heating is done by electricity, and no coal ever enters the town. There are no horses or dogs, and so there is not a suspicion of smoke, and scarcely a particle of any sort of dirt to render white impossible. The radiated influence of the uniform of the samurai has been to keep costume simple, and this, perhaps, emphasizes the general effects of vigorous health, of shapely bodies. Everyone is well grown and well nourished. Everyone seems in good condition. Everyone walks well and has that clearness of eye that comes with cleanliness of blood. In London, I am apt to consider myself of a passable size and carriage. Here I feel small and mean-looking, the faint suspicions of spinal curvatures, skew feet, unequal legs, and ill-grown bones that haunt one in a London crowd, the plain intimations. In yellow faces, puffy faces, spotted and irregular complexions, in nervous movements and coughs and colds. Of bad habits and an incompetent or disregarded medical profession do not appear here. I notice few old people, but there seems to be a greater proportion of men and women at or near the prime of life. I hang upon that. I have seen 1 or 2 fat people here. They are all the more noticeable because they are rare. But wrinkled age? Have I yet in Utopia set eyes on a bald head? The Utopians have brought a sounder physiological science than ours to bear upon regimen. People know better what to do and what to avoid, how to foresee and forestall coming trouble, and how to evade and suppress the subtle poisons that blunt the edge of sensation. They have put off the years of decay. They keep their teeth, they keep their digestions, they ward off gout and rheumatism, neuralgia and influenza, and all those cognate decays that bend and wrinkle men and women in the middle years of existence. They have extended the level years far into the 70s, and age, when it comes swiftly and easily. The feverish hurry of our earth, the decay that begins before growth has ceased, is replaced by a ripe, prolonged maturity. This modern utopia is an adult world. The flushed romance, the predominant eroticisms, the adventurous uncertainty of a world in which youth prevails gives place here to a grave deliberation, to a fuller and more powerful emotion, to a broader handling of life. Yet youth is here. Amidst the men whose faces have been made fine by thought and steadfast living, among the serene-eyed women comes youth, gaily colored, buoyantly healthy, with challenging eyes, with fresh and eager face. For everyone in Utopia who is sane enough to benefit, study, and training lasts until 20. Then comes the travel year, and many are still students until 24 or 25. Most are still, in a sense, students throughout life, but it is the thought that, unless responsible action is begun in some form in the early 20s, will undergoes a partial atrophy. But the full swing of adult life is hardly attained until 30 is reached. Men marry before the middle 30s, and the women rather earlier. Few are mothers before 5 and 20. The majority of those who become samurai do so between 27 and 35. And between 17 and 30, the Utopians have their dealings with love, and the play and excitement of love is a chief interest in life. Much freedom of act is allowed them so that their wills may grow freely. For the most part, they end mated, and love gives place to some special and more enduring interest, though, indeed, there is love between older men and fresh girls, and between youths and maturer women. And it is in these most graceful and beautiful years of life that such freedoms of dress as the atmosphere of Utopia permits are to be seen. And the crude bright will and imagination of youth peeps out in ornament and color. Figures come into my sight and possess me for a moment and pass, and give place to others. There comes a dusky little Jewess, red-lipped and amber-clad with a deep crimson flower, I know not whether real or sham, in the dull black of her hair. She passes me with an unconscious disdain, and then I am looking at a brightly smiling blue-eyed girl, tall, ruddy, and freckled warmly, clad like a stage Rosalind, and talking gaily to a fair young man, a novice under the rule. A red-haired mother under the lesser rule goes by, green-gowned with dark green straps crossing between her breasts, and her two shock-headed children, bare-legged and lightly shod, tug at her hands on either side. Then a grave man in a long fur-trimmed robe, a merchant maybe, debates some serious matter with a white-tunicked clerk. And the clerk's face? I turn to mark the straight, blue-black hair. The man must be Chinese. Then come two short-bearded men in careless indigo-blue raiment, both of them convulsed with laughter. Men outside the rule who practice, perhaps, some art, and then one of the samurai, in cheerful altercation with a blue-robed girl of 8. But you could have come back yesterday, Dada, she persists. He's deeply sunburnt, and suddenly there passes before my mind the picture of a snowy mountain waste at nightfall and a solitary small figure under the stars. When I come back to the present thing again, my eye is caught at once by a young Negro carrying books in his hand, a prosperous-looking, self-respecting young Negro in a trimly cut coat of purple, blue, and silver. I am reminded of what my double said to me of race. Chapter 10. Race in Utopia. Section 1. Above the sphere of the elemental cravings and necessities, the soul of man is in a perpetual vacillation between two conflicting impulses, the desire to assert his individual differences, the desire for distinction, and his terror of isolation. He wants to stand out but not too far out, and, on the contrary, he wants to merge himself with a group with some larger body, but not altogether. Through all the things of life runs this tortuous compromise. Men follow the fashions, but resent ready-made uniforms on every plane of their being. This disposition to form aggregations and to imagine aggregations is part of the incurable nature of man. It is of one of the great natural forces the statesman must utilize, and against which he must construct effectual defenses. The study of the aggregations and of the ideals of aggregations about which men's sympathies will twine, and upon which they will base a large proportion of their conduct and personal policy, is the legitimate definition of sociology. Now, the sort of aggregation to which men and women will refer themselves is determined partly by the strength and idiosyncrasy of the individual imagination, and partly by the reek of ideas that chances to be in the air at the same time. Men and women may vary greatly both in their innate and their acquired disposition towards this sort of larger body, or that, to which their social reference can be made. The natural, social reference of a man is probably to some rather vaguely conceived tribe, as the natural, social reference of a dog is to a pack. But just as those social reference of a dog may be educated until the reference to a pack is completely replaced by a reference to an owner, so on to his higher plane of educability, the social reference of the civilized man undergoes the most remarkable transformations. But the power and scope of his imagination and the need he has of response sets limits to his process. A highly intellectualized, mature mind may refer for its data very consistently to ideas of a higher being so remote and indefinable as God, so comprehensive as humanity, so far-reaching as the purpose in things. I write may, but I doubt if this exaltation of reference is ever permanently sustained. Comte, in his positive polity, exposes his soul with great freedom, and the curious may trace how, while he professes and quite honestly intends to refer himself always to his greater being, humanity, he narrows constantly to his projected Western Republic of civilized men, and quite frequently to the minute indefinite body of positivist subscribers. And the history of the Christian Church, with its development of orders and cults, sects and dissents, the history of fashionable society with its cliques and sets, and every political history with its cabals and inner cabinets, witness to the struggle that goes on in the minds of men to adjust themselves to a larger body and deed than themselves, but which still does not strain and escape their imaginative grasp. The statesman, both for himself and others, must recognize this inadequacy of grasp, and the necessity for real and imaginary aggregations to sustain men in their practical service of the order of the world. He must be a sociologist. He must study the whole world of science, of aggregations, in relation to that world state to which his reason and his maturest thought direct him. He must lend himself to the development of aggregatory ideas that favor the civilizing progress, and he must do his best to promote the disintegration of aggregations and the effacement of aggregatory ideas that keep men narrow and unreasonably prejudiced one against another. He will of course know that few men are even rudely consistent in such matters, that the same man in different moods and on different occasions is capable of referring himself in perfect good health, not only to different, but to contradictory larger beings, and that the more important thing about an agratory idea from the state maker's point of view is not so much what it explicitly involves as what it implicitly repudiates. The natural man does not feel as he is aggregating at all, unless he aggregates against something. He refers himself to the tribe. He is loyal to the tribe, and quite inseparably he fears or dislikes those others outside the tribe. The tribe is always at least defensively hostile and usually actively hostile to humanity beyond the aggregation. The anti-idea, it would seem, is inseparable from the agratory idea. It is a necessity of the human mind. When we think of the class A as desirable, we think of not A as undesirable. The two things are as inevitably connected as the tendons of our hands, so that when we flatten down our little fingers on our palms, the fourth digit, whether we want it or not, comes half down. All real working gods, one may remark, all gods that are worshipped emotionally are tribal gods, and every attempt to universalize the idea of God trails dualism and the devil after it as a moral necessity. When we inquire, as well as the unformed condition of terrestrial sociology permits, into the aggregatory ideas that seem to satisfy men, we find a remarkable complex, a disorderly complex, in the minds of nearly all our civilized contemporaries. For example, all sorts of aggregatory ideas come and go across the chameleon surfaces of any botanist's mind. He has a strong feeling for systematic botanists as against plant physiologists, whom he regards as lewd and evil scoundrels in this relation. But he has a strong feeling for all botanists, and indeed all biologists, as against physicists, and those who profess the exact sciences, all of whom he regards as dull, mechanical, ugly-minded scoundrels in this relation. But he has a strong feeling for all who profess what is called science, as against psychologists, sociologists, philosophers, and literary men, whom he regards as wild, foolish, immoral scoundrels in this relation. But he has a strong feeling for all educated men against the working man, whom he regards as a cheating, lying, loafing, drunken, thievish, dirty scoundrel in this relation. But so soon as the working man is comprehended together with those others as Englishmen, which includes in this case, I may remark, the Scottish and Welsh, he holds them superior to all other sorts of Europeans, whom he regards, etc., etc. Now one perceives in all these aggregatory ideas and rearrangements of the sympathies of one of the chief vices of human thought, due to its obsession by classificatory suggestions. Footnote, see chapter the 1st, section 5, and the appendix. The necessity for marking our classes has brought with it a bias for false and excessive contrast, and we never invent a term, but we are at once cramming it with implications beyond its legitimate content. There is no feat of irrelevance that people will not perform quite easily in this way. There is no class, however accidental, to which they will not at once ascribe deeply distinctive qualities. The seventh sons of the seventh sons have remarkable powers of insight. People with a certain sort of ear commit crimes of violence. People with red hair have souls of fire. All democratic socialists are trustworthy persons. All people born in Ireland have vivid imaginations, and all Englishmen are clods. All Hindus are cowardly liars. All curly-haired people are good-natured. All hunchbacks are energetic and wicked, and all Frenchmen eat frogs. Such stupid generalizations have been believed with the utmost readiness and acted upon by great numbers of sane, respectable people. And when the class is one's own class, when it expresses one of the aggregations to which one refers one's own activities, then the disposition to divide all qualities between this class and its converse, and to cram one's own class with every desirable distinction, becomes overwhelming. It is part of the training of the philosopher to regard all such generalizations with suspicion. It is part of the training of the utopist and statesman, and all good statesmen are utopists, to mingle something very like animosity with that suspicion. For crude classification and false generalizations are the curse of all organized human life. Chapter 10, Section 2. Disregarding classes, cliques, sets, castes, and the like minor aggregations, concerned for the most part with details and minor aspects of life, one finds among the civilized peoples of the world certain broad types of aggregatory idea. There are firstly the national ideas, ideas which in their perfection require a uniformity of physical and mental type, a common idiom, a common religion, a distinctive style of costume, decoration, and thought, and a compact organization acting with complete external unity. Like the Gothic cathedral, the national idea is never found complete with all its parts, but one has in Russia, with her insistence on political and religious orthodoxy, something approaching it pretty closely, and again in the inland and typical provinces of China, where even a strange pattern of hat arouses hostility. We had it in vigorous struggle to exist in England under the earlier Georges in the minds of those who supported the established church. The idea of the fundamental nature of nationality is so ingrained in thought, with all the usual exaggeration of implication, that no one laughs at talk about Swedish painting or American literature, and I will confess and point out that my own detachment from these delusions is so imperfect and discontinuous that in another passage I have committed myself to a short assertion of the exceptionally noble quality of the English imagination. Footnote, Chapter 7, Section 6. I am constantly gratified by flattering untruths about English superiority, which I should reject indignantly were the application bluntly personal, and I am ever ready to believe the scenery of England, the poetry of England, and even the decoration and music of England, in some mystic and impregnable way, the best. This habit of intensifying all class definitions, and particularly those on which one has a personal interest, is in the very constitution of man's mind. It is part of the defect of that instrument. We may watch against it and prevent it doing any great injustices or leading us into follies, but to eradicate it is altogether a different matter. There it is to be reckoned with, like the coccyx, the pineal eye, and the vermiform appendix. And a too consistent attack on it may lead simply to its inversion, to a vindictively pro-foreigner attitude that is equally unwise. The second sort of aggregatory ideas running very often across the boundaries of national ideas and in conflict with them are religious ideas. In Western Europe, true national ideas only emerged to their present hectic vigor after the shock of the Reformation had liberated men from the great tradition of a Latin-speaking Christendom, a tradition of the Roman Catholic Church has sustained as its modification of the old Latin-speaking imperialism in the rule of the Pontifex Maximus. There was and there remains to this day a profound disregard of local dialect and race in the Roman Catholic tradition, which has made that church a persistently disintegrating influence in national life. Equally spacious and equally regardless of tongues and peoples is the great Arabic-speaking religion of Muhammad. Both Christendom and Islam are indeed on their secular sides imperfect realizations of a utopian world state, but the secular side was the weaker side of these cults. They produced no sufficiently great statesmen to release their spiritual forces, and it is not in Rome under pontifical rule, nor in Munster under Anabaptists, but rather in Thomas à Kempis and St. Augustine's City of God that we must speak for the utopias of Christianity. In the last 100 years, a novel development of material forces, and especially of means of communication, has done very much to break up the isolations in which nationality perfected its prejudices, and so to render possible the extension and consolidation of such a worldwide culture as medieval Christendom and Islam foreshadowed. The first onset of these expansive developments has been marked in the world of mind by an expansion of political ideals. Comte's Western Republic, 1848, was the first utopia that involved the synthesis of numerous states, by the development of imperialisms in the place of national policies, and by the search for a basis for wider political unions in racial traditions and linguistic affinities. Anglo-Saxonism, Pan-Germanism, and the like are such synthetic ideas. Until the 80s, the general tendency of progressive thought was at one with the older Christian tradition, which ignored race, and the aim of the expansive liberalism movement, so far as it had a clear aim, was to Europeanize the world, to extend the franchise to Negroes, put Polynesians into trousers, and train the teeming myriads of India to appreciate the exquisite lilt of the Lady of the Lake. There is always some absurdity mixed with human greatness, and we must not let the fact that the Middle Victorians counted Scott, the suffrage and pantaloons among the supreme blessings of life, conceal us from the very nobility of their dream of England's mission to the world. We of this generation have seen a flood of reaction against such universalism. The great intellectual developments that center upon the work of Darwin have exacerbated the realization that life is a conflict between superior and inferior types. It has underlined the idea that specific survival rates are of primary significance in the world's development, and a swarm of inferior intelligences has applied to human problems elaborated and exaggerated versions of these generalizations. These social and political followers of Darwin have fallen into an obvious confusion between race and nationality, and into the natural trap of patriotic conceit. The descent of the Indian and colonial governing class to the first crude applications of liberal propositions in India has found a voice of unparalleled penetration in Mr. Kipling, whose want of intellectual deliberation is only equaled by his poetic power. The search for a basis for a new political synthesis in adaptable sympathies based on linguistic affinities was greatly influenced by Max Muller's unaccountable assumption that language indicated kindred, and led straight to wildly speculative ethnology, to the discovery that there was a Celtic race, a Teutonic race, an Indo-European race, and so forth. A book that has had enormous influence in this matter, because of its teachings, is J.R. Green's Short History of the English People, with a grotesque insistence upon Anglo-Saxonism, and just now the world is in a sort of delirium about race and the racial struggle. The Briton forgetting his Defoe, footnote, the true-born Englishman, the Jew forgetting his very word proselyte, the German forgetting his anthropometric variations, and the Italian forgetting everything, are obsessed by the singular purity of their blood, and the danger of contamination the mere continuance of other races involves. True to the law that all human aggregation involves the development of the spirit of opposition to whatever is external to the aggregation, extraordinary intensifications of racial definition are going on. The vileness, the inhumanity, the incompatibility of alien races is being steadily exaggerated. The natural tendency of every human being towards a stupid conceit in himself and his kind, a stupid depreciation of all unlikeness, is traded upon by this bastard science. With the weakening of national references and with the pause before reconstruction in religious belief, these new arbitrary and unsubstantial race prejudices become daily more formidable. They are shaping policies and modifying laws that will certainly be responsible for a large proportion of the wars, hardships, and cruelties the immediate future holds in store for the earth. No generalizations about race are too extravagant for the inflamed credulity of the present time. No attempt is ever made to distinguish differences in inherent quality, the true racial differences, from artificial differences due to culture. No lesson seems ever to be drawn from history of the fluctuating incidents of the civilizing process, first upon this race and then upon that. The politically ascendant people of the present phase are understood to be the superior races, including such types as the Sussex farm laborer, the Bowery tough, the London hooligan, and the Paris Apache. The races not at present prospering politically, such as the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Spanish, the Moors, the Chinese, the Hindus, the Peruvians, and all uncivilized people, are represented as the inferior races, unfit to associate with the former on terms of equality, unfit to intermarry with them on any terms, unfit for any decisive voice in human affairs. In the popular imagination of Western Europe, the Chinese are becoming bright gamboge in color and unspeakably abominable in every respect. The people who are black, the people who have fuzzy hair and flattish noses and no calves to speak of, are no longer held to be within the pale of humanity. These superstitions work out along the obvious lines of the popular logic. The depopulation of the Congo Free State by the Belgians, the horrible massacres of Chinese by European soldiery during the Pekin expedition, are condoned as a painful but necessary part of the civilizing process of the world. The worldwide repudiation of slavery in the 19th century was done against a vast sullen force of ignorant pride which, reinvigorated by the new delusions, swings back again to power. Science is supposed to lend its sanction to race mania, but it is only science, as it is understood by very illiterate people, that does anything of the sort. Science, in fact. What science has to tell about the races of men will be found compactly set forth by Dr. J. Deinker in the book published under that title. Footnote. See also an excellent paper in the American Journal of Sociology from March 1904, The Psychology of Race Prejudice by W. I. Thomas. From that book, one may learn the beginnings of race charity. Save for a few isolated pools of savage humanity, there's probably no pure race in the world. The great continental populations are all complex mixtures of numerous and fluctuating types. Even the Jews present every kind of skull that is supposed to be racially distinctive, a vast range of complexion from blackness in Goa to extreme fairness in Holland, and a vast mental and physical diversity. Were the Jews to discontinue all intermarriage with other races henceforth forever, it would depend upon quite unknown laws of fecundity, propensity, and variability. What their final type would be, or indeed whether any particular type would ever prevail over diversity. And without going beyond the natives of the British Isles, one can discover an enormous range of types, tall and short, straight-haired and curly, fair and dark, supremely intelligent and unteachably stupid, straightforward, disingenuous, and what not. The natural tendency is to forget all this range directly race comes under discussion, to take either an average or some quite arbitrary ideal as the type, and think only of that. The more difficult thing to do, but the thing that must be done if we are to get just results in this discussion, is to do one's best to bear the range in mind. Let us admit that the average Chinaman is probably different in complexion, and indeed in all his physical and psychical proportions from the average Englishman. Does that render their association upon terms of equality in a world state impossible? What the average Chinaman or Englishman may be is of no importance whatever to our plan of the world state. It is not averages that exist, but individuals. The average Chinaman will never meet the average Englishman anywhere. Only individual Chinamen will meet individual Englishmen. Now, among Chinamen will be found a range of variety as extensive as among Englishmen, and there is no single trait represented by all Chinamen and no Englishmen, or vice versa. Even the oblique eye is not universal in China, and there are probably many Chinamen who might have been changed at birth, taken away and educated into quite passable Englishmen. Even after we have separated out and allowed for the differences in carriage, physique, moral prepossessions, and so forth, due to their entirely divergent cultures, there remains, no doubt, a very great difference between the average Chinaman and the average Englishman. But would that amount to a wider difference than is to be found among extreme types of Englishmen? For my own part, I do not think that it would, but it is evident that any precise answer can be made only when anthropology has adopted much more exact and exhaustive methods of inquiry, and a far more precise analysis than its present resources permit. Be it remembered how doubtful and tainted is the bulk of our evidence in these matters. These are extraordinarily subtle inquiries from which few men succeed in disentangling the threads of their personal associations, the curiously interwoven strands of self-love and self-interest that affect their inquiries. One might almost say that instinct fights against such investigations, as it does undoubtedly against many necessary medical researches. But while a long special training, a high tradition, and the possibility of reward and distinction enable the medical student to face many tasks that are at once undignified and physically repulsive, the people from whom we get our anthropological information are rarely men of more than average intelligence, and of no mental training at all. And the problems are far more elusive. It surely needs at last the gifts and training of a first-class novelist, combined with a sedulous patience that probably cannot be hoped for in combination with these, to gauge the all-round differences between man and man. Even where there are no barriers of language and color, understanding may be nearly impossible. How few educated people seem to understand the servant class in England, or the working men. Except for Mr. Bart Kennedy's A Man Adrift, I know of scarcely any book that shows a really sympathetic and living understanding of the Navy, the longshore sailorman, the rough chap of our own race, caricatures, luridly tragic or gaily comic, in which the misconceptions of the author blend with the preconceptions of the reader and achieve success, are, of course, common enough. And then consider the sort of people who pronounce judgments on the moral and intellectual capability of the Negro, the Malay, or the Chinaman. You have missionaries, native schoolmasters, employers of coolies, traders, simple downright men who scarcely suspect the existence of any sources of error in their verdicts, who are incapable of understanding the difference between what is innate and what is acquired, much less of distinguishing them in their interplay. Now and then one seems to have a glimpse of something really living, in Mary Kingsley's buoyant work, for instance, and even that may be no more than my illusion. For my own part, I am disposed to discount all adverse judgments and all statements of insurmountable differences between race and race. I talk upon racial qualities to all men who have had opportunities of close observation, and I find that their insistence upon these differences is usually in inverse proportion to their intelligence. It may be the chance of my encounters, but that is my clear impression. Common sailors will generalize in the profoundest way about Irishmen and Scotchmen and Yankees and Nova Scotians and Dutchies, until one might think one talked of different species of animal. But the educated explorer flings clear all these delusions. To him, men present themselves individualized, and if they classify it as by some skin-deep accident of tint, some trick of the tongue or habit of gesture, or such like superficiality, and after all there exists today available one kind at least of unbiased anthropological evidence, there are photographs. Let the reader turn over the pages of some such copiously illustrated work as The Living Races of Mankind. Footnote: The Living Races of Mankind by H.N. Hutchinson, J.W. Gregory, and R. Lydecker. Hutchinson, and look into the eyes of one alien face after another. Are they not very like the people one knows? For the most part, one finds it hard to believe that with a common language and common social traditions, one would not get on very well with these people. Here or there is a brutish or evil face, but you can find as brutish and evil in the Strand on any afternoon. There are differences, no doubt, but fundamental incompatibilities? No. And very many of them send out a ray of special resemblance and remind one more strongly of this friend or that than they do of their own kind. One notes with surprise that one's good friend and neighbor X and an anonymous naked Gold Coast Negro belong to one type, as distinguished from one's dear friend Y and a beaming individual from Somaliland, who as certainly belong to one another. In matter, the careless and prejudiced nature of accepted racial generalizations is particularly marked. A great and increasing number of people are persuaded that half-breeds are peculiarly evil creatures, as hunchbacks and bastards were supposed to be in the Middle Age. The full legend of the wickedness of the half-breed is best to be learnt from a drunken mean white from Virginia or the Cape. The half-breed, one hears, combines all the vices of either parent. He is wretchedly poor in health and spirit, but vindictive, powerful, and dangerous to an extreme degree. His morals, the mean white has high and exacting standards, are indescribable even in whispers in a saloon, and so on and so on. There is really not any atom of evidence an unprejudiced mind would accept to sustain any belief of the sort. There is nothing to show that the children of racial admixture are, as a class, inherently either better or worse in any respect than either parent. There's an equally baseless theory that they are better, a theory displayed to a fine degree of foolishness in the article on Shakespeare in the Encyclopedia Britannica. Both theories belong to the vast edifice of sham science that smothers the reality of modern knowledge. It may be that most half-breeds are failures in life, but that proves nothing. They are, in an enormous number of cases, illegitimate and outcast from the normal education of either race. They are brought up in homes that are the battlegrounds of conflicting cultures. They labor under a heavy premium of disadvantage. There is, of course, a passing suggestion of Darwin's to account for atavism that might go to support the theory of the vileness of half-breeds, if it had ever been proved. But then it never has been proved. There is no proof in the matter at all. Chapter 10, Section 3. Suppose now there is such a thing as an all-round inferior race. Is that any reason why we should propose to preserve it forever in a condition of tutelage? Whether there is a race so inferior I do not know, but certainly there is no race so superior as to be trusted with human charges. The true answer to Aristotle's plea for slavery that there are natural slaves lies in the fact that there are no natural masters. Power is no more to be committed to men without discipline and restriction than alcohol. The true objection to slavery is not that it is unjust to the inferior, but that it corrupts the superior. There is only one sane and logical thing to be done with a really inferior race, and that is to exterminate it. Now, there are various ways of exterminating a race, and most of them are cruel. You may end it with fire and sword after the old Hebrew fashion. You may enslave it and work it to death, as the Spaniards did the Caribs. You may set it boundaries and then poison it slowly with deleterious commodities, as the Americans do with most of their Indians. You may incite it to wear clothing to which it is not accustomed and to live under new and strange conditions that will expose it to infectious diseases to which you yourselves are immune, as the missionaries do the Polynesians. You may resort to honest, simple murder as we English did with the Tasmanians, or you can maintain such conditions as conduce to race suicide, as the British administration does in Fiji. Suppose then for a moment that there is an all-round inferior race. A modern utopia is under the hard logic of life, and it would have to exterminate such a race as quickly as it could. On the whole, the Fijian device seems the least cruel. But Utopia would do that without any clumsiness of race distinction, in exactly the same manner, and by the same machinery, as it exterminates all its own defective and inferior strains. That is to say, as we have already discussed in Chapter 5, Section 1, by its marriage laws, and by the laws of the minimum wage. That extinction need never be discriminatory. If any of the race did, after all, prove to be fit to survive, they would survive. They would be picked out with a sure and automatic justice from the over-ready condemnation of all their kind. Is there, however, an all-round inferior race in the world? Even the Australian blackfellow is, perhaps, not quite so entirely eligible for extinction as a good, wholesome, horse-racing, sheep-farming Australian white may think. These queer little races, the black fellows, the pygmies, the bushmen, may have their little gifts, a greater keenness, a greater fineness of this sense or that, a quaintness of the imagination or whatnot, that may serve as their little unique addition to the totality of our utopian civilization. We are supposing that every individual alive on Earth is alive in Utopia, and so all the surviving black fellows are there. Every one of them in Utopia has had what none have had on Earth, a fair education and fair treatment, justice and opportunity. Suppose that the common idea is right about the general inferiority of these people, then it would follow that in Utopia most of them are childless and working at or about the minimum wage, and some will have passed out all possibility of offspring under the hand of the offended law. But still, cannot we imagine some few of these little people, whom you must suppose neither naked nor clothed in the European style, but robed in the Utopian fashion, may have found some delicate art to practice, some peculiar sort of carving, for example, that justifies God in creating them? Utopia has sound sanitary laws, sound social laws, sound economic laws. What harm are these people going to do? Some may even be prosperous and admired, may have married women of their own or some other race, and so may be transmitting that distinctive thin thread of excellence to take its due place in the great synthesis of the future. And indeed, coming along that terracing Utopia, I see a little figure, a little bright-eyed, bearded man, inky black, frizzy-haired, and clad in a white tunic and black hose, and with a mantle of lemon yellow wrapped about his shoulders. He walks as most Utopians walk, as though he had reason to be proud of something, as though he had no reason to be afraid of anything in the world. He carries a portfolio in his hand. It is that, I suppose, as much as his hair, that recalls the courtier Latin to my mind. Chapter 10, Section 4. I had already discussed the question of race with the botanist at Lucerne. But you would not like, he cried in horror, your daughter to marry a Chinaman or a Negro? Of course, said I. When you say Chinaman, you think of a creature with pigtails, long nose, and insanitary habits. And when you say Negro, you think of a filthy-headed black creature in an old hat. You do this because your imagination is too feeble to disentangle the inherent qualities of a thing from its habitual associations. Insult isn't argument, said the botanist. Neither is unsound implication. You make a question of race into a question of unequal cultures. You would not like your daughter to marry the sort of Negro who steals hens, but then you would also not like your daughter to marry a pure English hunchback with a squint, or a drunken cab tout of Norman blood. As a matter of fact, very few well-bred English girls do commit that sort of indiscretion, but you don't think it necessary to generalize against men of your own race because there are drunken cab touts, and why should you generalize against Negroes? Because the proportion of undesirables is higher among Negroes, that does not justify a sweeping condemnation. You may have to condemn most, but why all? There may be, neither of us knows enough to deny, Negroes who are handsome, capable, and courageous. Ugh, said the botanist, how detestable you must find Othello. It is my Utopia, and for a moment I could almost find it in my heart to spite the botanist by creating a modern Desdemona and her lover, sooty black to the lips, there before our eyes. But I am not so sure of my case as that, and for the moment there shall come nothing more than a swart-faced, dusky Burmese woman in a dress of the greater rule, with her tall Englishman, as he might be on earth, at her side. That, however, is a digression from my conversation with the botanist. And the Chinaman, said the botanist. I think we shall all have the buff and yellow peoples intermingling pretty freely. Chinamen and white women, for example. Yes, I said, you've got to swallow that anyhow. You shall swallow that. He finds the idea too revolting for comment. I try and make the thing seem easier for him. Do try, I said, to grasp a modern Utopia's conditions. The Chinaman will speak the same language as his wife, whatever her race may be. He will wear costume of the common civilized fashion. He will have much the same education as his European rival. Read the same literature, bow to the same traditions. And you must remember a wife in Utopia is singularly not subject to her husband. The botanist proclaims his invincible conclusion. Everyone would cut her. This is Utopia, I said, and then sought once more to tranquilize his mind. No doubt among the vulgar, coarse-minded people outside the rule there may be something of the sort. Every earthly moral will, no doubt, find the cut and the boycott, and all those nice little devices by which dull people get a keen edge on life, and their place here and their place here is somewhere. I turned a thumb earthward. There! The botanist did not answer for a little while. Then he said, with some temper and great emphasis, "Well, I'm jolly glad anyhow that I'm not to be a permanent resident in this Utopia. If our daughters are to be married to Hottentots by regulation, I'm jolly glad." He turned his back on me. How did I say anything of the sort? I had to bring him, I suppose. There's no getting away from him in this life, but as I have already observed, the happy ancients went to their utopias without this sort of company. Chapter 10, Section 5. What gives the botanist so great an advantage in all his anti-utopian utterances is his unconsciousness of his own limitations. He thinks in little pieces that lie about loose, and nothing has any necessary link with anything else in his mind, so that I cannot retort upon him by asking him, if he objects to this synthesis of all nations, tongues, and people in a world state, what alternative ideal he proposes. People of this sort do not even feel the need of alternatives. Beyond the scope of a few personal projects, meeting her again, and things like that, they do not feel that there is a future. They are unencumbered by any baggage of convictions whatever in relation to that. That, at least, is the only way in which I can explain our friends' high intellectual mobility. Attempts to correlate statesmanship, which they regard with interest as a dramatic interplay of personalities, with any secular movement of humanity, they class with the differential calculus and Darwinism, as things far too difficult to be anything but finally and subtly wrong. So the argument must pass into a direct address to the reader. If you are not prepared to regard a worldwide synthesis of all cultures and polities and races into one world state as the desirable end upon which all civilizing efforts converge, what do you regard as the desirable end? Synthesis, one may remark in passing, does not necessarily mean fusion, nor does it mean uniformity. The alternatives fall roughly under three headings. The first is to assume there is a best race, to define as well as one can what best race, and to regard all other races as material for extermination. This has a fine, modern, biological air, survival of the fittest, if you will. If you are one of those queer German professors who write insanity about Weltpolitik, you assume the best race is the Teutonic. Cecil Rhodes affected that triumph of creative imagination, the Anglo-Saxon race. My friend Moses Cohen thinks there is much to be said for the Jew. On its premises, this is a perfectly sound and reasonable policy, and it opens out a brilliant prospect for the scientific inventor for what one might call the Weltapparat in the future, for national harrowing and reaping machines, and race-destroying fumigations. The Great Plain of China, Yellow Peril, lends itself particularly to some striking wholesale undertaking. It might, for example, be flooded for a few days and then disinfected with volcanic chlorine. Whether, when all the inferior races have been stamped out, the superior race would not proceed at once or after a brief millennial period of social harmony to divide itself into subclasses and begin the business over again at a higher level is an interesting residual question into which we need not now penetrate. The complete development of a scientific Weltpolitik is not, however, very widely advocated at present, no doubt from a want of confidence in the public imagination. We have, however, a very audible and influential school, the modern imperialist school, which distinguishes its own race. There is a German, a British, and an Anglo-Saxon section in the school, and a wider teaching which embraces the whole white race in one remarkable tolerance. As the superior race, as one indeed superior enough to own slaves, collectively, if not individually. And the exponents of this doctrine look with a resolute, truculent but slightly indistinct eye to a future in which all the rest of the world will be in subjection to these elect. The ideals of this type are set forth pretty clearly in Mr. Kidd's Control of the Tropics. The whole world is to be administered by the white powers. Mr. Kidd did not anticipate Japan, who will see to it that their subjects do not prevent the utilization of the immense natural resources which they have in charge. Those other races are to be regarded as children, recalcitrant children at times, and without any of the tender emotions of paternity. It is a little doubtful whether the races lacking in the elementary qualities of social efficiency are expected to acquire them under the chastening hands of those races which, through strength and energy of character, humanity, probity, and integrity, and a single-minded devotion to conceptions of duty, are developing the resources of the richest regions of the earth over their heads, or whether this is the ultimate ideal. Next comes the rather incoherent alternatives that one associates in England with official liberalism. Liberalism in England is not quite the same thing as liberalism in the rest of the world. It is woven of two strands. There is Whiggism, the powerful tradition of 17th century Protestant and Republican England, with its great debt to Republican Rome, its strong constructive and disciplinary bias, its broad and originally very living and intelligent outlook. And interwoven with this, there is the sentimental and logical liberalism that sprang from the stresses of the 18th century, that finds its early, scarce, differentiated expression in Harrington's Oceana, and after fresh draughts of the tradition of Brutus and Cato and some elegant trifling with noble savages, budded in La Cita Moralista, flowered in the emotional democratic naturalism of Rousseau, and bore abundant fruit in the French Revolution. There are two very distinct strands. Directly they were freed in America from the grip of conflict with British Toryism. They came apart as the Republican and Democratic parties respectively. Their continued union in Great Britain is a political accident. Because of this mixture, the whole career of English-speaking liberalism, though it had gone to one unbroken strain of eloquence, has never produced a clear statement of policy in relation to other peoples politically less fortunate. It has developed no definite ideas at all about the future of mankind. The Whig disposition, which once had some play in India, was certainly to attempt to anglicize the native, to assimilate his culture, and then to assimilate his political status with that of his temporary ruler. But interwoven with this anglicizing tendency, which was also, by the by, a Christianizing tendency, was a strong disposition derived from the Rousseau strand to leave other peoples alone, to facilitate even the separation and autonomy of detached portions of our own peoples, to disintegrate finally into perfect, because lawless, individuals. The official exposition of British liberalism today still wriggles unstably because of these conflicting constituents, but on the whole, the Whig strand now seems the weaker. The contemporary liberal politicians offers cogent criticism upon the brutality and conceit of modern imperialisms, but that seems to be the limit of his service, taking what they do not say or do not propose as an indication of liberal intentions. It would seem that the ideal of the British liberals and the American Democrats is to favor the existence of just as many petty, loosely allied, or quite independent nationalities as possible, just as many languages as possible, to deprecate armies and all controls, and to trust to the innate goodness of disorder and the powers of an ardent sentimentality to keep the world clean and sweet. The liberals will not face the plain consequence that such a state of affairs is hopelessly unstable, that it involves the maximum risk of war with the minimum of permanent benefit and public order. They will not reflect that the stars in their courses rule inexorably against it. It is a vague, impossible ideal with a rude sort of unworldly moral beauty, like the Gospel of Doukhobors. Besides that charm, it has this most seductive quality to an official British liberal, that it does not exact intellectual activity, nor indeed activity of any sort whatever. It is, by virtue of that alone, a far less mischievous doctrine than the crude and violent imperialism of the popular press. Neither of these two schools of policy, neither the international laissez-faire of the liberals, nor hustle to the top imperialism, promise any reality of permanent progress for the world of men. They are the resort, the moral reference, of those who will not think frankly and exhaustively over the whole field of this question. Do that, insist upon solutions of more than accidental applicability, and you emerge with one or other of two contrasted solutions, as the consciousness of kind or the consciousness of individuality prevails in your mind. In the former case, you will adopt aggressive imperialism, but you will carry it out to its thorough degree of extermination. You will seek to develop the culture and power of your kind of men and women to the utmost in order to shoulder all other kinds from the earth. If, on the other hand, you appreciate the unique, you will aim at such a synthesis as this Utopia displays, a synthesis far more credible and possible than any other Weltpolitik. In spite of all the pageant of modern war, synthesis is in the trend of the world. To aid and develop it could be made the open and secure policy of any great modern empire now. Modern war, modern international hostility is, I believe, possibly only through the stupid illiteracy of the mass of men and the conceit and intellectual indolence of rulers and those who feed the public mind. Were the will of the mass of men lit and conscious, I am firmly convinced it would now burn steadily for synthesis and peace. It would be so easy to bring about a world peace within a few decades. Was there but the will for it among men? The great empires that exist need but a little speech and frankness one with another. Within, the riddles of social order are already half solved in books and thought. There are the common people and the subject peoples to be educated and drilled, to be led to a common speech and a common literature, to be assimilated and made citizens. Without, there's the possibility of treaties. Why, for example, should Britain and France, or either and the United States, or Sweden and Norway, or Holland and Denmark, or Italy fight any more forever? And if there is no reason, how foolish and dangerous is it to still sustain linguistic differences and custom houses, and all sorts of foolish and irritating distinctions between their various citizens? Why should not all these people agree to teach some common language, French, for example, in their common schools, or to teach each other's languages reciprocally? Why should they not aim at a common literature and bring their various common laws, their marriage laws and so on, into uniformity? Why should they not work for a uniform minimum of labor conditions through all their communities? Why then should they not, except in the interests of a few rascal plutocrats, trade freely and exchange their citizenship freely throughout their common boundaries? No doubt there are difficulties to be found, but they are quite finite difficulties. What is there to prevent a parallel movement of all the civilized powers in the world towards a common ideal and assimilation? Stupidity, nothing but stupidity. A stupid brute jealousy, aimless and unjustifiable. The coarser conceptions of aggregation are at hand. The hostile, jealous patriotisms, the blare of trumpets, and the pride of fools, they serve the daily need, though they lead towards disaster. The real and the immediate has us in its grip. The accidental personal thing, the little effort of thought, the brief sustained effort of will, is too much for the contemporary mind. Such treaties, such sympathetic international movements, are but dream stuff yet on earth, though Utopia has realized them long since and already passed them by. Chapter 11. The Bubble Bursts. Section 1. As I walk back along the river terrace to the hotel where the botanist awaits me and observe the utopians I encounter, I have no thought that my tenure of Utopia becomes every moment more precarious. There float in my mind vague anticipations of more talks with my double and still more of a steady elaboration of detail, of interesting journeys of exploration. I forget that a utopia is a thing of the imagination that becomes more fragile with every added circumstance, that like a soap bubble. It is most brilliantly and variously colored at the very instant of its dissolution. This utopia is nearly done. All the broad lines of its social organization are completed now. The discussion of its general difficulties and problems. Utopian individuals pass me by, fine buildings tower on either hand. It does not occur to me that I may look too closely, to find the people assuming the concrete and individual is not, as I fondly imagine, the last triumph of realization, but the swimming moment of opacity before the film gives way. To come to individual emotional cases is to return to the earth. I find the botanist sitting at a table in a hotel courtyard. Well, I say, standing before him. I've been in the gardens on the river terrace, he answers, hoping I might see her again. Nothing better to do? Nothing in the world. You'll have your double back from India tomorrow, then you'll have conversation. I don't want it, he replies compactly. I shrug my shoulders and he adds, at least with him. I let myself down into a seat beside him. For a time I sit restfully enjoying his companionable silence and thinking fragmentarily of those samurai and their rules. I entertain something of the satisfaction of a man who has finished building a bridge. I feel that I have joined together things that I had never joined before. My utopia seems real to me, very real. I can believe in it, until the metal chair back gives to my shoulder blades, and utopian sparrows twitter and hop before my feet. I have a pleasant moment of unhesitating self-satisfaction. I feel a shameless exultation to be there. For a moment I forget the consideration the botanist demands. The mere pleasure of completeness, of holding and controlling all the threads possesses me. You will persist in believing, I say, with an aggressive expository note, that if you meet this lady she will be a person with the memories and sentiments of her double on earth. You think she will understand and pity and perhaps love you. Nothing of the sort is the case. I repeat with confident rudeness, nothing of the sort is the case. Things are different altogether here. You can hardly even tell now how different they are. I discover he is not listening to me. What is the matter? I ask abruptly. He makes no answer, but his expression startles me. What is the matter? And then I follow his eyes. A woman and a man are coming through the great archway, and instantly I guess what has happened. She, it is, arrests my attention first. Long ago I knew she was a sweetly beautiful woman. She is fair, with frank blue eyes that look like a sort of tender receptivity into her companion's face. For a moment or so they remain, grayish figures in the cool shadow against the sunlit greenery of the gardens beyond. It is Mary, the botanist whispers with white lips, but he stares at the form of the man. His face whitens. It becomes so transfigured with emotion that for a moment it does not look weak. Then I see that his thin hand is clenched. I realize how little I understand his emotions. A sudden fear of what he will do takes hold of me. He sits white and tense as the two come into the clear light of the courtyard. The man I see is one of the samurai, a dark, strong-faced man, a man I have never seen before, and she is wearing the robe that shows her a follower of the lesser rule. Some glimmering of the botanist feeling strikes through to my slow sympathies. Of course, a strange man. I put out a restraining hand towards him. I told you, I say, that very probably, most probably, she would have met some other. I tried to prepare you. Nonsense, he whispers without looking at me. It isn't that. It's that scoundrel. He has an impulse to rise. That scoundrel, he repeats. He isn't a scoundrel, I say. How do you know? Keep still. Why are you still standing up? He and I stand up quickly. I as soon as he. But now the full meaning of the group has reached me. I grip his arm. Be sensible, I say, speaking very quickly, and with my back to the approaching couple. He's not a scoundrel here. The world is different from that. It's caught his pride somehow and made a man of him, whatever troubled them there. He turns a face of white wrath on me, of accusation, and for the moment of unexpected force. This is your doing, he says. You have done this to mock me. He, of all men. For a moment speech fails him, then, You have done this to mock me. I try to explain very quickly. My tone is almost propitiatory. I never thought of it until now, but how did I know he was the sort of man a disciplined world has a use for? He makes no answer, but he looks at me with eyes that are positively baleful, and in the instant I read his mute but mulish resolve that Utopia must end. Don't let that old quarrel poison all this, I say almost entreatingly. It happened all differently here. Everything is different here. Your double will be back tomorrow. Wait for him. Perhaps then you will understand. He shakes his head and then bursts out with, What do I want with a double? Double! What do I care if things have been different here? He thrusts me weakly back with his long white hand. My God, he says almost forcibly, what nonsense all this is. All these dreams, all utopias. There she is. Oh, but I have dreamed of her, and now... A sob catches him. I am really frightened by this time. I still try to keep between him and these utopians, and to hide his gestures from them. It's different here, I persist. It's different here. The emotion you feel has no place in it. It's a scar from the earth, the sore scar of your past. And what are we all but scars? What is life but a scarring? It's you who don't understand. Of course, we are covered with scars. We live to be scarred. We are scars. We are the scars of the past. These dreams, these childish dreams. He does not need to finish his sentence. He waves an unteachable, destructive arm. My utopia rocks about me. For a moment, the vision of that great courtyard hangs real. There the utopians live real about me, going to and fro, and the great archway blazes with sunlight from the green gardens by the riverside. The man who is one of the samurai and his lady, whom the botanist loved on earth, pass out of sight behind the marble flower-set triton that spouts coolness in the middle of the place. For a moment I see two working men in green tunics sitting on a marble seat in the shadow of the colonnade, and a sweet little silver-haired old lady, clad all in violet and carrying a book, comes towards us and lifts a curious eye at the botanist's gestures, and then, scars of the past, these fanciful, useless dreams. Chapter 11, Section 2. There's no jerk, no sound, no hint of material shock. We are in London, and clothed in the fashion of the town. The sullen roar of London fills our ears. I see that I am standing beside an iron seat of poor design in that grey and gawky waste of asphalt, Trafalgar Square. And the botanist, with perplexity in his face, stares from me to a poor shriveled, dirt-lined old woman. My God, what a neglected thing she is, who proffers a box of matches. He buys almost mechanically and turns back to me. I was saying, he says, the past rules us absolutely. These dreams. His sentence does not complete itself. He looks nervous and irritated. You have a trick at times, he says instead, of making your suggestions so vivid. He takes a plunge. If you don't mind, he says in a sort of quavering ultimatum, we won't discuss that aspect of the question, the lady, I mean, further. He pauses, and there still hangs a faint perplexity between us. But, I begin, for a moment we stand there, and my dream of utopia runs off me like water from an oiled slab. Of course, we lunched at our club. We came back from Switzerland by no dream train, but by the ordinary Bale Express. We have been talking of that Lucerne woman he harps upon, and I have made some novel comment on his story. I have touched certain possibilities. You can't conceivably understand, he says. The fact remains, he goes on, taking up the thread of his argument again with an air of having defined our field. We are the scars of the past. There's a thing one can discuss without personalities. No, I say rather stupidly, no. You're always talking as though you could kick the past to pieces, as though one could get right out from oneself and begin afresh. It is your weakness, if you don't mind my being frank. It makes you seem harsh and dogmatic. Life has gone easily for you. You have never been badly tried. You've been lucky. You do not understand the other way about. You are hard. I answer nothing. He pants for breath. I perceive that in our discussion of his case, I must have gone too far, and that he has rebelled. Clearly, I must have said something wounding about that ineffectual love story of his. You don't allow for my position, he says, and it occurs to me to say I'm obliged to look at the thing from my own point of view. One or other of us makes a move when a lot of filthy torn paper is scattered about the world. We walk slowly side by side towards the dirt-littered basin of the fountain and stand regarding two grimy tramps who sit and argue on a further seat. One holds a horrible old boot in his hand and gesticulates with it, while the other hand caresses his rag-wrapped foot. What does Chamberlain see? His words drift to us. Why, he says, what's the good of investing your capital where these here Americans may dump it flat any time they like? Were there not two men in green sitting on a marble seat? Chapter 11, Section 3. We walk on, our talk suspended, past a ruthlessly clumsy hoarding, towards where men and women and children are struggling about a string of omnibuses. A news vendor at the corner spreads a newspaper placard upon the wood pavement, pins the corners down with stones, and we glimpse something about massacre in Odessa, discovery of human remains at Chertsey, shocking lynching outrage in New York State, German intrigues get a setback, the birthday honors, full list. Dear old familiar world. An angry parent in conversation with a sympathetic friend jostles against us. I'll knock his bloomin' young head off, or if he cheeks me again, it's these here brasted board schools. An omnibus passes, bearing on a board beneath an incorrectly drawn Union Jack, an exhortation to the true patriot to buy Bumper's British boiled jam. I am stunned beyond the possibility of discussion for a space. In this very place it must have been that the high terrace ran with the gardens below it, along which I came from my double to our hotel. I am going back, but now through reality, along the path I passed so happily in my dream, and the people I saw then are the people I am now looking at, with a difference. The botanist walks beside me, white and nervously jerky in his movements, his ultimatum delivered. We start to cross the road, an open carriage drives by, and we see a jaded, red-haired woman, smeared with paint, dressed in furs, and petulantly discontented. Her face is familiar to me, her face with a difference. Why do I think of her as dressed in green? Of course, she it was I saw leading her children by the hand. Comes a crash to our left and a rushing of people to see a cab horse down on the slippery, slanting pavement outside St. Martin's Church. We go up the street. A heavy-eyed young Jewess, a draggled prostitute, no crimson flower for her hair, poor girl, regards us with a momentary speculation, and we get a whiff of foul language from two newsboys on the curb. We can't go on talking, the botanist begins, and ducks aside just in time to save his eye from the ferrule of a stupidly held umbrella. He is going to treat our little tiff about that lady as closed. He has the air of picking up our conversation again at some earlier point. He steps into the gutter, walks around outside a Negro hawker, just escapes the wheel of a hansom, and comes to my side again. We can't go on talking of your Utopia, he says, in a noise and crowd like this. We are separated by a portly man going in the opposite direction, and join again. We can't go on talking of Utopia, he reads, in London. Up in the mountains, in holiday time, it was all right. We let ourselves go. I've been living in Utopia, I answered, tacitly adopting his tacit proposal to drop the lady out of the question. At times, he says with a queer laugh, you almost made me live there too. He reflects, it doesn't do, you know. No, and I don't know whether, after all, I want. We are separated again by half a dozen lifted flagstones, a burning brazier, and two engineers concerned with some underground business or other in the busiest hour of the day's traffic. Why shouldn't it do, I ask. It spoils the world of every day to let your mind run on impossible perfections. I wish, I shout against the traffic, I could smash the world of every day. My note becomes quarrelsome. You may accept this as the world of reality. You may consent to be one scar in an ill-dressed compound wound, but so, not I. This is a dream too, this world, your dream, and you bring me back to it, out of Utopia. The crossing of Bow Street gives me pause again. The face of a girl who is passing westward, a student girl, rather carelessly dressed, her books in a carrying strap, comes across my field of vision. The westward sun of London glows upon her face. She has eyes that dream, surely no sensuous nor personal dream. After all, dispersed, hidden, disorganized, undiscovered, unsuspected even by themselves, the samurai of Utopia are in this world. The motives that are developed and organized there stir dumbly here and stifle in 10,000 futile hearts. I overtake the botanist who got ahead at the crossing by the advantage of a dust cart. You think this is real because you can't wake out of it, I say. It's all a dream and there are people. I'm just one of the first of a multitude between sleeping and waking who will presently be rubbing it out of their eyes. A pinched and dirty little girl with sores upon her face stretches out a bunch of wilting violets and a pitifully thin little fist and interrupts my speech. Bunch of violets, only a penny. No, I say curtly, hardening my heart. A ragged and filthy nursing mother, with her last addition to our imperial people on her arm, comes out of a drink shop and stands a little unsteadily, and wipes mouth and nose comprehensively with the back of a red-chapped hand. Chapter 11, Section 4. Isn't that reality? Says the botanist, almost triumphantly, and leaves me aghast at his triumph. That, I say belatedly, is a thing and a nightmare. He shakes his head and smiles exasperatingly. I perceive quite abruptly that the botanist and I have reached the limits of our intercourse. The world dreams things like that, I say, because it suffers from an indigestion of such people as you. His low-toned self-complacency, like the faded banner of an obstinate fort, still flies unconquered. And you know, he's not even a happy man with it at all. For 10 seconds or more, I am furiously seeking in my mind for a word, for a term of abuse, for one compendious verbal missile that shall smash this man forever. It has to express total inadequacy of imagination and will, spiritual anemia, dull respectability, gross sentimentality, a cultivated pettiness of heart. That word will not come, but no other word will do. Indeed, the word does not exist. There's nothing with sufficient vituperative concentration for this moral and intellectual stupidity of educated people. He begins. No, I can't endure him. With a passionate rapidity of movement, I leave his side, dart between a carriage and a van, duck under the head of a cab horse, and board a bus going westward somewhere. But anyhow, going in exactly the reverse direction to the botanist. I clamber up the steps and thread my swaying way to the seat immediately behind the driver. There, I say, as I whack myself down on the seat and pant. When I look around, the botanist is out of sight. Chapter 11, Section 5. But I am back in the world for all that, and my utopia is done. It is good discipline for the utopist to visit this world occasionally. But from the front seat, on the top of the omnibus on a sunny September afternoon, the Strand and Charing Cross corner, and Whitehall, and the great multitude of people with great uproar of vehicles streaming in all directions, is apt to look a world altogether too formidable. It has a glare, it has a tumult and a vigor that shouts one down. It shouts one down if shouting is to carry it. What good was it to trot along the pavement through this noise and tumult of life, pleading utopia to that botanist? What good would it be to recommend utopia in this driver's preoccupied ear? There are moments in the life of every philosopher and dreamer when he feels himself the flimsiest of absurdities, when the thing in being has its way with him, its triumphant way, when it asks in a roar, unanswerably, with a fine solid use of the current vernacular, what good is all this, wrought about utopias? One inspects the thing in being with something of the diffident speculation of primitive man, peering from behind a tree at an angry elephant. There's an almond in that image. On how many occasions must that ancestor of ours have had just the utopist's feeling of ambitious unreality, have decided that on the whole it was wiser to go very quietly home again, and leave the big beast alone? But in the end, men rode upon the elephant's head and guided him this way or that. The thing in being that roars so tremendously about Charing Cross Corner seems a bigger antagonist than an elephant, and when we have better weapons than chipped flint blades. After all, in a very little time, everything that impresses me so mightily this September afternoon will have changed or passed away forever. Everything. These omnibuses, these great stalwart crowded, many-colored things that jostle one another and make so handsome a clatter-clamor, will all have gone. They and their horses and drivers and organization, you will come here and you will not find them. Something else will be here, some different sort of vehicle that is now perhaps the mere germ of an idea in some engineer student's brain. And this road and pavement will have changed, and these impressive great buildings, other buildings will be here. Buildings that are as yet more impalpable than this page you read, more formless and flimsy by far than anything that is reasoned here. Little plans sketched on paper, strokes of a pen or of a brush, will be the first materializations of what will at last obliterate every detail and atom of these re-echoing actualities that overwhelm us now. And the clothing and gestures of these innumerable people, the character of their faces and bearings, these too will be recast in the spirit of what are now obscure and impalpable beginnings. The new things will be indeed of substance of the thing that is, but different just in the measure of the will and imagination that goes to make them. They will be strong and fair as the will is sturdy and organized, and the imagination comprehensive and bold. They will be ugly and smeared with wretchedness as the will is fluctuating and the imagination timid and mean. Indeed, will is stronger than fact. It can mold and overcome fact. But this world has still to discover its will. It is a world that slumbers inertly, and all this roar and pulsation of life is no more than its heavy breathing. My mind runs on to the thought of an awakening. As my omnibus goes lumbering up Cockspur Street, through the clatter-rattle of the cabs and carriages, there comes another fancy in my mind. Could one but realize an apocalyptic image and suppose an angel, such as was given to each of the 7 churches of Asia, given for a space to the service of the greater rule? I see him as a towering figure of flame and color, standing between earth and sky with a trumpet in his hands, over there, above the Haymarket, against the October glow. And when he sounds, all the samurai, all who are samurai in Utopia, will know themselves and one another. Whoop, says a motor brougham, and a policeman stays the traffic with his hand. All of us who partake of the samurai would know ourselves and one another. For a moment, I have a vision of this resurrection of the living, of a vague, magnificent answer, of countless myriads at attention, of all that is fine in humanity at attention, round the compass of the earth. Then that philosophy of individual uniqueness resumes its sway over my thoughts, and my dream of a world's awakening fades. I had forgotten. Things do not happen like that. God is not simple. God is not theatrical. The summons comes to each man in its due time for him, with an infinite subtlety of variety. If that is so, what of my utopia? This infinite world must needs be flattened to get it on one retina. The picture of a small thing, although it is flattened and simplified, is not necessarily a lie. Surely, in the end, by degrees and steps, something of this sort, some such understanding as this utopia must come. First here, then there, single men and then groups of men will fall into line, not indeed with my poor, faulty, hesitating suggestions, but with a great and comprehensive plan wrought out by many minds and in many tongues. It is just because my plan is faulty, because it misstates so much and omits so much, that they do not now fall in. It will not be like my dream, the world that is coming. My dream is just my own poor dream, the thing sufficient for me. We fail in comprehension. We fail so variously and abundantly. We see as much as it is serviceable for us to see, and we see no further. But the fresh, undaunted generations come to take on our work beyond our utmost effort, beyond the range of our ideas. They will learn with certainty things that to us are guesses and riddles. There will be many utopias. Each generation will have its new version of utopia, a little more certain and complete and real, with its problems lying closer and closer to the problems of the thing in being, until at last from dreams utopias will have come to be working drawings, and the whole world will be shaping the final world state, the fair and great and fruitful world state, that will not only be a utopia because it will be this world, so surely it must be. The policeman drops his hand. "Come up," says the bus driver, and the horses strain. Clitter, clatter, cluck, clack. The line of hurrying hansoms overtakes the omnibus going west. A dexterous lad on a bicycle with a bale of newspapers on his back dodges nimbly across the head of the column and vanishes up a side street. The omnibus sways forward, rapt and prophetic, his plump hands clasped round the handle of his umbrella, his billycock hat a trifle askew, this irascible little man of the voice, this impatient dreamer, this scolding optimist, who has argued so rudely and dogmatically about economics and philosophy and decoration, and indeed about everything under the sun, who has been so hard on the botanist and fashionable women, and so reluctant in the matter of beer, is carried onward, dreaming dreams, with all the inevitable ironies of difference, may be realities when you and I are dreams. He passes, and for a little space we are left with his egoisms and idiosyncrasies more or less in suspense. But why was he intruded, you ask? Why could not a modern utopia be discussed without this impersonation? Impersonally? It has confused the book, you say, made the argument hard to follow, and thrown a quality of insincerity over the whole. Are we but mocking at utopias, you demand? Using all these noble and generalized hopes as the backcloth against which two bickering personalities jar and squabble? Do I mean we are never to view the promised land again except through a foreground of fellow travelers? There is a common notion that the reading of a utopia shall end with a swelling heart and clear resolves, with lists of names, formation of committees, and even the commencement of subscriptions. But this utopia began upon a philosophy of fragmentation and ends confusedly amidst a gross tumult of immediate realities and dust and doubt, with, at the best, one individual's aspiration. Utopias were once in good faith, projects for a fresh creation of the world and of a most unworldly completeness. This so-called modern utopia is a mere story of a personal adventure among utopian philosophies. Indeed, that came about without the writer's intention, so it was the summoned vision came. For I see about me a great multitude of little souls and groups of souls as darkened, as derivative as my own. With the passage of years, I understand more and more clearly the quality of the motives that urge me and urge them to do whatever we do. Yet that is not all I see, and I am not altogether bounded by my littleness. Ever and again, contrasting with this immediate vision, come glimpses of a comprehensive scheme in which these personalities float. The scheme of a synthetic wider being, the great state, mankind, in which we all move and go, like blood corpuscles, like nerve cells, it may be at times like brain cells in the body of a man. But the two visions are not seen consistently together, at least by me, and I do not surely know why they exist consistently together. The motives needed for those wider issues come not into the interplay of my vanities and wishes. That greater scheme lies about the men and women I know, as I have tried to make the vistas and spaces, the mountains, cities, laws, and order of Utopia lie about my talking couple, too great for their sustained comprehension. When one focuses upon these two, that wide landscape becomes indistinct and distant, and when one regards that then the real persons one knows grow vague and unreal, nevertheless I cannot separate these two aspects of human life, each commenting on the other, in that incongruity between great and individual inheres, the incompatibility I could not resolve, and which therefore I have had to present in this conflicting form. At times, that great scheme does not seem to me to enter certain men's lives as a passion, as a real and living motive. There are those who know it almost as if it was a thing of desire. Even for me, upon occasion, the little lures of the immediate life are seen small and vain, and the soul goes out to that mighty being, to apprehend it and serve it and possess. But this is an illumination that passes as it comes, a rare transitory lucidity, leaving the soul's desires suddenly turned to presumption and hypocrisy upon the lips. One grasps at the universe and attains bathos. The hungers, the jealousies, the prejudices, and habits have us again, and we are forced back to think that it is so, and not otherwise, that we are meant to serve the mysteries, that in these blinkers, as it is we are driven to an end we cannot understand. And then, for measured moments in the night watches, or as one walks alone, or while one sits in thought and speech with a friend, the wider aspirations glow again with a sincere emotion, with the colors of attainable desire. That is my all about Utopia, and about the desire and need for Utopia, and how that planet lies to this planet that bears the daily lives of men. Appendix: Skepticism of the Instrument. A portion of a paper read to the Oxford Philosophical Society, November 8, 1903, and reprinted, with some revision from the version given in mind, Volume 13, NS number 51. See also Chapter 1, Section 6, Chapter 10, Sections 1 and 2. It seems to me that I may most propitiously attempt to interest you this evening by describing very briefly the particular metaphysical and philosophical system in which I do my thinking, and more particularly by setting out for your consideration 1 or 2 points in which I seem to myself to differ most widely from current accepted philosophy. You must be prepared for things that will strike you as crude for a certain difference of accent and dialect that you may not like, and you must be prepared to hear what may strike you as the clumsy statement of my ignorant rediscovery of things already beautifully thought out and said. But in the end you may incline to forgive me some of this first offense. It is quite unavoidable that, in setting out these intellectual foundations of mine, I should lapse for a moment or so towards autobiography. A convergence of circumstances led to my having my knowledge of concrete things quite extensively developed before I came to philosophical examination at all. I have heard someone say that a savage or an animal is mentally a purely objective being, and in that respect, I was like a savage or an animal until I was well over 20. I was extremely unaware of this subjective or introverted element in my being. I was a positivist without knowing it. My early education was a feeble one. It was one in which my private observation, inquiry, and experiment were far more important factors than any instruction, or rather perhaps the instruction I received was even less than what I learnt for myself, and it terminated at 13. I had come into pretty intimate contact with the harder realities of life, with hunger in various forms and many base and disagreeable necessities, before I was 15. About that age, following the indication of certain theological and speculative curiosities, I began to learn something of what I will call deliberately and justly elementary science. Stuff I got out of Castle's Popular Educator and cheap textbooks. And then, through accidents and ambitions that do not matter in the least to us now, I came to 3 years of illuminating and good scientific work. The central fact of those 3 years was Huxley's course in comparative anatomy at the School of Exhibition Road. About that, as a nucleus, I arranged a spacious digest of facts. At the end of that time, I had acquired what I still think to be a fairly clear and complete and ordered view of the ostensibly real universe. Let me try to give you the chief things I had. I had man definitely placed in a great scheme of space and time. I knew him incurably for what he was, finite and not final. A being of compromises and adaptations. I had traced his lungs, for example, from a swimming bladder, step by step with scalpel and probe, through a dozen types or more. I had seen the ancestral caisson shrink to that diseased nest, the appendix of today. I had watched the gill slit patch slowly to the purposes of the ear and the reptile jaw suspension utilized to eke out the needs of a sense organ taken from its native and natural water. I had worked out the development of those extraordinarily unsatisfactory and untrustworthy instruments, man's teeth, from the skin scutes of the sharks to present function as a basis for gold stoppings, and followed the slow unfolding of the complex and painful process of gestation through which man comes into the world. I had followed all these things, and many kindred things, by dissection and embryology. I had checked the whole theory of development again in a year's course of paleontology, and I had taken the dimensions of the whole process by the scale of the stars in a course of astronomical physics. And all that amount of objective elucidation came before I had reached the beginnings of any philosophical or metaphysical inquiry, any inquiry as to why I believed, how I believed, what I believed, or what the fundamental stuff of things was. Now, following hard upon this interlude with knowledge, came a time when I had to give myself to teaching, and it became advisable to acquire one of those teaching diplomas that are so widely and so foolishly despised, and that enterprise set me to a superficial but suggestive study of educational method, of educational theory, of logic, of psychology, and so at last, when the little affair with the diploma was settled, to philosophy. Now, to come to logic over the bracing uplands of comparative anatomy is to come to logic with a lot of very natural preconceptions blown clean out of one mind. It is, I submit, a way of taking logic in the flank, when you have realized to the marrow that all the physical organs of man and all his physical structures are what they are, through a series of adaptations and approximations, and that they are kept up to a level of practical efficiency only by the elimination of death, and that this is true also of his brain and of his instincts and of many of his mental predispositions. You are not going to take his thinking apparatus unquestioningly as being in any way mysteriously different and better. And I had read only a little logic before I became aware of implications that I could not agree with, and assumptions that seemed to me altogether at variance with the general scheme of objective fact established in my mind. I came to an examination of logical processes and of language with the expectation that they would share the profoundly provisional character, the character of irregular limitation and adaptation that pervades the whole physical and animal being of man, and I found the thing I had expected, and as a consequence I found a sort of intellectual hardihood about the assumptions of logic that at first confused me and then roused all the Latin skepticism in my mind. My first quarrel with the accepted logic I developed long ago in a little paper that was printed in the Fortnightly Review in July 1891. It was called The Rediscovery of the Unique, and rereading it, I perceived not only how bad and even annoying it was in manner, a thing I have long known, but also how remarkably bad it was in expression. I have good reason for doubting whether my powers of expression in these uses have very perceptibly improved, but at any rate, I am doing my best now with that previous failure before me. That unfortunate paper, among other oversights, I can no longer regard as trivial, disregarded quite completely the fact that a whole literature upon the antagonism of the one and the many, of the specific ideal and the individual reality, was already in existence. It defined no relations to other thought or thinkers. I understand now what I did not understand then, why it was totally ignored. But the idea underlying that paper I cling to today. I consider it an idea that will ultimately be regarded as one of the primary importance of human thought, and I will try and present the substance of that early paper again now very briefly as the best opening of my general case. My opening skepticism is essentially a doubt of the objective reality of classification. I have no hesitation in saying that it is the first and primary proposition of my philosophy. I have it in my mind that classification is a necessary condition of the working of the mental implement, but that is a departure from the objective truth of things. That classification is very serviceable for the practical purposes of life, but a very doubtful preliminary to those fine penetrations the philosophical purpose, in its more arrogant moods, demands. All the peculiarities of my way of thinking derive from that. A mind nourished upon anatomical study is of course permeated with the suggestion of the vagueness and instability of biological species. A biological species is quite obviously a great number of unique individuals which is separable from other biological species, only by the fact that an enormous number of other linking individuals are inaccessible in time, are in other words dead and gone, and each new individual in that species does, in the distinction of its own individuality, break away in however infinitesimal degree from the previous average properties of the species. There is no property of any species, even the properties that constitute the specific definition, that is not a matter of more or less. If, for example, a species can be distinguished by a single large red spot on the back, you will find if you go over a great number of specimens that red spot shrinking here to nothing, expanding there to a more general redness, weakening to pink, deepening to russet and brown, shading into crimson, and so on, and so on. And this is true not only of biological species, it is true of the mineral specimens constituting a mineral species, and I remember as a constant refrain in the lectures of Professor Judd upon rock classification, the words, "they pass into one another by insensible gradations." That is true, I hold, of all things. You will think perhaps of atoms of the elements as instances of identically similar things, but these are things not of experience, but of theory. And there's not a phenomena in chemistry that is not equally well explained on the supposition that is merely the immense quantities of atoms necessarily taken in any experiment that mask by the operation of the law of averages the fact that each atom also has its own unique quality, its own special individual difference. This idea of uniqueness in all individuals is not only true of the classifications of material science, it is true, and still more evidently true, of the species of common thought. It is true of common terms. Take the word chair. When one says chair, one thinks vaguely of an average chair. But collect individual instances. Think of armchairs, reading chairs, dining room chairs, and kitchen chairs. Chairs that pass into benches. Chairs that cross into the boundary and become settees. Dentist chairs, thrones, opera stalls, seats of all sorts. Those miraculous fungoid growths that cumber the floor of the arts and crafts exhibition, and you will perceive what a lax bundle, in fact, is this simple, straightforward term. In cooperation with an intelligent joiner, I would undertake to defeat any definition of chair or chairiness that you gave me. Chairs, just as much as individual organisms, just as much as mineral and rock specimens, are unique things. If you know them well enough, you will find an individual difference even in a set of machine-made chairs, and it is only because we do not possess minds of unlimited capacity, because our brain has only a limited number of pigeonholes for our correspondence with an unlimited universe of objective uniques, that we have to delude ourselves into the belief that there is a chairishness in this species common to and distinctive of all chairs. Let me repeat, this is one of the very smallest importance in all the practical affairs of life, or indeed of relation to anything but philosophy and wide generalizations, but in philosophy it matters profoundly. If I order 2 new laid eggs for breakfast, up come 2 unhatched but still unique avian individuals, and the chances are they serve my rude physiological purpose. I can ignore the fact that the hen's eggs of the past that were not quite so nearly this sort of thing, and the hen's eggs of the future that will accumulate modification age by age. I can venture to ignore the rare chance of an abnormality in chemical composition and of any startling aberration in my physiological reaction. I can, with a confidence that is practically perfect, say with unqualified simplicity 2 eggs, but not if my concern is not my morning's breakfast, but the utmost possible truth. Now let me go on to point out whither this idea of uniqueness tends. I submit to you that syllogism is based on classification, that all hard logical reasoning tends to imply and is apt to imply a confidence in the objective reality of classification. Consequently, in denying that I deny the absolute validity of logic. Classification and number, which in truth ignore the fine differences of objective realities, have in the past of human thought been imposed upon things. Let me, for clearness' sake, take a liberty here. Commit, as you may perhaps think, an unpardonable insolence. Hindu thought and Greek thought alike impress me as being overmuch obsessed by an objective treatment of certain necessary preliminary conditions of human thought, number in definition and class in abstract form. But these things, number, definition, class, and abstract form, I hold, are merely unavoidable conditions of mental activity, regrettable conditions rather than essential facts. The forceps of our minds are clumsy forceps, and crush the truth a little in taking hold of it. It was about this difficulty that the mind of Plato played a little inconclusively all his life. For the most part, he tended to regard the idea as the something behind reality, whereas it seems to me that the idea is the more proximate and less perfect thing, the thing by which the mind, by ignoring individual differences, attempts to comprehend an otherwise unmanageable number of unique realities. Let me give you a rough figure of what I am trying to convey in this first attack upon the philosophical validity of general terms. You have seen the results of those various methods of black and white reproduction that involve the use of a rectangular net. You know the sort of process picture I mean. It used to be employed very frequently in reproducing photographs. At a little distance, you really seem to have a faithful reproduction of the original picture, but when you peer closely, you find not the unique form and masses of the original, but a multitude of little rectangles, uniform in shape and size. The more earnestly you go into the thing, the closer you look, the more the picture is lost in reticulations. I submit the world of reasoned inquiry has a very similar reaction to the world I call objectively real. For the rough purposes of every day, the network picture will do, but the finer your purpose, the less it will serve, and for an ideally fine purpose, for absolute and general knowledge that will be as true for a man at a distance with a telescope as for a man with a microscope, it will not serve at all. It is true you can make your net of logical interpretation finer and finer. You can fine your classification more and more up to a certain limit, but essentially you are working in limits. And as you come closer, as you look at finer and subtler things, as you leave the practical purpose for which the method exists, the element of error increases. Every species is vague. Every term goes cloudy at its edges, and so in my way of thinking, relentless logic is only another phrase for stupidity, for a sort of intellectual pig-headedness. If you push a philosophical or metaphysical inquiry through a series of valid syllogisms, never committing any generally recognized fallacy, you nevertheless leave a certain rubbing and marginal loss of objective truth, and you get deflections that are difficult to trace at each phase in the process. Every species waggles about in its definition. Every tool is a little loose in its handle. Every scale has its individual error. So long as you are reasoning for practical purposes about the finite things of experience, you can, every now and then, check your process and correct your adjustments. But not when you make what are called philosophical and theological inquiries, when you turn your implement towards the final absolute truth of things. Doing that is like firing at an inaccessible, unmarkable, and indestructible target at an unknown distance with a defective rifle and variable cartridges. Even if by chance you hit, you cannot know that you hit, and so it will matter nothing at all. This assertion of the necessary untrustworthiness of all reasoning processes arises out of the fallacy of classification in what is quite conceivably a universe of uniques. forms only one introductory aspect of my general skepticism of the instrument of thought. I have now to tell you of another aspect of this skepticism of the instrument which concerns negative terms. Classes in logic are not only represented by circles with a hard firm outline, whereas they have no such definite limits, but also there is a constant disposition to think of negative terms as if they're represented positive classes. With words, just as with numbers and abstract forms, there are definite phases of human development. There is, with regards to number, the phase when man can barely count at all, or counts in perfect good faith and sanity upon his fingers. Then there is the phase when he is struggling with the development of number, and when he begins to elaborate all sorts of ideas about numbers, until at last he develops complex superstitions about perfect numbers and imperfect numbers, about threes and sevens and the like. The same is the case with abstracted forms, and even today we are scarcely more than heads out of the vast subtle muddle of thinking about spheres and ideally perfect forms and so on. That was the price of this little necessary step to clear thinking. You know better than I do how large a part numerical and geometrical philosophy has played in the history of the mind. The whole apparatus of language and mental communication is beset with like dangers. The language of the savage is, I suppose, purely positive. The thing has a name. The name has a thing. This indeed is the tradition of language, and today even, we, when we hear a name, are predisposed, and sometimes it is a very vicious disposition, to imagine forthwith something answering to the name. We are disposed, as an incurable mental vice, to accumulate intention in terms. If I say to you, Wadget or Crump, you find yourself passing over the fact that these things are nothings. These are, so to speak, mere blankety blanks, and trying to think what sort of thing a Wadget or a Crump may be. And where this disposition has come in its most alluring guise, is in the case of negative terms. Our instrument of knowledge persists in handling even such openly negative terms as the absolute, the infinite, as though they were real existences, and when the negative element is ever so little disguised, it is in such a word as omniscience. Then the illusion of positive reality may be complete. Please remember that I am trying to tell you my philosophy and not arguing about yours. Let me try and express how in my mind this matter of negative terms has shaped itself. I think of something which I may perhaps best describe as being off the stage or out of court, or as the void without implications, or as nothingness, or as outer darkness. There's a sort of hypothetical beyond to the visible world of human thought, and thither I think all negative terms reach at last, and merge and become nothing. Whatever positive class you make, whatever boundary you draw, straight away from that boundary begins the corresponding negative class and passes into the illimitable horizon of nothingness. You talk of pink things you ignore, if you are a trained logician, the more elusive shades of pink, and draw your line. Beyond is not pink, known and knowable, and still in the not pink region, one comes to the outer darkness. Not blue, not happy, not iron, all the not classes meet in that outer darkness. That same outer darkness and nothingness is infinite space and infinite time, and any being of infinite qualities, and all that region I rule out of court in my philosophy altogether. I will neither confirm nor deny, if I can help it, about any not things. I will not deal with not things at all, except by accident and inadvertence. If I use the word infinite, I use it as one often uses countless, the countless hosts of the enemy, or immeasurable cliffs. That is to say, as the limit of measurement rather than as the limit of imaginary measurability. As a convenient equivalent to as many times this cloth yard as you can, and as many again, and so on and so on. Now, a great number of apparently positive terms are, or have become, practically negative terms, and are under the same ban with me. A considerable number of terms that have played a great part in the world of thought seem to me to be invalidated by this same defect, to have no content, or an undefined content, or an unjustifiable content. For example, that word omniscient, as implying infinite knowledge, impresses me as being a word with a delusive air of being solid and full, when it is really hollow with no content whatever. I am persuaded that knowing is the relation of a conscious being to something not itself, that the thing known is defined as a system of parts and aspects and relationships, that knowing is comprehension, and so that only finite things can know or be known. When you talk of a being of infinite extension and infinite duration, omniscient and omnipotent and perfect, you seem to me to be talking in negatives of nothing whatever. When you speak of the absolute, you speak to me of nothing. If, however, you talk of a great yet finite and thinkable being, a being not myself, extending beyond my imagination in time and space, knowing all that I can think of as known and capable of doing all that I can think of as done, you come into my sphere of my mental operations and into the scheme of my philosophy. These, then, are my first two charges against our instrument of knowledge. Firstly, that it can work only by disregarding individuality, and treating uniques as identically similar objects in this respect or that, so as to group them under one term, and, once it is done, it tends automatically to intensify the significance of that term. And secondly, that it can only deal freely with negative terms by treating them as though they were positive. But I have a further objection to the instrument of human thought that is not correlated to these former objections, and that is also rather more difficult to convey. Essentially, this idea is to present a sort of stratification in human ideas. I have it very much in mind that various terms in our reasoning lie, as it were, at different levels and in different planes, and that we accomplish a large amount of error and confusion by reasoning terms together that do not lie or nearly lie in the same plane. Let me endeavor to make myself a little less obscure by a most flagrant instance from physical things. Suppose someone began to talk seriously of a man seeing an atom through a microscope, or better, perhaps, of cutting one in half with a knife. There are a number of non-analytical people who would be quite prepared to believe that an atom could be visible to the eye or cut in this manner. But anyone at all conversant with physical conceptions would almost as soon think of killing the square root of 2 with a rook rifle as of cutting an atom in half with a knife. Our conception of an atom is reached through a process of hypothesis and analysis. And in the world of atoms, there are no knives and no men to cut. If you have the thought with a strong, consistent mental movement, then you have thought of your atom under the knife blade. Your knife blade has itself become a cloud of swinging grouped atoms, and your microscope lens a little universe of oscillatory and vibratory molecules. If you think of the universe, thinking at the level of atoms, there is neither knife to cut, scale to weigh, nor eye to see. The universe, at that plane to which the mind of the molecular physicist descends, has none of the shapes or forms of our common life whatever. This hand with which I write in is the universe of molecular physics, a cloud of warring atoms and molecules, combining and recombining, colliding, rotating, flying hither and thither in the universal atmosphere of ether. You see, I hope, what I mean when I say that the universe of molecular physics is at a different level from the universe of common experience. What we call stable and solid is in the world a freely moving system of interlacing centers of force, and what we call color and sound is there no more than this length of vibration or that. We have reached to a conception of that universe of molecular physics by a great enterprise of organized analysis, and our universe of daily experiences stands in relation to that elemental world as if it were a synthesis of those elemental things. I would suggest to you that this is only a very extreme instance of the general state of affairs, that there may be finer and subtler differences of level between one term and another, and that terms may very well be thought of as lying obliquely and as being twisted through different levels. It will perhaps give a clearer idea of what I am seeking to convey if I suggest a concrete image for the whole world of a man's thought and knowledge. Imagine a large clear jelly, in which, at all angles and in all states of simplicity of contortion, his ideas are embedded. They are all valid and possible ideas as they lie, none in reality incompatible with any. If you imagine the direction of up or down in this clear jelly being, as it were, the direction in which one moves by analysis or by synthesis, if you would go down, for example, from matter to atoms and centers of force and up to men and states and countries, if you will imagine the ideas lying in that manner, you will get the beginning of my intention. But our instrument, our process of thinking, like a drawing before the discovery of perspective, appears to have difficulties with the third dimension, appears capable only of dealing with or reasoning about ideas by projecting them upon the same plane. It will be obvious that a great multitude of things may very well exist together in a solid jelly, which would be overlapping and incompatible and mutually destructive when projected together upon one plane. Through the bias in our instrument to do this, through reasoning between terms not in the same plane, an enormous amount of confusion, perplexity, and mental deadlocking occurs. The old theological deadlock between predestination and free will serves admirably as an example of the sort of deadlock I mean. Take life at the level of common sensation and common experience, and there is no more indisputable fact than man's freedom of will, unless it is his complete moral responsibility. but make only the least penetrating of analysis, and you perceive a world of inevitable consequence, a rigid succession of cause and effect. Insist upon a flat agreement between the two, and there you are. The instrument fails. It is upon these three objections and upon an extreme suspicion of abstract terms which arises materially out of my first and second objections that I chiefly rest my case for a profound skepticism of the remoter possibilities of the instrument of thought. It is a thing no more perfect than the human eye or the human ear, though, like those other instruments, it may have undefined possibilities of evolution towards increased range and increased power. So much for my main contention, but before I conclude I may, since I am here, say a little more in the autobiographical vein, and with a view to your discussion to show how I reconcile this fundamental skepticism with the very positive beliefs about worldwide issues I possess, and the very definite distinction I make between right and wrong. I reconcile these things by simply pointing out to you that if there is any validity in my image of that three-dimensional jelly in which our ideas are suspended, such a reconciliation as you demand in logic, such a projection of the things as an accordance upon one plane, is totally unnecessary and impossible. This insistence upon the element of uniqueness in being, this subordination of the class to the individual difference, not only destroys the universal claim of philosophy, but the universal claim of ethical imperatives, the universal claim of any religious teaching. If you press me back upon my fundamental position, I must confess I put faith and standards and rules of conduct upon exactly the same level as I put my belief of what is right in art, and what I consider right practice in art. I have arrived at a certain sort of self-knowledge, and there are, I find, very distinct imperatives for me. But I am quite prepared to admit that there is no proving them imperative on anyone else. One's political proceedings, one's moral acts are, I hold, just as much self-expression as one's poetry or painting or music. But since life has for its primordial elements assimilation and aggression, I try not only to obey my imperatives, but to put them persuasively and convincingly into other minds, to bring about my good, and to resist and overcome my evil as though they were the universal good and the universal evil in which unthinking men believe. And it is obviously in no way contradictory to this philosophy for me, if I find others responding sympathetically to any notes of mine, or if I find myself responding sympathetically to notes sounding about me, to give that common resemblance between myself and others a name, to refer these others and myself in common to this thing as if it were externalized and spanned us all. Skepticism of the instrument is, for example, not incompatible with religious association and with organization upon the basis of a common faith. It is possible to regard God as being synthetic in relation to men and societies, just as the idea of a universe of atoms and molecules and inorganic relationships is analytical in relation to human life. The repudiation of demonstration in any but immediate and verifiable cases that this skepticism of the instrument amounts to, the abandonment of any universal validity for moral and religious propositions, brings ethical, social, and religious teaching into the province of poetry, and does something to correct the estrangement between knowledge and beauty that is a feature of so much mental existence at this time. All these things are self-expression. Such an opinion sets a new and greater value on that penetrating and illuminating quality of mind we call insight. Insight which, when it faces towards the contradictions that arise out of the imperfections of the mental instrument, is called humor. In these innate unteachable qualities I hold, in humor and the sense of beauty, lies such hope of intellectual salvation from the original sin of our intellectual instrument as we may entertain in this uncertain and fluctuating world of unique appearances. So frankly I spread my little equipment of fundamental assumptions before you, heartily glad of the opportunity that you have given me of taking them out, of looking at them with the particularity, the presence of hearers and shores, and of hearing the impression they make upon you. Of course, such a sketch must have an inevitable crudity of effect. The time I had for it, I mean the time I was able to give in preparation, was altogether too limited for any exhaustive finish of presentation. But I think on the whole I have got the main lines of this sketch map of my mental basis true. Whether I have made myself comprehensible is a different question altogether. It is for you rather than me to say how this sketch map of mine lies with regard to your own more systematic cartography. Here followed certain comments upon personal idealism and Mr. F.C.S. Schiller's humanism of no particular value.